All the employees of the automobile branch factories, including Li Mingde and Zhang Ruiqiang, were excited when they heard that there will be a big boss from Russia visiting the factory. This big boss will place a significant order if he is satisfied with the cars. Zhang Ruiqiang was invited by Li Mingde to represent the city to meet this Russian boss. This can also be considered the city's support of the machinery company. When Feng Yu and Kirilenko arrived at the automobile factory, Kirilenko's men had already reached. The streets leading to the factory were lined with banners written in Russian, welcoming Kirilenko. Kirilenko saw the banners and was very excited. The Chinese were too passionate. Were all these arranged by Feng Yu? The next time when Feng Yu goes to Moscow, I must welcome him this way. I cannot let him think that we, Russians, are not as welcoming as the Chinese. Actually, these banners were arranged by Li Mingde. In the past, when the machinery company was still a state-owned enterprise, they would also do the same thing whenever any big businessman visits. Of course, those big businessmen and their huge orders amounted only about 1 million renminbi worth of agriculture machinery. Now, even a 10 million renminbi deal will not get this treatment. Mayor Zhang, Old Li, this is the businessman from Russia. Mr. Kirilenko, Brother Qi, this is our Bing City's mayor, Mr. Zhang Ruiqiang. And this is our machinery company's general manager, Mr. Li Mingde. Feng Yu introduced both parties. Zhang Ruiqiang warmly shook Kirilenko's hands and even greeted him in Russian. Kirilenko shook his hands for only a second. If it wasn't for Feng Yu introducing this person, he was not interested to know him. In Russia, the number of top regional officials who had dined with him was more than double digits. He was not interested to know some city's mayor. Russia's regional top official was equivalent to China's provincial governor. But Kirilenko shook Li Mingde's hand longer. He had met Li Mingde twice before. Li Mingde was puzzled. This Russian does not know who had more authority? He was reluctant to shake the mayor's hand and greeted Li Mingde so warmly. Kirilenko had visited the machinery company before, and Li Mingde had also met him previously. But to Li Mingde, all Caucasians looked the same. He was still thinking in his heart, why was there so many Russians named Kirilenko? Was this their surname? Kirilenkos were glued to the vehicles the moment he stepped into the factory. These were Volga's cars? I knew Feng Yu was exaggerating. How could he produce any good cars? These cars were the exact replica of Volga's cars. Kirilenko turned and looked at Feng Yu. Li Mingde immediately explained. These Volga's cars were manufactured using the technologies we got from the former Soviet Union. We will be using this car for comparisons later. After hearing the explanation from his translator, Kirilenko looked at Li Mingde in doubt. Using Volga's car for comparison? That means you have successfully built better cars than the Volga? So what? Kirilenko had also admitted that Russia, including the former Soviet Union, does not have any good cars. Many of the Russian politicians also prefer to sit in England cars. Those cars were much better than Volga's cars. Moreover, you had built this Volga's car using the old technology. The current Volga's models were much better than this car. Also, this Volga car you had assembled might even be worse than Volga's older model. It was never easy to develop new automobile technologies. Managerly, can I let my men test drive this vehicle? Of course. No problem. This car had been tested by our engineer hired from Petersburg. He said that the quality of this car can be compared to the best Volga's model in Russia. Li Mingde pointed to a big-sized man with a thick beard. This mechanical engineer was hired by the machinery company from the former Soviet Union. Kirilenko frowned. He had forgotten Feng Yu had hired some engineers from the Soviet Union previously. That means this Volga's car should not have any problems. But Kirilenko still asked his own mechanical engineer to inspect the car. Feng Yu had invited him over for business. What if there were problems with the quality of these products? He would make a loss if he were to place orders for defective goods. Feng Yu also do not know much about Russia's automobile market. His judgment might also not be so accurate. The engineer opened the bonnet to take a look. Then he climbed under the car to check the undercarriage. After that, he entered the vehicle to inspect the interior. He made a thorough inspection of the vehicle. While the engineer was inspecting the vehicle, Li Mingde was telling Kirilenko about the factory. He was telling Kirilenko things like how big this factory was, the number of workers and professional engineers, the initial investments, the yearly production, etc. Li Mingde had a flair for telling others about the company's history and past achievements. But he was unable to showcase this skill as the machinery company's automobile factory was very new. When Li Mingde starts to explain about the Songjiang Motors vehicles with a colored brochure, Kirilenko's engineer had finished inspecting that Volga's car. This car's performance is outstanding. This is definitely a new car and had used our Volga's technologies. The technologies used are about our standards 10 years ago. The performance of this car only loses to the current Volga's models slightly. Kirilenko nodded and turned to Feng Yu. Heard that. This car is about our standards 10 years ago and not as good as our Volga's cars now. What can you prove by using this car to compare? Feng Yu also knew about this. But Volga's technological upgrades was the slowest among the major automobile manufacturers. It could not even be compared to China. The Volga's newest models of cars were not much better than 10 years ago. Later, when Kirilenko saw the Songjiang Motors vehicles, he will have nothing to say. Kirilenko had also noticed that the exterior design of Songjiang Motors vehicles was gorgeous. All three types of cars had captured his attention. The Olympic model looked grand and was suitable for businessmen and families. The off-road model looks rugged and domineering. The Red Star model looks like a van, but does not have a bulky feel. Overall, Kirilenko likes the designs of all three models. But no matter how beautiful the exterior designs were, it was the performance of the vehicles that matters the most. Cars were for driving and not for display. If he really wants to compare the exterior designs, he still thinks his sports cars in his garage were more beautiful. But not everybody could afford to own a sports car. These cars, which cost tens of thousands USD, were still the automobile mainstream. These were also Russian consumers' preferred vehicles. Kirilenko passed the brochure to his engineer for him to give his professional opinions. The engineer saw the pictures of the cars and was captivated by the beautiful designs. This is an SUV? The width seems to be quite wide. The interior must be very spacious. The angle of the front portion of this car should be able to lower the air resistance, and the whole body was sleek. It was really stunning. That's for sure. This Songjiang off-road design was based on Audi Q7 from the future. After Lou Michael's numerous modifications, it looks different from Q7, but it still seems better than Jeep and Cherokee. Kirilenko waited for a while and saw his engineer not saying a word. What was this guy doing? Why was he keeping quiet after looking at the brochures for so long? Kirilenko coughed, and the engineer jumped. He was too engrossed with the brochures. The engineer immediately flips to the last few pages of the brochures, where it states the specifications of the vehicles. The engineer's jaw dropped when he saw the specs. How can this be possible? This is impossible. China's cars can have such technologies? These technologies were not only ahead of Russia. These technologies were ahead of Russia by at least 10 years. The vehicle's performance can be compared to European cars. Li Mingde was feeling proud when he saw the shocked expression on the engineer's face. When he knew about the specs of machinery companies' vehicles, he was also shocked like this engineer. Li Mingde had thought their vehicles would catch up with Santana at most after they had combined the technologies bought by Feng Yu. He never expects that after adding the motor factory's engine, turbocharged technology, suspensions, etc., their vehicles would reach such high standards. Although the overall performance still could not be compared to European and Japanese cars, their cars were the best in China. When Li Mingde looked at the manufacturing cost, he was alarmed. The cost was about the same as those joint partnership cars, but the performances were much better. At that moment, Li Mingde believed what Feng Yu had said in the past. We will build China's best cars, and our goal in the future will be producing the best cars in the world. Li Mingde had never thought that the goal of building China's best cars could be achieved so easily. Also, the cost of their factories, compared to First Automobile Works, FAW, and Shanghai Automotive Industry Corporation, SAIC, were much cheaper. The production lines bought from the former Soviet Union were considered a steal when compared to FAW's production lines. Although the production lines bought from the former Soviet Union were old, FAW's production lines were also old models. There was not much difference between both production lines. The production lines from the former Soviet Union were noisy and had many other flaws, but they were durable. Li Mingde was very impressed with Feng Yu's guts and foresight. He now firmly believes what Feng Yu had said in the past. More than 50,000 Songjiang Motors vehicles will be sold annually within 3 years. The sales of their vehicles were not doing well now, but it was because they had not started any large-scale marketing campaigns yet. When the commercials were aired after the Lunar New Year, the sales will definitely pick up. Furthermore, Taihua Trading's selling capabilities were one of the best in China. Also, CCTV had already purchased Songjiang Motors vehicles. This means that the market was willing to recognize their cars. Mr. Kirilenko, these specifications had been proven, and we can let your men test it. Our factory has all these models now, and they are all mass-produced. This factory is only manufacturing the 3 versions of the Olympic model. The other 2 models are manufactured by our factory in Jinling. If you have the time, I can bring you there for a visit, Li Mingde said with a proud look on his face. Kirilenko looked at his engineer, and his engineer said, "Sir, these specifications are among the best in the world. If these figures are real, then these cars are way ahead of Volga's latest models." "What? Way ahead of Volga's latest models? You sure? I must test the cars first to be sure," the engineer replied seriously. Kirilenko nodded. Li Mingde waved his hand, and his staff brought the Russian engineer to test drive the vehicles. Feng Yu smilingly looked at Kirilenko. "Brother Qi, how is it? Do you like the interior and exterior designs of my cars? Do you think that these cars will be popular in your country? How are these cars selling in your country?" Kirilenko asked Feng Yu back. Feng Yu casually replied, "A few days ago, CCTV, our national TV station, had purchased a batch of our cars. Mayor Zhang here can prove that I am not lying to you." Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. This rascal was quoting out of context again. CCTV had indeed placed an order, but CCTV was the only one who had placed any orders. Other than CCTV, Feng Yu had not sold a single car yet. But Zhang Ruiqiang chooses to support Feng Yu as the other party was a Russian. That's right. CCTV is the voice of our government. This TV station has a high status in China. They have indeed ordered a batch of Songjiang Motors vehicles. They had wanted to purchase Germans Audi and Santana, but they realized Songjiang Motors vehicles are better and have better specifications. That's why they changed their mind. Li Mingde added, "We have already delivered CCTV's cars to them. You do not need to worry about our production not keeping up." But one of Kirilenko's men suddenly asked, "Can I ask Mayor Zhang, is Bing City's government buying Songjiang Motors vehicles too?" Zhang Ruiqiang was stunned. Why was this question suddenly thrown to him? His face changed. He understood what that Russian wanted to know. Since you claim this Songjiang Motors vehicles are so good, then why is Bing City's government not purchasing these figures? We are still discussing the purchasing contract. As we will be purchasing in large numbers, we need to get approval from the provincial government. That's why we still cannot finalize the contract yet, Zhang Ruiqiang explained after thinking for a while. Kirilenko frowned. "Mayor Zhang, why do you still need to consult the provincial government over such a trivial matter? I did not see your car when I come. Can you tell me what car you are using now?" Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu, and Feng Yu shrugged his shoulders. "Why are you looking at me for? Answer him yourself." "My car is an old car, Audi 100. We are planning to change our cars. Personally, I prefer the Songjiang Motors Olympic model. It looks grand and suits government officials." Zhang Ruiqiang gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Ruiqiang was regretting. He should return back to his office after he met Kirilenko. He can just show up again when Kirilenko was about to sign the contract. Now, Zhang Ruiqiang had no choice. He can't tell Kirilenko that he does not want to purchase Songjiang Motors vehicles. This was the machinery company to export their vehicles. He can't mess up this deal. Wait, Li Mingde had told the city that there will be a businessman from Russia visiting the machinery company, and they will be discussing about his purchase. Was this on purpose? If this was not on purpose, why would Li Mingde ask him to be present to show his support for the machinery company? Zhang Ruiqiang gave Feng Yu a stare. He felt he had been tricked by Feng Yu. Feng Yu had an innocent look. He also did not expect Kirilenko's man to ask this question. He was innocent. But now, Zhang Ruiqiang could not stop the city government from purchasing Songjiang Motors vehicles. Li Mingde had tried to persuade the city to buy these vehicles, but were stopped by Zhang Ruiqiang. Zhang Ruiqiang had set an example by traveling in the former mayor's Audi 100. How could his subordinates still dare to suggest changing their vehicles for better ones? If the city government changed their vehicles, then the counties and agencies will find all sort of excuses to replace their current fleet. Bing City's finances were still doing well these few years. Kirilenko looked at Zhang Ruiqiang. How many Songjiang Motors vehicles does Bing City wants to purchase, and which model? Zhang Ruiqiang was cursing in his heart. Why are you keep focusing on me? Seems like he cannot just purchase a few cars to fool Kirilenko. Does this mean that the city will have to buy a batch of vehicles? Erm, we are still considering about the models, but the total number of vehicles should not be less than 100 units. Zhang Ruiqiang replied. He was afraid that if the number of vehicles was too little, Kirilenko would have doubts. As for how many cars will be purchased in the end can be discussed later. Kirilenko still wanted to ask more questions, but Zhang Ruiqiang glanced at Li Mingda, and Li Mingda immediately changed the topic. Mr. Kirilenko, if these cars are as good as what was written on the brochures, will you be interested in ordering a batch? I am interested, of course, but there are still many factors like prices and some other conditions to consider. Kirilenko smiled and answered. Feng Yu gave Li Mingda a look, and Li Mingda did not carry on asking. Feng Yu can negotiate the prices with Kirilenko himself. After all, Feng Yu was more familiar with Russia than them. Brother Qi, the cheapest version of our Olympic model, is also equipped with airbags. The cost is more than $20,000. The cost for this mid-range version is almost $40,000. The top-tier model's cost is $60,000. The cost for both diesel and petrol versions of this off-road SUV model is about the same, about $40,000. Finally, this Red Star model is about $60,000. How many do you want? I can give you some discounts. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu. The cost of these cars was so high. Then if Feng Yu were to add in the profits and the transportation charges to Moscow, there would not be any profits left. Feng, the prices for your cars is a bit high. If I want to sell your cars, I will not have any profits. Kirilenko was not happy. Didn't you promise that I will be able to make lots of money? Feng Yu also knows that prices he gave were slightly higher. Those were not the cost of the vehicles. Those were the retail prices in China. Brother Qi, look, we are selling these cars to Russia, and we need to pay the exportation taxes. The taxes are included in the price. Currently, China's exportation tax was very low for vehicles. Not only vehicles, but the rest of the products were also the same. China was encouraging exportation. To earn foreign currency, China had used all ways and means. Some items that were lacking in China were also exported and then imported again. This was turning exports into domestic sales. This way, China would be able to get foreign currencies. I also need to pay importation taxes, and our taxes are quite high too. These are not those small tickets items. Kirilenko winked at Feng Yu. Kirilenko had never paid any taxes for his commodities trade all this while. Anyway, all his goods were in the military train carriages. When the train reaches Russia, there will be no one checking. When the products reach Moscow, no one dares to interfere with his business due to his father. But vehicles were different. There was no way to hide. If he were to import these vehicles into Russia without paying any taxes, there would be some impact on his father's reputation. How about this, Brother Qi? Our production had not started completely. That's why our cost is a bit higher. I will speak to the leaders and see if we can get some government policies to lower the taxes. This way, the cost of each car can be lowered by about $1,000. With these new prices, I think you will surely have more profits. Damn, England imported cars used by the Russian officials were more expensive. If Kirilenko was able to make use of his connections and background properly, he should get at least a few thousand USD of profits for each car. If he could sell 1,000 cars, his earnings will be at least a few million USD. This was not a small sum and was much higher than his monthly commodities trade. Of course, this was only if Kirilenko was able to sell so many vehicles. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu and said, we can discuss this later. Of course, this was only lip service. Zhang Ruiqiang will never agree to waive off the taxes. Feng Yu had made so much money. What's wrong with him paying the country and the city some taxes? Kirilenko was still thinking about this deal when his engineer returned. The engineer was very excited and kept nodding to Kirilenko. Sir, there are no problems with the car's performances. Their cars and engines are much better than the Volga. The suspension, anti-collision, and other safety features were much better than Volga cars. Overall, these cars are excellent. The engineer had wanted to say the overall performance of these cars were almost perfect, but he did not want to say it in front of all the Chinese. Brother Qi, why are you hesitating? The performance is much better than your country's Volga and is about the same as those English cars. The prices are also much lower. Not only individuals will buy. Have you ever considered if your government will make a bulk purchase? Feng Yu raised one eyebrow. That's right. Why didn't I think of this earlier? If I could sell these cars to the local governments, It will be much easier. I can also place an order with Fengyu after I receive orders from the local governments. This way, I do not have to use any of my capital. Feng, after you have spoken to your government, give me the final price list. Kirilenko said after a short pause. No problem. The price I am giving you will surely let you make lots of profits. Fengyu was overjoyed. Seems like Kirilenko was interested. He knew that Kirilenko would be interested if the profits were high enough. The deal this time was considered a win-win situation for both parties. Fengyu believed that Kirilenko could sell off this batch of vehicles at high prices to the corrupted Russian governments easily. Even if the rates offered to Kirilenko remained the same, Kirilenko would still have high profits. Now, Fengyu had offered to lower the prices slightly. That means Kirilenko's profits will increase further. His profits might even be higher than the machinery company. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Fengyu in a daze. Did this kid plan to sell these vehicles to Russia from the start? No wonder he dares to guarantee that the sales will exceed 50,000 units within 3 years. Now it seems that Fengyu does not even need 3 years. Zhang Ruiqiang was puzzled. Russia had inherited most of the Soviet Union's assets. Why did their automobile industry decline to such state? Even if the former Soviet Union's industrial developments were in the wrong direction, but Russia now should also be considered a powerful industrial country. This Russian had agreed to import a batch of vehicles from the machinery company. This Russian should be the one who had been selling the former Soviet Union industrial equipment to Fengyu. That means he should also know that this factory's production lines were second-hand production lines from the former Soviet Union. Why was he still willing to buy the machinery company's vehicles? Could it be that these vehicles were really as good as what Fengyu claims? Fengyu had bought second-hand equipment from the former Soviet Union previously and then manufactured vehicles from those equipment. The cars produced were then sold back to Russia. Was this considered buying a hen and then selling eggs back to the seller? Li Mingde immediately asked his men to prepare lunch at the factory's canteen. Kirilenko's eyes widened and said something in a weird accent. Shaoqi. Shaoqi refers to street food or snacks in Chinese. Li Mingde looked at the translator confused. The translator was also staring at Kirilenko blankly. The translator had not heard of such Russian word before. Fengyu helplessly said, he wants to eat street food. Tell the canteen to prepare some local snacks. Oh, prepare a carton of Bing City's strongest baijiu. Fengyu was screaming in his heart. Die Kirilenko. This afternoon, we have so many people. You will be drunk for sure. At noon, Zhang Ruiqiang had made an exception and drank a glass of baijiu. With Fengyu's instructions, Li Mingde arranged for the factory's supervisors and leaders to take turns drinking with Kirilenko. Kirilenko was very impressed with the hospitality shown by the Chinese. When the lunch ended, he was carried onto the car by his men. Fengyu was smiling. The Russian translator still thought that Fengyu was smiling out of courtesy. He did not know that Fengyu would be laughing out loud if there were not so many people around. Huh, I had finally made you drunk. Manager Feng, are you having cramps on your face? Li Mingde asked out of concern. You are the one who had cramps on your face. Even your brains are having cramps. Can't you see that I am so happy and can't stop smiling? What are you looking at? Arrange a driver to send Mayor Zhang back to rest. Get the canteen to prepare some hot soup. All of you should drink the soup to sober up. Those that can't sober up can go back and rest. All of you had done well today. Fengyu patted Li Mingde's shoulders. He did not know that this old man could hold his liquor so well. Although Li Mingde's eyes were all red, he was still sober after drinking 1 bottle of baijiu himself. Fengyu was very impressed with him. Li Mingde's arrangement to get Kirilenko drunk was also well planned. Zhang Ruiqiang was also very pleased with this lunch. It was not because Kirilenko had promised to place a large order when he was drunk. It was because this lunch had not cost too much. There were only 8 main dishes, and the rest were all street food. Those were very cheap, and the liquor was Bing City's baijiu. 2 renminbi per bottle. Zhang Ruiqiang had decided to discuss with the rest of leaders in the city government to learn from the machinery company and lower their expenses. After drinking some hot soup, Fengyu returned to his office to take a nap. When he woke up, he was feeling fresh. The first thing he did was to drive to the city government. Although Fengyu was driving a vehicle with a temporary registration plate, he could enter the city government compound easily by showing his face. Brother Liu, is the leader awake? Fengyu pointed to the office. Manager Feng, leader has a headache. He had drunk too much at noon. Is there anything important? Secretary Liu asked curiously. Didn't both of you had lunch together earlier? Feng Yu showed a surprised expression. Didn't Mayor Zhang said that he wants to order a batch of Songjiang cars? I am here to discuss the quantity and model. Secretary Liu was sweating. The mayor had said that earlier today to help the machinery company, and you took that seriously? Was this manager Feng feigning ignorance? Secretary Liu remembered the former secretary had instructed him to take precautions against Feng Yu. Feng Yu's was too thick-skinned. He does not care about what others think of him. He will do anything to get what he wants. Manager Feng, please have a seat first. The mayor has a meeting in a while and does not have time to talk to you about this. Feng Yu's voice was loud, and if Mayor Zhang wanted to meet him, he would call out for him. But Zhang Ruiqiang had not called for Feng Yu. That means Zhang Ruiqiang does not wish to meet Feng Yu. It was Secretary Liu's duty to stop Feng Yu. Feng Yu sat on a chair by the wall and crossed his legs. No problem. I can wait. Secretary Liu opened his mouth, but no words could come out. If it was others, they should get his meaning. The leader does not want to meet you. But this Feng Yu was different from others and just sat there as if nothing had happened. Secretary Liu was thinking in his heart. If the leader does not call for you, and I also ignore you, you will still have to leave. But after a while, Feng Yu walked to the cabinet and took out a metal tin of tea leaves from the innermost of the drawer. Secretary Liu could no longer ignore Feng Yu. Manager Feng, stop. You don't need to use so much tea leaves. Just a bit will do. Secretary Liu's heart was bleeding. These tea leaves were priceless. Even the mayor could not bear to drink. No worries. Don't need to help me. Carry on with your work. I can help myself. I like my tea to be thick. Feng Yu said, and he was still continuing to add tea leaves to his cup. Secretary Liu snatched the tin of tea leaves from Feng Yu and looked at him. If this person were not Feng Yu, he would have called for security to chase him out. But this was not the first time Feng Yu had done this. Every time, the mayor would just scold Feng Yu, but had never given any instructions to his secretaries to stop Feng Yu from taking those tea leaves. Furthermore, everyone in the city government knew that Feng Yu and the mayor was very close. There were rumors that the mayor had known Feng Yu when he was still the chief of the Foreign Trade Bureau. Although Secretary Liu had not seen the mayor accepting any gifts from Feng Yu, he had not rejected Feng Yu's offer to treat him to meals. There was even one time when the mayor treated Feng Yu to dinner. Zhang Ruiqiang was aware when Feng Yu arrived. The door of his room was opened, and he could hear Feng Yu's voice clearly inside his room. But what was Feng Yu here for? He was here to sell his cars to the city. Zhang Ruiqiang still thought if that Russian had placed the order for the vehicles, then the city will just order 1 or 2 cars from Feng Yu. But Feng Yu was here to talk about the city's purchase before that Russian had placed any orders. Zhang Ruiqiang did not want to meet Feng Yu and wanted to find some excuse to brush off Feng Yu. But now it seems that this Feng Yu would not leave and will shamelessly stay there to wait for him. If he still does not call for Feng Yu, the office would be in a mess. Zhang Ruiqiang rubbed his temples to try to soothe his headache and walked to the door with a black face. Feng Yu, come in now. Shall Lu help me brew a cup of thick tea too? Feng Yu smiled and entered Zhang Ruiqiang's room. He walked straight to the sofa in the room and sat there sipping on his tea. Damn, there were too many tea leaves. Feng Yu must add water for every sip he took. Zhang Ruiqiang's headache worsened when he saw the tea leaves in Feng Yu's cup. These leaves were given to him by his former leader, and Feng Yu had wasted it. Later he must lock up these tea leaves in his room. If not, Feng Yu would have wasted it all. Zhang Ruiqiang lit a cigarette and sat down opposite Feng Yu. What are you here for? Feng Yu opened his eyes wide. Didn't you say that the city will be purchasing a batch of Songjiang Motors vehicles? I am here to discuss the contract. Secretary Liu entered the room with Zhang Ruiqiang's tea and replaced the ashtray on the coffee table. Every time when Zhang Ruiqiang speaks with Feng Yu, he would smoke a lot more. Did I say anything like this? Zhang Ruiqiang sighed, glanced Feng Yu, and blew out smoke from his nostrils. If I denied saying this, what can you do? Damn, who did this old Zhang learn from? How can he be so shameless to deny what he had said? Feng Yu showed a painful expression and said, Leader, I have a piece of advice for you. What is the most important character a leader should have? Honesty. If you go back on your words, the people will lose trust in the government. Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu angrily. Stop talking nonsenses. I had told you before that the city has no plans to replace all our vehicles. I had said those things was to help your machinery company clinched the deal with that Russian. You take that seriously? Feng Yu blinked and replied. I took that seriously. Zhang Ruiqiang's hand was trembling from his anger. He stared at Feng Yu and kept quiet. Leader, look, you have already told the Russian that the city will be purchasing a batch of Songjiang Motors vehicles, and the quantity will not be less than 100. That Russian will remember this. If they returned and find out that the city did not make any purchase, they will surely think that there are problems with Songjiang Motors vehicles. If not, why would the city go back on their words? The city does not need any new vehicles. Zhang Ruiqiang barked. Why is there no need? Our city is a provincial city, and the population is one of the highest in China. Also, our city's region is quite big with many districts. Many of the city government leaders did not go down to the grounds for inspections. Why? It is because there are not enough vehicles in the city. There are only 1 or 2 vehicles for every department. This is too pitiful. We don't talk about other cities. Just the non-provincial cities in the south have more vehicles than us. As such, their efficiency is much higher. How are 1 or 2 vehicles not enough for a department? Do you still want those deputy chiefs to be assigned with a vehicle each? Zhang Ruiqiang retorted. When Zhang Ruiqiang was still a deputy chief at the Foreign Trade Bureau, he was also not assigned with his own vehicle. Whenever he needs to go out for official matters, he needs to book a car from the transport office. Leader, times are different now. How much tax revenue does the city government have in the past, and how much is the revenue now? How much had the revenue increased? Even if you don't assign a personal car for those deputies, but you should still increase the number of vehicles for all your departments. If some major event happens, it will be faster for them to react. Look at the Agriculture Department and Bureau of Animal Husbandry. They have only 3 vehicles each, and the vehicles are still the minivans from Bing City's aviation factory. Do you think the leaders there are happy with this? Don't you think this will affect their performances and efficiency? They dare. I will punish them severely if they slacken their work. Zhang Ruiqiang said. Feng Yu slapped his forehead. This old Zhang was really impenetrable. Leader, carrot, and stick should go together. This way, their efficiency will increase. Just look at Jidong County north of our city. Their deputy head also has his own vehicle. What about us? It will be hard for you to lead your men in this way. You know a lot about the government's work? Even if I do not know about how the government works, but I have my companies, and I have a few thousand staffs all over China and overseas. Staffs need to be motivated. If not, they will stop moving forward. Not everyone who works in the government service is because they want to contribute to the nation. Some of them are after status and authority. Many of them are capable, and if you dangle a carrot in front of them, they will put in more effort. You are telling me that the city needs to buy your cars to motivate the staffs. Zhang Ruiqiang sneered. What logic was this? Then I want to know why is it that the city will use that Mercedes-Benz whenever some businessman visits? Feng Yu asked. To be honest, the city wants face. Also, even if the city wants to stop its departments from ordering vehicles from the machinery company, it was impossible. There was more than one city's department calling Li Mingda to ask about the cars. Those departments do not have the funds to purchase new vehicles if the city does not give them the funds. Those leaders will find ways to get money from their department to buy. Isn't it better to consolidate all the orders for a bulk purchase? It will be cheaper this way. Government vehicles are for safety, convenience, and speed. That Mercedes-Benz is to host investors. This is very normal and is happening all over China. What's wrong with this? The city needs to host investors and businessmen. The other departments and counties don't need to host guests. Look at your men. What cars are they using? Santana is still fine. They are driving Xiaoli, Passat, and Hongqi. Which one of these cars is safe? My cars are the safest. All my models are equipped with airbags, and the exterior looks grand. It is the most suitable car for work. Also, even the city does not purchase my vehicles. The provincial government will not buy my cars. Zhang Ruiqiang frowned. He knew that his men will find ways and means to purchase Songjiang Motors vehicles even if he tries to stop them. Also, some departments must increase the number of their vehicles. For example, public security offices. They have lots of confidential documents, and you let them take public transport and taxis? Their transportation expenses in a year is also not a small sum. Look at our police department and compare it to the policemen from other major cities. The gap is too big. You want our policemen to take public transports back to the station with the criminal they caught from the streets. You just want the city to buy your vehicles. We are still considering this. What you are doing now is useless. Zhang Ruiqiang was determined not to buy new vehicles for the city. Swished. Feng Yu took out a copy of the newspaper and placed it on the coffee table. Leader, look at this. This is yesterday's Bing City news. 2 hooligans had snatched a handbag while riding a motorcycle. 2 policemen ran after them on foot for about 200 meters, and the criminals escaped. If the policemen are chasing after those thieves in a car, do you think they will escape? Here state the interviews on the public conducted by the reporter. The public are very concerned with the security of our city, and most of them do not have confidence in our policemen. Zhang Ruiqiang sneered and said, Humph. Those 2 hooligans are riding Songjiang motorcycles. That is not important. The important thing is our police department need patrol cars. If there is an emergency, the police department can dispatch policemen immediately. Don't tell me the city did not receive complaints about the policemen arriving at the crime scene too late. Feng Yu asked while tapping the coffee table with his fingers. Zhang Ruiqiang kept quiet. Of course, he had received complaints about the police department. But which city doesn't? Even Beijing will also receive such complaints. If based on what Feng Yu said, that means every police division will need to purchase vehicles. Then do the police stations need vehicles? There are almost 20 police divisions in the whole city and more than 100 police stations. All of them needs to be assigned to cars. Even if the city had purchased the cheapest model, it would also cost 20 million renminbi. Where will the city get this much money? This situation will improve. The city does not have so much money now. If we had spent too much money on the police department, what about the other departments? Even if we were to improve our police department equipment, this is also not the way to do it. Finally, this old Zhang was moved. This was what Feng Yu wanted. Feng Yu smiled and said, Don't have money? I can help you think of a way. The city does not need to worry about the money. Once you give the approval, the departments will be able to raise funds themselves. Raise the funds themselves? How? Didn't you realize that since the recovery of our Bing City industries, there has been a revival of nightclubs, bathhouses, etc.? A number of them are illegal. Feng Yu said and raised his brows. Really? Zhang Ruiqiang frowned. How come he was not aware of this? It is not as serious as the Song Laoxi's era. But there are still many fights, gambling, and prostitution. If the police department were to catch them, the fines they receive would be sufficient for them to buy new vehicles. This will also keep our crime rates low, and at the same time, the police department can improve their equipment, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In fact, many departments can raise their own funds. These departments have been doing this almost every festive season. For example, the Trade and Industry Bureau can catch those illegal factories. The Health Bureau can catch those illegal clinics. Those departments will be able to think of ways to raise their own funds. The city does not need to spend a single cent and even make some money from this. Make money. Zhang Ruiqiang was confused. How can the city make money from this? That's right. The city can consolidate all the department's orders of vehicles, and I will give you a bulk discount. Those departments will be providing the city the funds of the new cars based on the retail prices, and the city can earn from the difference. Feng Yu continued. Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes widened. He could not catch up with Feng Yu. But this seems to be a good idea. The next day, Feng Yu noticed there was a lot of changes in Bing City when he brought Kirilenko out for street foods. Since morning, Bing City residents saw lots of men with red armband patrolling the streets. If the armband did not indicate these people were from the city's Ministry of Ecology and Environment, they would have thought they had returned to that particular era. Spitting on the streets, fined 2 renminbi. An old lady with a red armband tore a ticket and gave to a young man who had just spat on the floor. What? Fine. 2 renminbi? Auntie, can I just wipe it myself? The young man used his shoes to wipe his spit. No. Didn't you see the city's news yesterday? There will be a crackdown in our city. The city wants to increase the quality of its residents. Hurry up and pay your fine. There are policemen over there. The old lady stubbornly said. Her leader had told her that they had a target to hit, and they would also get a part of the fines collected. Each of them had to collect 100 renminbi of fines. Of course, these were all internal instructions and were not disclosed to the public. The young man turned and saw the policemen standing on the other side of the streets. What was happening today? Policemen were patrolling so early in the morning? Since when did Bing City policemen become so hardworking? Could it be that some great leader will be visiting today? The young man paid his fine unwillingly and threw his ticket into the trash bin. However, a gust of wind blew the ticket onto the floor. The young man saw the old lady running towards him, and he immediately picked up the ticket and stuffed it into his pocket. He was mumbling to himself, "How come this ticket dropped onto the floor? If I get fined again, I will have no way to answer to my wife for the missing money." The old lady could not issue the littering ticket and was disappointed. She could get 10 cents for a 2 renminbi fine. If she were able to collect 100 renminbi fines, she would earn more than what she usually earned from sweeping the streets. Furthermore, as a road sweeper, she hated those people who spit and litter on the streets. At a clinic, the health bureau had sealed a clinic. This clinic was opened by an unlicensed doctor. The doctor had got his practicing license suspended for malpractice in the past. This doctor did not follow the procedures to test a patient for allergies before injecting penicillin into him, and the patient had an anaphylactic shock. This doctor was still the same after he had lost his license. When the people from the health bureau arrived at his clinic, there was also a patient suffering from mild allergies. In the clinic, the health bureau also found expired medications. This person was too evil. Seems like this could not be settled with just fines. This was a good arrest, but the people from the health bureau were unhappy. This was a severe crime, but they could not find this unlicensed doctor. In the evenings, Feng Yu and Kirilenko was standing at a street hawker stall buying some barbecue skewers when a few men in uniforms came running towards the hawker. "How many times have I warned you? Who gives you the permission to set up your stall here? Do you have a permit? Do you have the license to operate? Hurry and pay your fine." 50 renminbi. Feng Yu's jaws dropped, and the piece of meat in his mouth fell onto the table. What time was it now? These officers from Urban Administrative and Law Enforcement Bureau were supposed to be off duty, and why were they just giving fines to this hawker and not confiscating his stall? Damn, was it because of my suggestion to Zhang Ruiqiang that caused all these? This hawker's life was also not easy. Feng Yu also liked his food very much. So he walked over and passed a 100 renminbi note to the hawker's wife. "Pay the fine with this. With your skills, both of you should set up a proper stall. Being an unlicensed hawker is not a long-term solution." "Thank you, young man. We also want to set up a shop, but we could not find a good location. Our loyal customers are all staying in this area, and if we leave this place, we will have to start all over again. Don't leave first. When these officers leave, I will barbecue some skewers for you." The hawker's wife thought Feng Yu had helped them out of kindness, but she did not know that Feng Yu was feeling guilty. Kirilenko was not full yet when he was dragged away by Feng Yu. When he left, he was still holding on to 2 skewers of barbecue kidneys. Feng Yu does not eat these things, but Kirilenko likes it very much. That night, a local businessman had brought his client to a bathhouse for some massage when someone kicked open the door. "Police, don't move. Which unit are you from? Call your unit's leader here to bail you." "Sir, I am self-employed." "Self-employed? Then call your family over to bail you and pay the fine." "Please don't let my family members know. Can I pay the fines now?" "How much?" 1,000 renminbi. "How come the fine is so high?" Wait. I will pay the fine. I will also pay the fines for that person. Can you release him too?" This businessman had thought of spending only 50 renminbi to entertain his guest, but in the end, he paid 2,000 renminbi. Even if he had clinched this deal, there would be no profits. Were these policemen crazy? Why was there a crackdown suddenly? Most of the people at the bathhouse paid their fines on the spot. Those proceeds from the prostitutes were also confiscated. This was why the police department could raise funds quickly. The people they caught were willing to pay their fines without letting their companies, units, and family knows. Both hands on your head and face the wall. No one is allowed to talk. For businessmen were playing mahjong in a private room, and policemen rushed in. They didn't even have the chance to say anything and were arrested. One of them tried to call his connections, but was pinned down on the floor by one of the policemen. The money used for gambling were confiscated, and they were asked if they want to pay fines or be in remand. These few bosses did not want to be in custody and chose to pay the hefty fines. They will also not leave any criminal records if they paid their fines. One of the 4 businessmen took out a hand phone and called his brother-in-law to bring 20,000 renminbi over to pay their fines. At a nightclub's private room, 2 men had pinned down a hostess and were about to do something terrible to her when the door was kicked open. "Didn't I say no one is allowed to enter my room? Who the hell gives you the guts to enter?" "Ah, Mr. Policeman, I am not talking to you." One of the men was about to shout profanities when he saw a few policemen rushing into the room. "All of you, squat down on the floor." "Which unit are you from?" "Sir, can I don't tell you my unit?" "We are not doing anything." "Not doing anything? Then why are you not wearing your pants?" "We are a couple," the other man shouted. "Couple? There are 4 of you. This means all of you had committed group licentiousness and will be charged in court." "Fine. I will not take the prostitution charge into consideration, but we will treat this as a criminal case and will hand you over to the detectives to handle. Please, police comrade. Please give us a chance." "Who is comrades with you, criminals?" "Mr. Senior Police Officer. I am only 25 years old." "Brother Officer, I am 20 years old." These girls here are prostitutes. I admit to the charges, and we will pay the fines. Can you don't inform my unit?" A breaded man who looked like he was in his 40s was begging the police officer. That night, Bing City's crackdown had left a deep impression on the residents. Most of the residents were happy with this. They had wanted Bing City to be cleansed from all these vices. They praised the city government for this crackdown. The person that received the most praises was Bing City's Mayor Zhang Ruiqiang. The residents had heard that this crackdown was instructed by the mayor. Of course, those that were fined were cursing the city in their hearts. Feng Yu had given Kirilenko a new price list, but Kirilenko was still not satisfied. His men had told him that Bing City did not purchase any Songjiang Motors vehicles. He was worried that there might be some problems with these vehicles. Kirilenko trusted Feng Yu, as Feng Yu was his important partner in his mining enterprise. But he does not believe the machinery company. What if Feng Yu is also tricked by the machinery company's people? He wants to wait until the city government place their orders before he makes any purchases. Feng Yu was also anxious. This Kirilenko had become smarter and was not easily hoodwinked like before. But at this moment, Feng Yu received a phone call from Zhang Ruiqiang. Zhang Ruiqiang asked Feng Yu to make a trip to the city government. "All because of your suggestion, Bing City is in chaos. All my men are too much. They want to impose fines on everything. They are issuing fines for the sake of getting the fines." Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. Feng Yu spread his arms out with his palms facing up. "These enforcers are all the city's staff. What has it got to do with me? Furthermore, this is also a good thing. At least the streets are cleaner now, and those places of ill repute were all shut down. Are you worried about the tax revenues?" "Rubbish. Tax revenues? Those places had never paid taxes." Zhang Ruiqiang had never expected there were so many problems in the city. Zhang Ruiqiang had thought Bing City was in good shape under his leadership. The city's revenue was increasing steadily, and the residents had a good life. But he did not know that there were so many problems under the surface. The total amount of fines collected had shocked Zhang Ruiqiang. Just the money confiscated from illegal gambling amounted to over 3 million renminbi. This amount does not include the fines. If he were to include the fines, the police department had collected almost 8 million renminbi. The average annual salary of Bing City residents after the increase in recent years was about 1,800 renminbi. How come there were so many people involved in gambling? There was still the issue of prostitution. The police department had arrested over 300 patrons of prostitutes and had confiscated a few 100,000 of proceeds from prostitution. Coupled with the fines, the total amount collected was a few million. Those prostitutes were mainly former female workers of textile mills and other failed state-owned factories. Zhang Ruiqiang was sad to know that some of the prostitutes were even underaged. He felt that he had failed in his duties. The reformation of the state-owned enterprises had failed, and this was the result. If there were jobs available for these women, they would not go into prostitution. If Feng Yu knew what Zhang Ruiqiang was thinking, he would surely tell Zhang Ruiqiang that these women had entered this trade because it was easy money. There were no problems with the police department conducting raids at those places and making those arrests. But what made him furious was the way the police handled fighting cases. The police officers did not even try to pacify the situation and investigate the cause of the fights. The first thing the officers did was to slap both parties with fines. Pay 200 renminbi fine and then get lost. In the end, those 2 men fought again outside the police station. The officers arrested them again, and the fines were increased to 400 renminbi each. How could the police officers handle this case like this? Although these 2 men do not dare to fight again outside the station, who knows if they would fight again somewhere else? Those urban administrative and law enforcement bureaus enforcers had arrested those illegal hawkers but did not confiscate the hawkers' stalls and release them on the spot after they paid their fines. Some even negotiated with the hawkers on an amount to be paid for not catching them again in the next few days. What's the difference between those hooligans collecting protection fees and them? Also, since when did the Health Bureau was authorized to issue fines? Which law had permitted them to fine people? In conclusion, all the government agencies used all sorts of ways and excuses to justify their actions of issuing fines. Yesterday, the whole city and even the counties were issuing fines. The total amount collected by the city yesterday was more than 20 million renminbi. Even after the city had collected so much, many units were still not satisfied. How come other units had collected so many fines, and our unit had so little? Those units could even afford to assign vehicles to their deputy chiefs. The fines collected by our unit was not even enough for all the deputy heads to be assigned with cars. As such, many units continued their operation today. They were finding all sorts of excuses to fine offenders to raise funds for new vehicles. As for the police department, most of the officers were resting. Their operations were mostly conducted at night. This morning, on the way to work, Zhang Ruiqiang saw many people enforcing the law along the streets. Although it was reported in the newspapers that the city had a crackdown yesterday to cleanse the city, but Zhang Ruiqiang knew that if this carried on, there would be lots of problems arising. All these happened because Zhang Ruiqiang had believed what Feng Yu said. He told the heads of the agencies that after they had raised enough funds, the city will consolidate all their orders and purchase the vehicles from the machinery company. But he had never expected the situation would be so dire. In just one day, more than one unit had raised enough funds. Even the city's National Health and Family Planning Commission had incurred the wrath of many people. They wanted to issue fines for people with twins. Those people had almost complained to the city government. Zhang Ruiqiang felt it was Feng Yu that had caused all these problems for him. But deep in his heart, he knew that he could not blame Feng Yu for all these. Feng Yu saw Zhang Ruiqiang deep in thoughts and continued to ask, "Leader, from the way you speak, it seems that the fundraising conducted by the agencies is a success." Zhang Ruiqiang almost choked on his own cigarette smoke. Fundraising? If the residents knew the government agencies were raising funds this way, they would throw eggs at the city government. Luckily, all the agencies were on the same page and maintained that they were trying to increase the city's image and eliminate all black sheep in the city. They want to welcome the new year with a better and cleaner city. Stop talking nonsense with me. Tell me the truth. Did you get someone to teach those units all these methods? Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at Zhang Ruiqiang in his eyes. No, Feng Yu had not taught those people all those tricks. Even Feng Yu also did not expect those agencies to stretch things so far. But overall, this was indeed a good thing for the city. But those units should not do this so frequently. The residents will not be happy with this. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu for a long time. He believed his words. You had mentioned that if the city were to purchase your vehicles, you would sell your vehicles to us at cost price? Feng Yu nodded. What he wanted now was to make use of the city to advertise for him. The other cities will also follow Bing City and purchase Songjiang Motors vehicles. He might not make money from Bing City's deal, but he will make profits from the sales with other cities. Zhang Ruiqiang took out a piece of paper from a stack of documents and passed to Feng Yu. Good. These are the models and quantity. I will let my men contact Li Mingda. Li Mingda does not dare to hide the cost of the vehicles from Zhang Ruiqiang. Feng Yu took the piece of paper from Zhang Ruiqiang, and his eyes nearly popped out. Damn, how come the city wants to order 316 vehicles? Didn't they agree on 100 vehicles? How come this order exceeded what they had agreed on previously? Did old Zhang gone bonkers, or my eyes are playing tricks? Those agencies' leaders gone crazy? Even if these orders were for the cheapest model, the total value of the orders was more than 26 million renminbi. How many fines did the city collect yesterday? Old Zhang was not afraid the provincial governor will be unhappy with this. Feng Yu was regretting. Cost price. What a loss. If this was calculated based on the retail prices, the machinery company had lost over 10 million renminbi from this deal. No way. He must speak to old Zhang again. Feng Yu's face was all black when he left Zhang Ruiqiang's office. This Zhang Ruiqiang was too evil. Only half of the orders were the cheapest version of the Olympic model. There were also dozens of orders for the most expensive version. Zhang Ruiqiang happily walked Feng Yu to the door and even told him to come by his office often for a chat. But in his car, Feng Yu smiled. Zhang Ruiqiang, Zhang Ruiqiang. You thought that the city had taken advantage from me? HRMPH. Just the quantity of your orders will be our promotional tools. This is not a loss for us. There was no way for Feng Yu to accept these cars to be sold at cost price. After some haggling, he was able to convince Zhang Ruiqiang to let the machinery company have some profits. If not, Feng Yu would not be able to answer to Fu Guangjing. Feng Yu must tell Li Mingde to add in the marketing cost, management cost, and all sorts of cost into the vehicles. He must not let Zhang Ruiqiang use the machinery company's money to please others so easily. Feng Yu had asked Zhang Ruiqiang about his orders. Even if the police department wanted so many cars, but those old cars can still be issued to the counties and districts. Why did they still need to order so many vehicles? Feng Yu found out that Zhang Ruiqiang had helped the provincial government to order a batch of vehicles. The provincial government had wanted to purchase a batch of Audi vehicles from First Automobile Works. But they heard that Bing City had started to manufacture their own cars, and the performances of these cars were better and cheaper than Audi. Thus, the provincial government decided to use the Songjiang brand. On the surface, they claimed to be supporting the local industry, but in reality, they just wanted more value for their money. It was okay if the machinery company does not make any profit from selling the cars to the city. But to not make money from selling to the provincial government? Feng Yu quarreled with Zhang Ruiqiang on the spot. How can the city make such decisions for the machinery company? What? You will give us some tax subsidies? This year's tax will be exempted and 50% taxes for next year? You should have mentioned this earlier. The provincial government can enjoy the same rates as our Bing City. Feng Yu agreed immediately. There will only be 5% profits from each vehicle. But actually, the profits were at least 10%. Although the profits were minimal, it was still acceptable. The most important thing was his taxes for this year was waived, and next year, the machinery company will only need to pay 50% taxes. This will help his automobile project development. Although Bing City only have a branch factory, from the current demand, they will be selling mostly the Olympic model. This should be the same for next year. On the way back to the machinery company, Feng Yu felt something was off from the way Zhang Ruiqiang smiled at him. Feng Yu arrived at the machinery company and passed the city's order to Li Mingde. Old Li, this is the city's order. 316 vehicles. You make the arrangements to deliver the cars as soon as possible. Over 300 vehicles? This is a big order. I knew this order will be big when you are the one handling. There should be almost 10 million in profits from this deal, if each car's profit is 30,000 renminbi. Li Mingde was overjoyed. Although 10 million renminbi was nothing compared to the billions invested, it was still a good start. The profit is not so high. You add in all the materials, manpower, machinery, wear and tear cost into the vehicle's cost, and add in a 5% profit will do. Feng Yu sighed. What's with Li Mingde's expression? Not happy. He does not know that the taxes for the automobile branch factory was also quite high. Manager Feng, this tax exemption is what I had discussed with the city last week, and they have already agreed. Feng Yu was stunned. FCK? The city had already agreed to this last week? I have been conned by Zhang Ruiqiang. Is Mayor Zhang aware of this? Feng Yu asked / Of course. This is not a small matter. How can the mayor not aware of this? Old Li, take that order form with you. We will go to the city government now. Feng Yu was furious. Using some conditions that were already approved to con him? This was too despicable. Where is Mayor Zhang? Feng Yu looked at Secretary Liu and asked. He went to the provincial government for a meeting. Feng Yu sneered. You think I am a fool? Why are you still here if he went to the provincial government for a meeting? Secretary Liu smiled. Mayor Zhang had asked me to stay here to wait for you. Secretary Liu also did not expect Zhang Ruiqiang to give him such a difficult task. When he thinks of Feng Yu's character, he was troubled. Both soft and hard approaches do not work on Feng Yu. Secretary Liu was only a secretary after all. Other people gave him face because of Zhang Ruiqiang. But from Feng Yu's attitude, he knew that Feng Yu was here to quarrel with the mayor. But the leader's instruction was for Secretary Liu to fool Feng Yu. Secretary Liu was praying in his heart that Feng Yu would not bear grudges against him. Where is that agreement I signed? Bring it over. I want to tear it into pieces. Feng Yu stretched out his hand towards Secretary Liu. Manager Feng, How can you tear a signed agreement? Manager Li, help me persuade Manager Feng. Secretary Liu looked at Li Mingde. Li Mingde does not dare to go against Feng Yu, and at the same time, he does not want to offend the mayor's secretary. Oh, I am old now. I have some prostate problems. I need to go to the gents again. Please wait a while. Li Mingde made up an excuse and escaped. Feng Yu also did not expect Li Mingde to help him much. He only needed Li Mingde to act as a witness that he had been hoodwinked by Zhang Ruiqiang. Old Zhang was too much. If Zhang Ruiqiang had a mobile phone, Feng Yu would have called him and scolded him. After Li Mingde left, Secretary Liu led Feng Yu to a seat. Manager Feng, calm down. This is not what you think. Secretary Liu thought that it was better to tell Feng Yu the truth and not fool him. What do you mean? The city had already given us these conditions as their support for our Bing City's machinery company. Because I am not aware of this, you used it to trick me? How can the city do this? Think about how much I had contributed to the city over the past few years. Lower your voice. Manager Feng, let me finish what I have to say. Secretary Liu patted Feng Yu's shoulders. His voice was too loud. Fine. You say. I want to hear what explanation you have for me. Feng Yu angrily replied. Leader had asked me to show you this contract when you arrive. He was only joking with you with the previous contract. Secretary Liu took out a contract from his drawer. Feng Yu took a look at the contract. The rates of the vehicles in this contract had 10,000 to 20,000 renminbi profits for each car. This rate was even higher than what he had offered to CCTV. What is the meaning of this? Feng Yu looked at Secretary Liu in a daze. The leader said, Feng Yu is overconfident, and he is not good in managing a company. If the machinery company does not have Li Mingde, it will surely be in a mess. This is a lesson for him. Don't think that he can do everything and keep his trickery. Even Li Mingde can easily outdo Feng Yu when it comes to trickery. Mayor Zhang also wanted me to tell you that he had torn the previous contract, but he had helped you pointed out some of your weakness, and you will take note of it in your future business deals. Shouldn't you do something to show your appreciation? In the northern region from the river, the city wants to build a high school and 2 junior high schools. But the city has a lack of funds and us short of 3 school buildings. The leader said that ordinary school buildings will do. Secretary Liu imitated Zhang Ruiqiang's tone. Damn, did Zhang Ruiqiang just taught me a lesson? Have I been overconfident? Zhang Ruiqiang knew Feng Yu inside out. Feng Yu really donated 3 modern school buildings and all the facilities in it. Each building cost over 1 million renminbi. Of course, this donation was not from the machinery company. It was from Feng Yu's pocket. Taihua Building will be a brand in the future, and how can the buildings be ordinary? 20 years from now, these buildings should still be in good shape and can satisfy the demands of the schools. After Feng Yu left, he reflected on himself. Most importantly, he must set up a professional team for business negotiations. Feng Yu cannot rely on his current skills and his experiences from his previous life. He must look for the elites in negotiation. It was impossible for Feng Yu to train someone that specialized in this field. Just look at the people in Taihua trading. All of them had performed well, but they were still far from the elites. If they were outstanding, they would leave the company to set up their own business. Although Zhang Ruiqiang had taught Feng Yu a lesson with this deal, it had also helped Feng Yu a lot. At least he could show Kirilenko that the city had purchased more than 300 vehicles. Russia's economy had declined severely, but the government's expenditure did not reduce much. The country's budget will issue their money to the government agencies first. If Bing City could purchase more than 300 vehicles, then it should not be a problem to sell these cars to the Russian government. Feng, I will be returning to Moscow tomorrow. I will surely purchase your cars, and I am willing to accept the price you offered. But I do not have so much cash with me. 2 will place a deposit, and after I sold the cars, I will transfer the balance to you. Is this fine with you? Why not? I trust you. It's a deal then. You can transfer to Taihua Trading's account. Taihua Trading is the main distributor for machinery companies' vehicles. The both of them had worked together for quite a long time and trusted each other. The prices offered to Kirilenko was higher than the prices Feng Yu sold to the city. Even if he deducts the export taxes, the profits were still a lot higher than what he got from the deal with the city. Why did Kirilenko still accept this price? It was because the Russian market only has the top range and the lowest range cars. The cheapest imported English cars will cost more than 80,000 US dollars. The top tier cars will cost a few hundred thousand USD. The Russian Volga cost less than 20,000 US dollars. There were very few mid-range vehicles. Kirilenko discussed with his men and felt that even if these cars were used as family cars, the market would be vast. Kirilenko can still use his connections with the government. Kirilenko was confident that he could sell 10,000 vehicles to the government easily. If he put in more effort, he might sell even more. 10,000 vehicles. Even if Kirilenko earns 2,000 US dollars per car, that will be 20 million US dollars. This was much more profitable than his commodities trade. Most importantly, he does not need to put in much investment. Kirilenko would receive the deposits from the government in cash, and then he would use these deposits to place orders from Taihua Trading. After he delivered the vehicles, he would collect the balance from the government and then transfer the payments to Taihua Trading. As for selling these vehicles to the individuals as family cars, Kirilenko decided to target only those businessmen. Brother Key, do you think the Russian automobile market is only this small? You can only sell 10,000 vehicles in a year. Feng Yu showed his index finger to Kirilenko. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu in surprise. 10,000 cars is still considered little? How many cars can you sell in China annually? Feng Yu sighed and asked. Brother Key, did you forget what your family is doing? Kirilenko paused for a second. What is my family doing? My father and brother are in the Russian army. Wait, my father was the overall in charge of the army's logistics, and he does the procurement of the military equipment. Kirilenko opened his eyes wide. Feng, are you telling me to sell your vehicles to our Russian army? Why not? But only your Songjiang Off-Roads model suits our army. I am talking about Songjiang Off-Roads, especially the diesel engine model. This model has a lot of power, durable, uses lesser fuel, and suits the cold environment. Also, we can help you paint the vehicles into army green color or camouflage paint. What do you think? Kirilenko was still not smart enough. Actually, Feng Yu felt that all the Songjiang models can be sold to the Russia army. It was just up to Kirilenko. This diesel engine off-road vehicle will not be popular in China. It was not because the Chinese do not like this technology, but it was because of the quality of diesel in China. China's diesel quality was the worst in Asia and cannot be compared to Europe. If the quality of diesel was not good, then the vehicle will consume more fuel, and there will be wear and tear. Furthermore, the acceleration of diesel vehicles was slower and loud. The sales of such vehicles will not be good. The most frustrating part was that many petrol stations in the cities do not have diesel. It was the villages that use more diesel due to the tractors. But for the family car market, the cities will be more popular. This was because the city's residents had more spending power. This diesel engine off-road model was specially designed for military use. The quality of diesel in Russia was excellent and could withstand the harsh and cold environment there. Russia had the most advanced diesel technologies in the world. Of course, if the Russian thinks the diesel engine model was not good enough, they have the option of choosing the petrol engine model. This model also uses the turbocharged technology, and the power will not lose to the diesel model. Kirilenko was thinking, if he could sell the vehicles to the army, then this could be a new revenue source for him. The number of cars sold will inevitably increase. But now, Kirilenko was not short of money. If he were to use his father's connection, will it affect him? What would others think about his father if he were to sell these vehicles to the army? But Kirilenko's father was not in charge of the logistics now. His influence in logistics was not as powerful as before. Kirilenko could give the one in charge now some benefits in exchange for selling these vehicles to the army. His father should not be affected much. Kirilenko was also tempted by the profits. If the Russian military were to purchase these vehicles, it would be more than 10,000 units. He had also received news that the army was considering replacing some equipment. Vehicles were one of the equipment in the list. If Kirilenko could become the military's vehicle supplier, his profit might be more than 100 million US dollars. 100 million US dollars of profits was really tempting to Kirilenko. Feng, can you guarantee that your vehicles have no problems? I cannot be 100% sure. All the automobile factories in the world cannot guarantee this. But you have checked the quality of our vehicles. I am confident that our vehicles will meet your military's requirements. Don't tell me you are not tempted by the profits from this deal. If the Russian army were to use Songjiang Motors vehicles, then would China's army will need to purchase foreign cars? Feng Yu could use this as an example to sell his off-road models to China's military. Feng, I need to consider about this. I will let you know about my decision later. No problem. Feng Yu smiled. He could see the dollars, symbols in Kirilenko's eyes. After sending Kirilenko and his team off, Feng Yu did not return to Beijing. He went to the aviation factory instead. Oh, Manager Feng, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in Beijing University now? Ho Haitao asked and smiled. It's been a while since I visited you, and I miss your tea. Feng Yu was cursing Ho Haitao for his pretenses. I was in Bing City for a few days. Don't pretend you do not know. These Russian cigarettes are given to me from my friend. Try it and see if the taste is different from our local cigarettes. Oh, thank you so much. Xiao-sun, use my best tea leaves to brew a cup of tea for Manager Feng. Ho Haitao kept quiet after giving instructions to his secretary. He smiled and looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu must have other motives when he gives him gifts. There are no free lunches in this world. There were a lot of such sayings since the olden days. Feng Yu cursed this wily old fox in his heart. Ho Haitao definitely knew Feng Yu needed something from him, but he just refuses to ask first. This was a challenge to see who was more patient. Feng Yu also kept quiet, and when his tea was served, he just quietly enjoys his tea. But when Feng Yu saw how Haitao lit a cigar, he knew he had lost this patient challenges. Since when did Ho Haitao smoke cigars? Where did this cigar come from? Bing City should not have any shops selling cigars. It will take at least half an hour to finish this damn cigar, and the smoke was unbearable. Ho Haitao looked at Feng Yu smugly and still asked, Manager Feng, do you want a cigar? This was given to me by a friend. Cough. Director Ho, I don't smoke. I hear that the aviation factory was converted back to a military installation recently. No, but our factory is now considered one of the military subsidiaries. We are still making products for the consumers. Ho Haitao was smiling when he said this. He was proud of this, and he should be getting his promotion next year. This was his dream. Ho Haitao could finally achieve his goal. He was going to be promoted to a general. Although he had been enjoying the benefits and welfare of a major general, he did not hold that rank. Now, he will become a real major general. Many people could not even be promoted to this rank in their lives. Ho Haitao did not expect he would get this chance at his age. He got to admit that Feng Yu had played a part in his promotion. Feng Yu had given the aviation factory an opportunity to make money, helped the factory to purchase China's first high-powered electric furnace, and bought many other aircraft technologies for them. All these helped the aviation factory become the most advanced aircraft manufacturer in China. Director Ho, does this mean you have some connections in the military? Feng Yu asked. Hua Haitao's hand, which was holding the cigar, shook and looked at Feng Yu cautiously. What does this brat want? Why was he asking about the military? Manager Feng, what do you want? Director Ho, why are you so nervous? I am a good citizen. You think I will do something terrible? I just wanted to know if you have strong connections in the military. Feng Yu smiled like a cunning fox. I do have some connections, but whether if the connections are strong or not will depend on what is it regarding. Just say what do you want. Ho Haitao was rejoicing secretly in his heart. He had not touched that carton of Russian cigarettes given to him by Feng Yu. He might need to ask Feng Yu to take back the cigarettes later. But even if he refused to help Feng Yu should not be taking back this cigarette. Ho Haitao is really interested to know how Russian cigarettes taste like. I remembered you are quite close to that General Shan who came to Bing City. What is he in charge of in the army? Feng Yu asked. Old Shan, what are you looking for him? Ho Haitao looked at Feng Yu suspiciously. Did this Feng Yu hear of Old Shan's recent promotion? Nothing much. I am just wondering if he can make decisions about the military procurement. Feng Yu rubbed his nose and said, Huh? Military procurement? Manager Feng, your business is successful enough. You should not think about doing business with our military. Ho Haitao shook his head. This Feng Yu wants to do business with the military? He was still not up to that level yet. Director Ho, what do you think I want to sell to our army? It should be your company's humidifiers, electric fans, etc. The military does not need all these things. They are soldiers and must be able to take hardships. Ho Haitao looked at Feng Yu. The military does not have enough budget to buy Feng Yu's products. Feng Yu was selling an electric fan for a few hundred RMB, and he knew clearly how much its actual cost was. In the past, when the aviation factory had a share of the profits, and Ho Haitao felt that the bladeless fans should be selling for so expensive. But after he could not get a share of the profits, he thought that Feng Yu was too evil for selling those fans at high prices. Who says I want to sell those things? Furthermore, I don't think that no one in the military uses my products. Feng Yu looked at Ho Haitao. Don't you have a humidifier in your office? Don't tell me those generals' offices in the military does not have humidifiers. Then what do you want to sell? Vehicles. Vehicles produced by the machinery company. Off-road vehicles. Ho Haitao frowned. Off-road vehicles? The army does need such vehicles. But he had no say in this. Manager Feng, you think too highly of me. If it is aircraft related, I might still be able to help you. You can also forget about old Shin. He will not help you. Ho Haitao was thinking in his heart. Do you even know old Shin? Why should he help you? Director Ho, we have known each other for quite some time. Did I ever cheat you? I also play a part for the aviation factory's success. Don't you agree? Ho Haitao showed a painful expression and said, Manager Feng, I really can't help much with this. Director Ho, who do you sell the aircraft manufactured by your factory to? Don't tell me you do not know the person in charge of the military purchase. Feng Yu asked unhappily. I do know him, but we are not selling our aircraft from our side. It is the military that places the order, and we manufacture. Ho Haitao explained. All the military orders in his factory were still based on the old practices during the planned economy era. Director Ho, help me get in touch with the person in charge. He can come over to take a look at my vehicles. I will give the aviation factory 1 million no matter whether if this deal goes through or not. Feng Yu showed one finger. The aviation factory now was not the same as it was in the past. 1 million renminbi was nothing to Ho Haitao now. Most importantly, he does not want this matter to affect his promotion. Manager Feng, I really cannot help you much. At most, I can help you pass a message. I can't ask that person to come over. 2 million. I only need to meet that person. I will persuade him myself. Feng Yu upped his offer. Only one meeting? I only need to meet and speak to him once. Fine. Come over before New Year's Day. There will be some top leaders from the Shun City military coming over. How are you going to give us the 2 million? Ho Haitao agreed. Damn, I had wasted an extra million. Do you still remember I had told you that the bladeless fan technology can be used to make hand dryers? This should not be difficult for your factory. Help me develop this product, and I will buy this technology with this 2 million. Deal. Feng Yu, where have you been these few days? You keep applying for leave. Do you still want to graduate? The school's counselor stared at Feng Yu. This student was too hard to manage. Teacher, I did not forget my studies. I could catch up with all my classes. Furthermore, I do have something important to do. I had gone back to help the school get more research funds. Feng Yu used his usual trick. I had gone back to get funding for the university. You dare to penalize me for that? If I were to get punished, those professors who were waiting for my funds would drown you with their saliva. You use the same excuse every time. You can forget about getting a good testimonial this year. Feng Yu shrugged his shoulders. Who cares about the testimonial? Testimonials were only used to apply for scholarships and jobs. There were no other uses. Do you think I care about getting scholarships and a good job after I graduate? Huh. The counselor saw Feng Yu's can't-be-bothered attitude and got more furious. You will only get a pass for my elective classes this year. A pass was good enough. What else does he want? Good grades? You have not heard of the saying, celebrate at 60? Fine. Maybe there was no such saying in Beijing University now. But Feng Yu felt that those subjects that he will be using in the future, he will work hard. A pass would be sufficient for the other subjects. Feng Yu saw no one was around and took out a book he had prepared from his bag. This book could not be bought in China. Teacher, I heard that you are looking for this book. One of my friends just happens to give me this book. I do not understand it, so you can have it. How much is this book? The counselor starts to dig his pockets. But after digging for some time, he did not take out any money. He could only find some meal tickets. It was not that he does not want to pay Feng Yu. It was because his wife was controlling his expenses. She knew that if he had some money, he would spend it all on books. I have no use for this. How can I still collect money from you? This is not right. The counselor replied, but he was still holding on to the book tightly. He had been looking for this book for a long time. He does not know where Feng Yu got this book from. Never mind. Books should be in the hands of those that appreciate them. If there is nothing else, I will go back. I still have lessons this afternoon. Feng Yu walked out of the office. Who says the teachers at Beijing University does not receive gifts? No matter how noble and virtuous one person was, he will still have his weakness. All you need to do is to find it. This was also the reason why Feng Yu dares to take leave so often and was not worried about not passing. Feng Yu had only attended one day of lessons, and it was the weekend. Feng Yu brought the Bing City's specialties with him to Beijing Teaching University. Tian Lei also hopped on for a lift over. Feng Yu was also willing to give him a lift, as there will be someone chatting with him while he drives. Tian Lei also did not make any requests from him and would just leave once they reached their destination. Tian Lei was a smoker, but he knows Feng Yu does not smoke, and he had never smoked in Feng Yu's car. Feng Yu was very appreciative of his actions. At Beijing Teaching University, Feng Yu parked his car. Are you going back this afternoon? Yes. Fine. I will be going back this afternoon at about 2 p.m. If you are also going back at that time, I can give you a lift. Feng Yu said. Then you will be free this afternoon? That's great. I need your help this afternoon. Tian Lei was overjoyed. Li Na and her roommate Qingqing came out of their hostel together. They said some greetings, and both couples went off in different directions. I have brought some red sausages back from Bing City. I will pass to you later. Feng Yu said, while tucking Li Na's hair behind her ears. Li Na smiled sweetly. She had only mentioned this casually the last time they met, and Feng Yu really went all his way to get the sausages for her. She felt blissful. You should be tired these few days. Didn't you say that you will be hiring some people to help you? Have you hired anyone? Li Na asked. I had asked someone to help me keep a lookout. There is no hurry. Feng Yu was not too anxious. The person he hires must have the capabilities and experiences. Hiring someone mediocre was useless. Feng Yu had many staffs, but Kamita Masao was the best. He had experiences in management and knows a few foreign languages. He had managed his company well. Kamita Masao had already increased Feng Yu's investment by several folds. Feng Yu had never expected Kamita Masao to be so capable. He was now Japan's largest sex dolls manufacturer. Maybe he might even be the world's largest sex dolls manufacturer. The rest of his products were selling well too. Feng Yu had only mentioned something casually, and Kamita Masao continued to develop new products along that line of thoughts. Now, his company had developed lots of products, and all of them were selling well. The Sixth Sense Company was not only famous in Japan, it was also well known in many Southeast Asia countries. Maybe it will not even take 10 years for Sixth Sense Company to become the sex toys industry leader with the way it was developing now. A few days ago, Kamita Masao had called Feng Yu to report his progress. Feng Yu had wanted to ask Kamita Masao to help him manage his companies, but he thought for a while and changed his mind. Firstly, it was Kamita Masao's dream to sell sex toys. This can be considered his family business. Furthermore, Feng Yu does not know if Kamita Masao could manage other products that were not related to the sex toys industry. Also, Kamita Masao was a Japanese. If Feng Yu were to let him handle his companies, his father would surely give Feng Yu a beating. Luckily, Feng Yu had sought the help of Fu Guangjing to look for someone capable from the state-owned enterprises and government agencies. Feng Yu got to admit that most of the competent people in China during this era were working for the government. A few of them were working for the state-owned enterprises, and some were working overseas. A handful of them started their own businesses. Other than these four classes of people, where are the rest of the elites? The rest of the people cannot be considered as elites, as they can't even sell themselves. They can only be regarded as someone with a bit of capability. Oh, you will be participating in a performance for your school's New Year's Day celebrations. How is your preparation? The preparation is doing fine. Although sign language is hard to learn, we are only learning a few signs. So, it is not that difficult. Li Na said excitedly. Li Na and two other roommates from her dormitory will be performing The Little Tigers. They will not only be singing the song, but they will also be performing a sign language dance. One of the performers was Qingqing. Feng Yu knew why Tian Lei will be going back early today. The both of them strolled around the school's campus and had lunch in a small restaurant. They walked back to Feng Yu's car, and Feng Yu helped Li Na carry the Bing City specialties to her dormitory and then sent her for her rehearsals. Qingqing and the other girl had arrived. Feng Yu watched their practice for a while before leaving. Lao Si, can you accompany me to the mall this afternoon? The mall which we passed by early. You are doing trading, so you should know about the cost prices of many goods. Can you help me bargain? Tian Lei asked. No problem. Feng Yu agreed. He had never tried bargaining before. Here? When did this mall open? Feng Yu parked his car along the roadside, attracting the stares of many people. It was not because these people recognized the brand of his car, but it was because everybody in that era envied those who could afford a car. Feng Yu raised his head up and looked at the mall. It seemed big and was a modernized integrated mall. But in this era, most of the malls were integrated malls. It was rare to see malls selling only a particular type of products. It is not this mall. We are going to the shop at the back. Tian Lei alighted from the car and brought Feng Yu to a nearby street. Gome Electronics. Feng Yu opened his eyes wide. There were U.S. products in China now? That means Huang Guanyu had started his retail chain? Feng Yu had still wanted to use Wind and Rain Electronics to set up a chain of electrical appliances retail shops next year. But now he was too late. Let's go in. Why are you standing at the entrance? Tian Lei gave Feng Yu a push. Why was he in a daze? Oh, let's go in and take a look. Welcome. A group of salesgirls warmly welcomed them the moment they entered the shop, and one of them walked over. The rest continued to stand at the entrance waiting for customers. Wow, Huang Guanyu really knows about customer service. Although the staffs at the shop did not give the customers a feels-like-home feeling, but they do make the customers feel welcomed. If those salesgirls could greet in unison, "Welcome, sir." It will feel better. Where are the Walkmans? Please follow me. This is the counter for Walkman. If you have any questions, you can ask our counter staffs. I hope you will enjoy your time shopping here. The salesgirl brought them to a counter and then walked back to the entrance. Feng Yu discovered that all the staffs in this shop were smiling, and it seems that they had received specialized training on customer service. Huang Guanyu was really capable. No wonder he became a billionaire at such a young age in Feng Yu's previous life. Let me take a look at that Aiwa Walkman. Tian Lei pointed to the newest model of Aiwa Walkman. Huh, Tian Lei wanted to buy Walkman? I thought you seldom listen to music? Feng Yu asked curiously. I am buying for Qingqing. She can use it to learn English. Tian Lei smiled. Dang, this Tian Lei was willing to spend to please his girlfriend. This Walkman model was the latest model, and it was much smaller than the older models. This was the first of the Super Slim series. The price tag for this Walkman was equivalent to an average person's 1-month salary. Lao Si, come and try it. How is the sound quality? Tian Lei passed the earphones to Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at Tian Lei. Do you even need high sound quality to learn English? The sound quality is good, but it is not considered the best. At most, it is above average. The selling point for this model is the size. It is small and could be easily carried around. The exterior casing is made from metal, and it is more durable. The minus points of this model are the lack of LCD display and use more battery. Feng Yu casually pointed out the pros and cons of this model. Not only Tian Lei, but even the counter staff was also shocked. This young man was too professional. He also owns one of this model. Sir, your friend is right. But he did not mention one thing. This Walkman is Aiwa's latest model, and Aiwa is the world's largest Walkman company. There is also a 3-month warranty. If there are any problems with the Walkman within 7 days of purchase, we can do a 1-for-1 exchange. This after-sales service would attract those customers who had doubts. This was an expensive item and customers would be afraid if the product were faulty. But this was the Aiwa brand, and there should not be any problems with the quality. Can this be cheaper? Tian Lei asked. Sir, ours is fixed price, and our prices are already lower than other shops. You can check out the other shops first. I cannot give any discount, but I can give you tow batteries as free gifts. All purchases will come with free batteries. This was the rule set by Huang Guanyu. But coming from the counter staff, the customers will feel that they had gotten a fantastic deal. Tian Lei looked at Feng Yu, and Feng Yu whispered to him, This price should be the cheapest in the whole city. I know the distributor of Aiwa Walkman. If you can wait for a few days, I will help you buy this model from him. You will be able to save about 20 renminbi more. Gome Electronics prices were already very low. It was because they ordered in large quantity from Beijing's distributor. Although the distributor will get a cut, Gome Electronics' cost was lower than others. Even if they maintain the same profit margin as others, their retail prices will still be the lowest. Tian Lei looked at Feng Yu surprised. Feng Yu knew I was distributor? But after some considerations, he decided not to wait. He had promised Qingqing that he will give her a Walkman tomorrow. If he waited for 2 days, he would have broken his promise. Feng Yu had also thought of giving Tian Lei a Walkman. But if he gave Tian Lei a Walkman, he would have to give to the rest of his dormitory friends one each. Then what about the rest of his classmates? Feng Yu decided not to give out Walkman to his friends. This was because no matter how many Walkman he gave out, someone will be unhappy and speak ill of him. Furthermore, Tian Lei's family was considered well-to-do. He has a sister who works in Guangdong, and her job pays her highly. Feng Yu also could not call the Beijing distributor and ask him to deliver a Walkman to him. Tian Lei paid for the Walkman, and they left. Feng Yu turned back and looked at this shop. He thought if he should look for Huang Guanyu to see if he could invest in him. It was time for Taihua Trading's distributors to sign next year's contract with Taihua Trading. Feng Yu could single out GOM Electronics and let them be one of the distributors. The rest of the distributors still have the motorcycles and vehicles contracts, so they should not be affected much. Feng Yu only needs to deal with the Beijing distributor. GOM Electronics shops were mainly located in Beijing. Feng Yu thought that Tian Lei will leave after buying the Walkman. But Tian Lei dragged Feng Yu towards another street. What else do you want to buy? Feng Yu looked at Tian Lei. Tian Lei should not have too much money left. What else does he want to buy? I am not buying. I just want to take a look. The weather is getting colder. I will decide if I want to buy after Lunar New Year. What product was Tian Lei talking about? What has it got to do with the cold weather? Feng Yu raised his head and saw the signage. Songjiang Motorcycles, authorized seller. Tian Lei wants to buy motorcycles? Are the both of you looking for motorcycles? Come in and look. Our Songjiang motorcycles are the best-selling motorcycles in China. Look at this exterior design. You will surely feel good when you ride it. Current. There are two models, Songjiang First Generation. You can also call it Songjiang 125. The other model is Songjiang Second Generation, also known as Songjiang 100. I will recommend you this Songjiang 100 model. The speed is only slightly slower, but it is cheaper by a few thousand. The shop owner starts to introduce the motorcycles when he saw customers going into the shop. Feng Yu looked at Tian Lei and asked, "You like this brand?" "Of course. Look at how beautiful this Songjiang motorcycle is. I heard that the suspensions are the best in China." Tian Lei was already drooling when he looked at those motorcycles. "You are absolutely right. Songjiang motorcycles suspensions use the technologies from the former Soviet Union. It is the most advanced suspension in the world," the shop owner said. Feng Yu rubbed his nose. Did Tian Lei find out about my business? How come all the product he was looking at today belongs to me? You sure you want to buy this brand of motorcycles? Feng Yu asked Tian Lei again. I am not buying now, but I might buy one Songjiang motorcycle before May next year. What's wrong? Feng Yu moved closer to Tian Lei and said softly, My company is selling for this brand. Notes. Huang Guanyu is a self-made Chinese billionaire who was jailed by the Chinese government. You can read about him in the links below and decide for yourselves. This is sold by your company? Tian Lei's jaws dropped. He knew that Feng Yu had a lot of business, but he had never expected his business to be so big. This Songjiang motorcycle had gotten a national award for the most popular brand last year. The shop owner had also mentioned that this brand was China's top-selling motorcycle. This motorcycle is sold by Feng Yu's company? When Tian Lei thought back about Feng Yu mentioning he knew the Iwa's distributor, something comes to his mind. Could Iwa Walkman also belong to Feng Yu's company? But Tian Lei did not ask Feng Yu. After all, he had already bought the Walkman. Fine. Lao Si. Then I will let you know before I buy the motorcycle next year. You must give me a discount. No problem. I will let the distributor know and sell you at cost price. A Songjiang 100 motorcycle cost was about 5,000 renminbi, and the retail price was slightly more than 10,000 renminbi. The next day, Tian Lei went to look for Qingqing to pass her the Walkman. Feng Yu also called Li Na to inform her that he will be going over to the association to take a look. The results for this year's awards was out. Last year's award ceremony was popular with the audiences. This year's ceremony must also be a success. Feng Yu was glad that this year, no companies created trouble. Many people knew that this association had strong backings. Old Li, bring me the information on the Little Swan Company. It is on your table. Where is the information on Lu Bai Company? Who took it away? It was here moments ago. It had dropped onto the floor. Be careful not to step on it. When Feng Yu arrived at the association, it was in a mess. Last year, Feng Yu had given out the awards to the influential brands he remembered from his previous life and the companies he was close with. But this year, he cannot do this again. Although in China, there was an unusual situation which was companies could get awards year after year at the provincial level. This was because the local government had given special treatment to those companies. This also showed that these provinces' economies were not performing well. If it was, why were there no other companies getting awards? Li Mingde had also asked Feng Yu if they should also do the same thing. Feng Yu had a say in the association, and the machinery company's products could get awards year after year too. Feng Yu thought for a while. It was impossible for the same product to get awards year after year. But there should not be a problem for different products from the same company to get the awards. This year, Feng Yu decided to showcase Songjiang Motors vehicles. He must let everyone believe that Songjiang Motors vehicles' quality and technologies were the best in China. If not, how can he get a national award? There was still the Wind and Rain VCD player. The sales for this VCD player had not reached Feng Yu's expectation. He must make use of this opportunity to market this product to everybody and let them know that this was China's consumer electronics' most advanced product. As for the rest of the awards, Feng Yu did not interfere. He let the rest of the people at the association handle that. Feng Yu would just make sure that the award winners and nominees really had the capabilities. Those companies that were related to the judges must also show their capabilities and results before they can qualify for the award. If not, those companies could only get a nominee for the individual award at most. This year, Taihua Food Agriculture Products was not even nominated. Feng Yu had tried his best to be fair to the rest of the companies. Of course, Taihua Agriculture Products will most likely be China's top animal feed and pork supplier next year with the rate it was growing. Now, Tianpeng Pig Farm had expanded into Chengdu region, China's traditional pig-rearing stronghold. Also, last year's countrywide crackdown on imitation Tianpeng pork had made Tianpeng Pig Farm famous. Zhang Ming's business strategies were well planned. Now, Taihua Agriculture Products wholly owned 6 pig farms. All these pig farms were modern pig farms and had become the industry's benchmark. Taihua Agriculture Products also had shares in more than 10 pig farms. Taihua Agriculture Products had used Tianpeng brand name to invest in these farms. These farms used Tianpeng Pig Farm's feeding system and used Taihua brand of animal feed. Taihua Agriculture Products also owns 7 animal feed factories. The animal feeds were sold all over China. Zhang Ming had also forced a few small factories who were producing imitation Taihua animal feeds to stop their production. Feng Yu was really pleased with his abilities. Zhang Ming did not go all out on those small factories. He only stops them from using Tianpeng's brand. How dare you use our brand name? If our Tianpeng pigs were not selling well, will you still name your animal feeds as Taihua's animal feed? Our Tianpeng pigs were not fed with your animal feeds. You had added so many additives in your animal feeds. How could your pork taste good? From these incidents, Feng Yu knew that he had made the right decision to appoint Zhang Ming as the general manager. This Zhang Ming was really worth the high price paid by Feng Yu. But this year, Zhang Ming's investment was slightly higher and had taken quite a lot of loans. But Feng Yu does not mind. It was the end results that matter. From next year onwards, those pig farms will be able to grow rapidly, and Zhang Ming had told Feng Yu that he decided to manufacture Chinese ham. Feng Yu agreed. Next year will be the fall of Chengdu's Jinhua ham. This was an opportunity to get the Jinhua ham market share. Tianpeng pigs and Taihua animal feed will surely get awards next year. What is this company? From one look, you can tell that this is a shell company. How can this company get an award? Feng Yu struck off this company from a list and picked another company from the nominees to be the winner of the state-owned enterprise category. Who is this person that invented a new way of making salted vegetables? He still wants to win an award for this? Feng Yu looked through the list of nominees and saw the names of some individuals from Jianlibo, Lobai Chengdu Ham, and other companies. Feng Yu thought for a while. Chengdu Ham will be in trouble next year, and if he were to let Chengdu Ham win any awards now, it would be bad for the association's reputation. Bai Lu Shi and Liaha were competitors. Although their yogurt drinks taste good, Feng Yu cannot let them win the award. They can be considered lucky to be one of the nominees. This was Feng Yu's way of being fair to them. In the end, Feng Yu draw a tick beside Jianlibo. This food category individual award will be given to the one who developed the recipe of Jianlibo. Feng Yu knew that no one would dispute this. Jianlibo was exported and sold in many countries. They were also known as China's magic water. Feng Yu checked through all the winners and nominees for the awards and then passed back the list to the association staff. Pass this list to the leaders and also to CCTV. Tell CCTV to prepare the performances based on the winners. Mr. Feng, why did you strike this person off the list? Feng Yu looked at the list. Damn, it's the one who sells salted vegetables. Does he have a strong background? Cannot be. If he had someone backing him, why would he still need to sell salted vegetables? What's wrong with giving this award to Gianlibo? If the person who invented the formula of Gianlibo could not get this award, why should that person win this award? Have you tasted his salted vegetables? Mr. Feng, this is a brand from Zhejiang region. It is selling very well in the south, and the new deputy head of the award judging committee is from Zhejiang. Damn, we need to curry favor. Do you think the leader will be proud to see someone selling salted vegetables winning this award? Last year, Hangzhou's Liaha had won this award, and next year, I promised to let a company from Zhejiang win. That's settled. If the leader disagrees, ask him to call me. Feng Yu does not believe those judges, which consist of retired leaders and industry's experts, will disagree with him. He had given each of them allowances for being the judges for this award. Feng Yu wanted to reprimand this staff. Even if he wants to fix this award, he should at least get the right candidate. How can someone who sells salted vegetables win this award? How much profit can he generate from something that costs 20 cents for a big bag? But before Feng Yu could start his lecture, his handphone rang. Feng Yu answered, and Li Mingda's excited voice could be heard over the phone. Manager Feng, come back now. The chief architect will be visiting our machinery company tomorrow. Feng Yu almost dropped his handphone. What? That leader is coming to visit our machinery company? He confirmed this news with Li Mingda again and immediately drove to the airport. On his way, he called Tian Lei to help him apply leave from the school. By the time he reaches Bing City, it was already midnight. Li Mingda had come over to the airport to fetch him. Li Mingda's eyes were bloodshot. Although Li Mingda was very tired, Feng Yu could tell that he was very excited. Old Li, why is this so sudden? You know why is that leader visiting our company? What does he want to see? I was also informed by the city government. It seems that this was the leader's sudden decision. There are no details. I had asked the night shift workers to clean up the place. Tomorrow, the production will carry on as usual, and we must show the leader our company's spirit. Stop production because of the leader's visit? Only fools will do that. This leader likes to see his people working hard. Li Mingda discussed with Feng Yu if they should arrange for Wu Jigang to put up a show of him making orders in front of the leader. This was to show the leader how popular their products were. Feng Yu thought for a minute and shook his head. Taihua Trading was the main distributor for the motorcycles and vehicles. Feng Yu was still thinking of telling the leader about his difficulties of selling these products. As for the agriculture machines, it had nothing to do with Taihua Trading. There was no need to put up a show for the leader. Feng Yu still said that they should not have any welcoming ceremony. Only a few management staffs will welcome the leader. Also, don't roll out the red carpet. The leader does not like such things. The company can hang a few banners, but the slogans on the banners must not be those "work hard to be the first" type of old-school slogans. If we were going to hang banners, then our slogans must be something related to us. Like, technology is the #1 productivity, breaking the barriers, embrace creativity, and keep both feet on the ground and not chase fame. Be fair and honest for a good reputation. All these banners should be placed at suitable locations in the factory. Don't hang outside the factory. Feng Yu arrived at the machinery company. It had been snowing for the past 2 days, and the courtyard was brightly lit. A few people were clearing the snow. Actually, Feng Yu felt that there was no need to remove the snow. But since they had already cleared almost half the courtyard, it would look weird if they were to stop now. Can Manager Fu come tomorrow? Yes. I had informed Manager Fu this afternoon. He said that he will surely be here on time. We will be meeting the chief architect. Even if Manager Fu is from Hong Kong, he must also feel honored to get to meet this great leader. Feng Yu nodded. This was true. The chief architect had greater influence and reputation in Hong Kong than the founding father. Manager Feng, are we going to light firecrackers tomorrow? Li Mingda asked. Feng Yu stared at him. There will be smoke everywhere, and it will be troublesome to clean up. Are all the data and figures ready? We have prepared everything. You can take a look first. I had memorized everything. Li Mingda pointed to his head. Although Feng Yu felt that Li Mingda had many shortcomings, Li Mingda could manage the company well and kept everything under his control. Feng Yu was impressed with his ability. Good. You should rest early too. If you appear listless and tired in front of the leader, it will affect our company's image. Don't you have a deputy that is on duty? Deputy Manager Zhao went to the automobile branch factory. He thinks that the leader will surely visit the automobile factory. Feng Yu waved his hand and asked Li Mingda to go rest. Feng Yu will just rest in the office. He still needs to memorize all the company's information and data slash. Early in the morning, Feng Yu's sleep was disturbed by someone knocking on his door. He looked at his watch, and it was 6 a.m. Damn. Even if the chief architect was coming, he should not be coming over so early in the morning. No matter what, he will still need to have a meeting at the provincial government and then come over in the afternoon. Feng Yu opened the door, and it was Fu Guangjing with messy hair. Brother Feng, how come you can still sleep? You are here? After you mention this, I really feel a bit hungry. Then let's have some breakfast and continue to sleep after that. Feng Yu rubbed his eyes and yawned. Fu Guangjing, why was Feng Yu so relaxed? Did I come here to ask you for breakfast? But after breakfast, Feng Yu did not have the chance to go back to sleep. Li Mingda had found out that the private plane had landed in Bing City at 7 a.m. The city government had called to ask the machinery company to be on standby. Since Feng Yu could not go back to sleep, he went to the production area. The main factory production area was manufacturing agriculture machinery, and Feng Yu was not familiar with these. He only looked for the supervisor and reminded him that his priority today was safety. There can be absolutely no accidents today. Even when the workers see the leader, they should ignore him and carry on with their work. If the workers were too excited to carry on with their duties, then stop the production temporarily to prevent any accidents from happening. The leader's mood would be dampened if there were any accidents during his visit. He will not have a good impression of the company and might even think that the managers had ignored the safety of the workers. At 9:30 a.m., Li Mingda's secretary came rushing into Feng Yu's office and shouted to the people inside. They are on the way and will arrive in 20 minutes. Li Mingda jumped up from the sofa and said, "Inform the security to be alert and check if the company is clean. Have you informed the branch factory and the rest of the supervisors? Tell them to be ready. I have arranged people to inform them." The secretary replied. "Old Li, why are you so nervous? Sit down." Feng Yu said calmly, but his hand which was holding the teacup was shaking. This was the chief architect. Feng Yu had only seen him on TV in his previous life. This time, he could finally meet him, and maybe he might even get the chance to shake his hand. After a while, all of them went to the entrance to welcome the convoy. They did not wait for too long and saw a car stopping at the entrance. A man alighted from the vehicle and told them to wait for a while. In a few minutes, dozens of vehicles entered the factory area, and one of the vehicles stopped at the entrance of the office building. The driver alighted and opened the rear passenger door. The person who alighted from the vehicle was the chief architect. The other person who alighted from the other side was the provincial governor. Two people also alighted from the second car. Feng Yu opened his eyes wide. Iron Fist Zhu was also here. Oh yes, Iron Fist Zhu should be the vice premier of the State Council and was also in charge of China's overall production, finance, and trade ministries. Someone started clapping, and Feng Yu also followed. The chief architect stretched out his arm. "You must be the major shareholder of this machinery company, Feng Yu, right?" Feng Yu immediately stretched out both his hands to shake his hand. The chief architect had a firm grip. Feng Yu never expected the chief architect to know his name. "Good morning, leader. Please call me Xiao Feng." "Ha ha ha ha. Xiao Feng, you have done well. All of you have done well." The chief architect patted Feng Yu's shoulder. Feng Yu was overjoyed. The chief architect had praised him and even patted his shoulder. "Stop standing here. Let's go for a walk in your factory. We can talk while walking." Li Mingda immediately rushes forward to show the way and show his presence at the same time. "Leader, this way please." At the agriculture machinery production workshop, the production lines were in full operations. All the workers were concentrating on their work. The chief architect was very pleased with what he saw. This company did not arrange for those useless welcoming ceremony. "Very good. I heard that your company's agriculture machinery is the most advanced in China and had already reached international standards?" "That's right. Currently, our tractors, seeding, and some other machines had reached international standards. But our harvesters and rice transplanters still needs improvement to reach that standard. We are trying to catch up with the rest of the world." Feng Yu replied cautiously. The chief architect nodded. This young man was not too modest and not boastful. He only speaks the truth. "Very good." This company's banners had interesting slogans. "Technology is the #1 productivity" was something he had said before. But the other slogan was something new. "Keep both feet on the ground and not chase fame. Be fair and honest for a good reputation." This slogan will remind the workers to focus on their work and not to be overambitious. Iron Fist Zhu also nodded when he saw the banners. All the government workers should also be like this. The chief architect stopped and said, "These slogans are very interesting." Li Mingde replied loudly, "All our workers must keep these slogans in mind and had to abide by them. The party members are leading the rest of the workers by setting examples. Isn't this company a private enterprise? Why are there party members?" The chief architect asked. He knew that many private enterprises were not willing to keep party members in their companies, especially for those Hong Kong companies and foreign enterprises. "We are a joint venture enterprise, and there are many party members in the company. So, we keep the party branch. Actually, the department that has the most authority is our union. Our union has a rule. If 2/3 of the workers think that I am not qualified to lead them, I will be removed from my position by the shareholders." Li Mingde explained. Workers' union can sack the general manager? This is something new. Who is the one who came out with this rule? I feel that the general manager must have the ability to lead the whole company towards the right direction. This is also the reason why many MNC can succeed. We can learn and use this method too. Feng Yu said, if 2/3 of the workers want to sack the general manager, that means this general manager had failed in his duties and was incapable. He should be sacked. Anyway, the shareholders were not affected. Iron Fist Zhu, who was standing behind the chief architect, looked at Feng Yu with interest. With Feng Yu's age and could set up such a successful company, no wonder he has such thinking. Interesting. After touring the main production area, the chief architect went to visit the motorcycle factory. At the motorcycle factory, the chief architect saw the assembly of the motorcycles. Every motorcycle was tested by at least 2 people. The workers even checked every single screw. The chief architect was very pleased to see the workers working so seriously. Your motorcycle production lines are also from the former Soviet Union? Yes, but we have modified it to suit our people. We are also exporting some of our motorcycles to Russia. We are planning to export our motorcycles to Taiwan next year. The chief architect asked with interest. Our motorcycles are already better than Taiwanese motorcycles. Taiwan's motorcycle industry was more developed than China, as it had started much earlier. Our suspensions, headlights, and exterior designs are better than them, but they are still better regarding fuel efficiency and the weight of the motorcycles. We are currently also developing smaller cc motorcycles. Feng Yu explained. Good. The chief architect nodded. The chief architect did not mention which part of the motorcycle was good. After his visit to the motorcycle factory, the chief architect still wants to visit the automobile factory. The provincial governor and the rest of the official persuaded him to take a rest first. He can visit the automobile factory later in the afternoon. The chief architect insisted and waved his hand. No need. I want to see the vehicles as produced by our China's biggest private automobile manufacturer. The provincial governor saw the chief architect's insistence, and he was delighted. It seems he was right to help the machinery company to get the paperwork done and give them subsidy. Xiaofeng, sit in our car with us. The chief architect waved to Feng Yu. Sit together with the chief architect in the same car? In the car, Feng Yu sat in the middle of the rear passenger seat. Both his arms were in between his leg, trying to make himself smaller. He was afraid he would take up too much space, and the chief architect will feel the squeeze. It was also not good for the provincial governor to feel squeezy too. Xiaofeng, I saw an article on this some time back. The article is criticizing the joint venture vehicles and said that it is doing more harm than good to China. What are your views on this? Feng Yu starts to sweat. How would I know the author would write such things? This joint venture vehicle was suggested by the chief architect to increase the competitiveness of China's backward automobile manufacturer. But this author had criticized this and claimed that this was harming the industry. Was this chief architect here to get even with me? But it can't be. If he wants to get even with me, why would he still visit the machinery company? He must be interested in my views. Many of the things mentioned in that article had come from me. If this was a few years back, this joint venture was the fastest way to improve our automobile manufacturers' technologies. Everybody had no choice but to partner with foreign MNC. However, I think joint venture had done more harm than good for this industry. Why is the difference between the selling price and the cost price for a car so wide? The most valuable thing in a car is the technology. Our country has many talents, but because we started off later than the rest of the world and we lack the development funds, We are unable to develop fast. Joint ventures was the fastest way for us to get the technologies we need, but the length of the joint ventures are too long, and our skills will still be behind the developed countries. From what I know, Toyota has set up 2 R&D centers in China. The technologies they are developing are not the core technologies. On the surface, they seem to be helping us to develop our technologies. But in reality, they are taking advantage of our low-cost technicians to do research for them. Did these centers develop any talents? Yes, but where are they? They had resigned and went to work in Japan for higher salaries. The biggest problem with joint venture is the issue of branding. Why does those foreign MNC insist the joint venture vehicles use their brands at the expenses of even giving up part of their profits? It is because 10 or 20 years later, their brands will become part of the consumers. Even if we stop working with them, those foreign brands had already entered the Chinese market. This is the reason why we must protect our own brand and increase the scale of our automobile manufacturers. Our machinery company had spent a lot to hire the top automobile engineers from Russia and Germany. At the same time, we are also training our own engineers. This way, we can prevent those developed countries from monopolizing technologies and selling us obsoleted technologies from their countries, because we are able to develop more advanced technologies ourselves. You are saying that your technologies are better than the overseas technologies at First Automobile Works? We are better in certain aspects, and in some areas, we are about the same. But overall, our vehicles will not lose to those joint ventured vehicles. Also, the current government policies are helping those joint venture factories. The reason why we want to start our own automobile factory is that we do not wish to see our China automobile brand disappear from the roads. We do not want to see only foreign brands' cars on the streets in China. The chief architect closed his eyes and leaned back. He was thinking about what Feng Yu said in that article. Joint ventures cannot carry on. Those automobile manufacturers who were still thinking about partnering with foreign MNC should wake up. How come a private company could develop its own vehicles and those state-owned enterprises can't? Even after the country had invested so much money in these state-owned enterprises, they still lacked in technologies? Was this the engineer's problem or the management? Although Feng Yu had viewed this issue from several perspectives, this issue involves many areas where Feng Yu does not understand. However, what Feng Yu said was right, especially the problem of brands. Seems like he had to look into this issue and think about the direction of the Chinese automobile manufacturing industry. Sir, we have arrived at the automobile branch factory. The officer in the front passenger seat turned and said, "Let's go and see the performance of this Songjiang motor vehicles." Feng Yu stood beside the chief architect to explain about the facilities in the factory. This was the opportunity to show off his talents. But Feng Yu only know what those facilities were for. He does not know about the technical details. Why are they assembling that car by hand? You had told me earlier that your factory's production uses production lines. Feng Yu was also surprised. Assembling by hand were only for the prototypes and samples. Was there a new model? How come I am not aware of it? Li Mingda stepped forward and answered, "Leader, this car uses the best technologies in our factory, and after we had assembled it, we will be giving it to the government as a New Year gift." Oh, best technologies? Let's go over there for a look. This had sparked the chief architect's interest. Feng Yu remembered that this was mentioned in one of the documents he read yesterday, and Li Mingda had told him. But he had forgotten. 2 8th-grade mechanics were working on the car when they noticed a group of people approaching them. One of them scolded impatiently, "You are blocking the light. Didn't I said that no one should come close when we are working?" Li Mingda frowned. "Who the hell are you shouting at?" Li Mingda turned and explained embarrassedly, "This is our factory's most skilled mechanic, Mr. Liu, 8th-grade workers." But his temper is a bit impatient. Li Mingda turned back to Mr. Liu and said in a softer voice, "Old Liu, shut up. Stop working first." Mr. Liu looked up and saw it was Li Mingda. He stopped working reluctantly and realized that there were a lot of people looking at him. "This, the chief architect?" "Sir." "Leader." Mr. Liu stretched out both hands to shake the chief architect's hand. Li Mingda's eyes opened wide. "The gloves you are wearing is covered with oil. How can you shake his hand?" He immediately pushes Mr. Liu's hands away and stared at him. The other mechanic was standing there in a daze. The chief architect does not mind the oil on Mr. Liu's gloves. He had participated in wars when he was younger. Why would he be bothered with some machine oil? The branch factory's director immediately passed a pair of new work gloves to the chief architect and two other pairs to Mr. Liu and the other mechanic. This was the production floor of the factory. It's normal for people to wear gloves. The both of you had worked hard. This car uses the best technologies in the factory. Of course, these technologies might not be the best in the world, but it is definitely the best in China. Over there are two Russians who had attended Germany's car exhibition 2 years ago. They said that our technologies had caught up with the technologies of the European cars then. Mr. Liu said proudly. Iron Fist Zhu suddenly asked, how much is the cost of this vehicle? Can this be mass-produced? The cost is about 1 million. Mass production? It should not be possible for the time being. This car is too expensive. Not a lot of people can afford. Li Mingde explained. What is the cost of those foreign cars with similar specs? About 300,000 to 400,000 renminbi. Li Mingde replied. Iron Fist Zhu shook his head. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. There was still a significant difference in their production technologies with overseas manufacturers. Their cost was only 300,000 to 400,000, and your cost is about 1 million. How can you compete? Feng Yu was also helpless. There was nothing he could do. Although he had invested a lot into R&D, these cannot be changed overnight. At least, the machinery company had achieved something the other Chinese automobile manufacturers could not. Feng Yu was confident that he would catch up with the rest of the world. The cars you manufactured should not be cheap. How are the sales? We had just started selling recently. We do not have many sales yet, but we had already contacted a businessman from Russia. Most of our cars will be exported overseas. Export? Our cars can be exported. The chief architect was surprised. Chinese cars can be exported? The prices and quality of our cars suit the Russian market. Of course, we can export to Russia. Mayor Zhang had also met that Russian businessman. Feng Yu mentioned Zhang Ruiqiang. Zhang Ruiqiang nodded. I had met that Russian businessman, and he had signed an agreement with the machinery company to confirm their purchasing prices. He will send in his order after the new year. Good, good, good. The chief architect said. I believe the Songjiang Motors vehicles produced by the machinery company is the best in China. What difficulties is your company facing? Tell me. I will help you. Zhang Ruiqiang immediately pulled Feng Yu back. He knew Feng Yu's character. Feng Yu would dare to make all sorts of requests. Feng Yu kept quiet, but it was Fu Guangjing that spoke. Our machinery company should get the same government subsidies like those joint-ventured manufacturers. Feng Yu had discussed with Fu Guangjing and Li Mingde. Fu Guangjing's status as a Hong Konger was useful. He was the most suitable person to make this request. Furthermore, his surname was Fu, one of the influential family in Hong Kong and even Asia. The chief architect turned and looked at Fu Guangjing. You must be Xiao Fu from Hong Kong? When I visited Hong Kong a few years back, I had met your eldest uncle. How is he now? The identities and backgrounds of Feng Yu and the rest of them had been investigated by the chief architect's men. Thank you, leader, for asking. My uncle is in good health, but he has been grumbling about Hong Kong should return to our motherland earlier. Ha ha. Tell him that I will treat him to Peking duck when he visits Beijing. Zhang Ruiqiang, prepare a report for Iron Fist Zhu. He will help you settle all the machinery company's problems. No matter if this is a private enterprise or a state-owned enterprise, as long as this is a Chinese enterprise, we must support. Under the persuasion of the accompanying officials, the chief architect concluded his tour of Bing City's machinery company and returned to his hotel for lunch. After lunch, he still must visit other places. When all the leaders had left, Feng Yu waved his hand. Old Li, Brother Fu, let's go for lunch. Everybody had done well today. We will have a celebration tonight. They had shown the top leaders their company's capabilities and gotten the leaders' promise of government assistance. This was the perfect ending. But when the dishes were served, Feng Yu received a call from Zhang Ruiqiang asking him and Fu Guangjing to go to the provincial guest house immediately. The top leader wants to see them. Feng Yu and Fu Guangjing immediately drove there. The both of them were confused. Why were they summoned over again? When they arrived, they found out that the chief architect had left for other places with the provincial governor. It was another top official, Iron Fist Zhu, that wanted to meet them. I had asked the both of you here so urgently is because the senior official will be leaving when he returns from his visits in Bing City. We still have to go to other provinces. Feng Yu and Fu Guangjing expressed that they do not mind coming over. Xiao Fu, I know that you have invested quite a lot of money in China these recent years. I feel that China's economy will pick up soon and will grow rapidly in the next few years. Furthermore, I am Chinese, and I should do my part of developing China's economy. Fu Guangjing replied. Feng Yu was despising Fu Guangjing in his heart. Curry favor. Don't tell me you also grew up under the red banner? You had invested yourself or on behalf of your family? Iron Fist, Zhu continued to ask. It's my family's idea. Fu Guangjing replied confidently. It was his eldest uncle's instructions. I am really thankful that Hong Kong has businessmen like your Fu family. Send my regards to your family. Iron Fist, Zhu stood up and shook hands with Fu Guangjing. Fu Guangjing had represented the Fu family, and this was enough. After all, Fu Guangjing was not the head of the Fu family. At this moment, Feng Yu was feeling awkward. This talk was over? What about me? Why did you call me over? Xiao Feng, stay here for a moment. Iron Fist, Zhu looked at Feng Yu. Your resume is fascinating, and I don't know how to assess you. It seems that you have better foresight and smarter than a lot of people. I am very curious. I like to read and try out new things. Is this weird? Feng Yu said. Things had gotten a bit out of hand. Will he bring me to some lab and conduct experiments on me? This is also not considered weird. You have only made use of technologies differently for the humidifiers and bladeless fans you invented. Others have not thought of using these technologies this way, but you did. That's right. Is there any problem? Feng Yu asked with an innocent look. Although this might be weird, young people are more creative. So, I can understand. But I am very curious about the first time you bought shares. Why did you buy so many shares? You had even mortgaged your assets to buy shares. You are very sure that you can make money from shares. Iron Fist, Zhu's eyes suddenly became very sharp and were staring at Feng Yu. His aura of someone with great authority could be felt by Feng Yu. I am not sure I will make lots of money, but I know I will surely make profits. That's right. When China first introduced shares trading, there were no daily fluctuation limits. But later, the government wanted to control the shares market and introduced limits. When this started, it was 1%, but later, it was reduced to 0.5%. This was to prevent the shares from fluctuating too much. But this was only the official prices. There was still a lot of trading done privately. But after the chief architect concluded his visits to the south, this daily fluctuation limit was also stopped suddenly. On that day, share prices shot up. No one could foresee this happening. Of course, Feng Yu knew about this. But he will never admit that he knew and no one could say anything. Why are you so sure that you will profit from shares trading? Where a lot of people are buying those shares, the prices will surely rise. The bonds market is already so active, the shares market will surely be the same. Overseas is also like this. Only this simple. Iron Fist, Zhu still has some doubts. Yes, it is so simple. At that time, there were already not many profits from treasury bonds trading, so I switched to shares. I also did not expect to make so much money from shares. If I know that the prices of the shares will increase suddenly, I will not sell my shares in the past. Isn't the whole nation also buying shares? Is there any problem? Feng Yu continued to feign ignorance. Luckily, he had sold a fair bit of his shares before the sudden increase of the share prices. This became evidence of him not knowing of the sudden increase. Then why are you not continuing to buy shares? I have no money. All my money was invested in the machinery company's automobile project. If I still have money, I will definitely continue to invest in shares. This was a good explanation, but Iron Fist, Zhu still felt something seems off. Why Feng Yu dare to use all his assets to buy shares? But there was no evidence of Feng Yu manipulating the market. If Feng Yu was involved in insider trading or market manipulation, will not sell off some of his shares before the sudden increase of share prices. What is your views on China's financial market? Iron Fist, Zhu wants to know how others view the Chinese financial market. Currently, there were still many loopholes in the financial market. If Feng Yu really wants to manipulate the market, it was a piece of cake. Luckily, no foreign funds had entered the newly established Chinese financial market. If not, those foreign institutions will take away all the money. The Chinese stock market severely lacks regulations. For instance, in July this year, a company was delisted from the Chinese stock market because a Hong Kong businessman had emptied out all its funds. In August, when an IPO was launched in Shenzhen, fights broke out. This was because a fixed number of shares was issued to every identification card. But someone brought hundreds of identification cards to apply for the shares. The people behind could not get the shares and got angry. Fights broke out. At that time, many people rushed to Shenzhen for this IPO. The train tickets were sold out, and the ticket scalpers increased the prices of tickets by 7 to 8 folds. The authorities had no choice but to allow more applications in a bid to calm those investors. After this incident, shares of unlisted companies were issued in the Sichuan region. Within 3 days, the Shanghai Composite Index had fallen from 1,500 points to 1,000. This caused panic selling, and the shares' prices fell further. A lot of investors suffered heavy losses. The State Council formed a Securities Regulatory Committee because of these incidents. Iron Fist Zhu was the head of this committee. At the same time, the China Securities Regulatory Commission was set up. But the committee and the commission could not save the stock market. The stock market continued to fall, and it was about to drop below 400 points. Iron Fist Zhu thought that Feng Yu was one of the earliest people to trade shares. He should have some views. But after hearing Feng Yu's explanation, he felt that Feng Yu could make profits from share trading was because he had the guts and luck. My views. I think that there should be a daily fluctuation limit. We can follow those developed countries. 10% will be a good limit. Didn't we have a China Securities Regulatory Commission? We can let the commission to regulate the market and check the finances of those listed companies. That's all. That's all. Feng Yu had some hesitations. He was not sure if what he said will change the history. If the history had digressed, then most of his experiences and knowledge from his previous life will be useless. The stock market would develop, well, even if it had followed the original course. Anyway, no foreign funds had entered the Chinese market, and all the money will still remain in China. How should we regulate those listed companies? Financial disclosure. The company should disclose their financial report to their shareholders. Before a company can be listed, the commission should consider their past 3 years and future 3 years financial. The company must also be audited, and their accounts must be clear. Companies cannot be listed just because they had made a lot of profits in the previous year. Iron Fist Zhu thought for a while and nodded. You seems to know a lot about finance. Not really. I had gone to Hong Kong with Fu Guangjing and had learned from Mr. Fu Rongqi for some time. Mr. Fu Rongqi is really good with the financial market. Feng Yu used Fu Rongqi as his shield. Fu Rongqi was famous throughout Asia for his investment in the financial markets. Feng Yu really wanted to tell Iron Fist Zhu that although the stock market performed poorly this year, the market will recover after the RMB stocks were issued. The bull market will continue until sometime the mid of next year. Feng Yu had wanted to make use of this opportunity to make some money. But now, he decided to not get involved. He will just let Wu Jigang and the rest invest a bit. Is that Iwa your company? Iron Fist Zhu suddenly asked. I am the major shareholder. He also knows about this. He had changed the topic. Did he believe what I said about the stock market? Buying over a Japanese company and still managed it well. Good. Xiao Feng, are you interested in coming and working in the State Council after you graduate? Damn, I am headhunted by one of China's most senior official. If this were in Feng Yu's previous life, he would surely agree. But now he was not interested. Government officials had too many rules, and it will be tiring working for Iron Fist Zhu. Feng Yu will never want to experience that. Thank you for your offer, but I still prefer to do business. No matter what I am working as I am still contributing to our country, right? I will not force you. All right, that's all for today. I need to go back to work. Goodbye, sir. Iron Fist Zhu frowned when he looked at Feng Yu's back view. He felt that this Feng Yu was not a 20-year-old young man, but instead someone in his 40s or 50s. Iron Fist Zhu still has a lot of questions for Feng Yu, but he does not have the time. He will ask those questions some other time. This young man is very interesting. After leaving Iron Fist Zhu's room, Feng Yu was relieved. He was under immense stress when he's speaking to Iron Fist Zhu. Feng Yu wondered if he could also have this aura when he has hundreds of billions in the future. I must go to my company in Japan to practice. Even if I can't have this aura, I will also feel better from listening to Kamita Masao's flattery. Fu Guangjing was waiting for Feng Yu outside the room. After they boarded the car, Fu Guangjing did not ask what Feng Yu and the leader discussed in the room. He could tell from that Feng Yu was still in a good mood, so their discussion should not be about some bad things. Feng Yu's worries had been solved temporarily. How could he not be happy? In a few more years, the status of businessmen will rise, and his business empire should be established. Feng Yu will not have any more worries. These few years, Feng Feng Yu must be low profile. In this era, being too successful was not a good thing. He was also considering if he should get some protection or shield to avoid from the top officials monitoring. Brother Fu, does Hong Kong and China University exchange students? Fu Guangjing blinked. You want to study in Hong Kong's university? Why do you want to go there? Study, of course. Fu Guangjing looked at Feng Yu. Who would believe that you are going there to study? I will help you ask around. If there is, my family should be able to secure a place for you as an exchange student. This will fulfill Feng Yu's parents' dream of sending him abroad for studies and still remain close to China. He can also monitor the Chinese market closely. Also, he could also follow the financial markets of other countries in Hong Kong. Most importantly, Hong Kong University is not as strict as China. Feng Yu will have lots of spare time for his businesses and investments. At night, there was a celebration, and after setting the company's future directions and some other minor issues, Feng Yu returned to Beijing. Fu Guangjing also visited the rest of the branch factories before returning to Hong Kong. 3 days later, Feng Yu received a call from Fu Guangjing. What? You say Beijing University cannot? This shouldn't be. Beijing University's ranking might not be high, but it was also one of China's top university. How come Hong Kong University does not allow exchange students? Fu Guangjing explained, and Feng Yu finally understood. It was not because Beijing University was not qualified. It was because all China universities were not allowed. Exchange students started from International Student Exchanging Program. The purpose of this program was to let the students experience the culture and environment of another country. This was started by the Americans, and China was not part of this program. No wonder Feng Yu had asked around, and Beijing University only has foreign students, but there were no exchange students. Hong Kong University does have exchange students, but the university mainly exchanges students with the UK and other countries. 2 years ago, with the assistance of the Chinese government, China also started to exchange students with Hong Kong University. But it was for only 2 universities in Guangdong. These 2 universities were the only universities in China to have exchange students. The main reason was Hong Kong University students do not want to be exchanged to a university in China. They have the impression that China was backward and impoverished. They refused to go to China. Guangdong province was the furthest they could accept, as it was closer to Hong Kong. Beijing University had wanted to partner with Hong Kong University, but both universities only have professors' exchange program and students' interaction programs. The student exchange program had not been successful despite the fact that Hong Kong was about to return to China in a few years. Exchange can only be done when students from both universities agree. It can't be Beijing University send its student to Hong Kong, and no students from Hong Kong University goes to Beijing. Brother Fu, I think you should be able to take care of this small issue. I will wait for your good news. Fu Guangjing was speechless, but there was indeed a solution. He could offer students scholarships or a job in the Fu family's company after they graduate. There will surely be willing students. There were also a lot of poor students at Hong Kong University. Those well-to-do families will send their children to universities in the UK. The Fu family was like this. Anyway, Hong Kong was still a British colony now, and they were allowed to apply for the universities in the UK. Hong Kong University only became famous in the recent few years. Before that, it was an unknown university. Wait, Brother Feng. I had asked around. There are 2 types of an exchange program. One type is per semester, and the other is 1 year. Which one do you want? Fu Guangjing wanted to make sure that he was applying for the correct type of program for Feng Yu. Of course, the 1-year program. It will start during my year 3, and I will return back to Beijing for my final year. Is this a problem? This might be a problem for other people, but not a problem for our Fu family. Then what course are you picking? Hong Kong University does not have management programs. Damn, Hong Kong University do not have management courses? But Feng Yu remembered that Hong Kong was small and have a few universities. It was normal for a university to not have all the courses. Seems like he had to switch courses. You have any good recommendations? The best faculty in our Hong Kong University is the Faculty of Arts. This faculty has the most girls. Fu Guangjing replied. Feng Yu replied helplessly. Who cares about girls? I am going there to study. You are not for the girls? Fine. You can pick business school or finance. You should be interested in these subjects. Fu Guangjing had doubts. If Feng Yu was not coming to Hong Kong University for girls, study? Bullshit. Feng Yu had skipped classes countless times at Beijing University. He must have found out that there were a lot of pretty girls at Hong Kong University. It was easy to settle this exchange program issue, but it was very troublesome. This was not a simple case of both universities communicating with each other. Fu Guangjing acted very fast. He donated a sum of money to Hong Kong University, and the dean promised to push for this exchange program. But the dean also mentioned that not only the schools and students have to agree to participate in this program. Approval must also be obtained from the Hong Kong government and China government. The previous exchange program with the Guangdong universities was for 1 semester. One-year program was different and harder to get approval. Luckily, the Fu family was influential, and even the Hong Kong governor had to give them face. As such, the Hong Kong side was settled. Feng Yu personally told the Beijing University about this program. At Beijing University, Feng Yu still have some influence. When the university heard that Hong Kong University was interested in exchanging students, the school's leaders were very excited. If they could start an exchange program with Hong Kong University, it will be significant. This was an opportunity for the Hong Kongers to understand the mainland better and will help with the integration with Hong Kong after the return. Furthermore, Beijing was China's capital, and Beijing University represented China's top-level education. But there was still a slight problem. Most of the Hong Kong students do not speak Mandarin. It will be difficult for them to communicate. After speaking to Hong Kong University, the Hong Kong University decided to send their Chinese language students over for the exchange program. Beijing University was the best university in the world for Chinese language studies. To prevent any accidents, Feng Yu asked Fu Guangjing to register his name for this program from the Hong Kong side. Feng Yu does not want his name to be struck off by some students with strong connections. Although he would stand out this way, it was safer. Now, everything was ready and only waiting for the English government's approval. But before Feng Yu got the news, he received the notification from CCTV that the auction of the advertising slots will be starting. Feng Yu was invited to participate. Is that ugly guy Shi Yuzhu? He also wants to advertise on CCTV. Feng Yu mumbled to himself. This person will be known as one of China's pair of short, ugly, rich in the future. Feng Yu remembered that Shi Yuzhu should have just entered the business, and he started with a technology company. Giant Group should not have launched their health products yet. He should still be selling Chinese language cards. Why was he auctioning for advertising slots? Shouldn't he be looking for companies to sell his products? Wait, that's Coach Ma? He is the long-distance running coach. Why is he here at CCTV? Damn, he still knows the deputy station chief? What is he advertising? The Ma family army wants to do recruitment? In China, which coach has the best techniques and training for mid to long-distance running? Coach Ma. Feng Yu saw Coach Ma introducing someone to the deputy station chief. It was evident that they were making use of their connections to go through back doors. Feng Yu waved to Zhong Qingxian, who was still quite a distance away. Feng Yu noticed that Zhong Qingxian was staring at a man. Who is that guy? Why are you staring at him? Feng Yu asked. The boss of Lebeishi. People of the same trade are enemies. No wonder Zhong Qingxian was staring at him. It seems that in Feng Yu's previous life, this was the year when Lebeishi first advertised on CCTV. After this, Lebeishi's yogurt drinks became famous, and their sales multiplied by several folds over the next 10 years. It was considered a miracle. Wait, why was the boss of Lebeishi shaking hands with Coach Ma? They know each other? Oh yeah, Coach Ma became famous because of this year's Olympic Games. Wang Juanxia and many other China's long-distance running athletes were trained by Coach Ma. Because of the excellent performance of his athletes at the Olympic Games, Coach Ma appeared on TV several times. The whole China knew who he was. Feng Yu saw a lot of those successful businessmen who appeared on TV during his previous life during this advertising slots auction. But Feng Yu did not approach them. Most of them will become bankrupt in a few years, and one of them was Shi Yuzhu. Feng Yu decided to be the angel investor who appears in front of them during their most difficult times. Wah! Everyone, please quiet down. 1993 CCTV's advertisement, slots, nodding, will begin soon. This time, some of the advertising slots will be using the sealed bid auction. All the bidders will write the bid amount on a piece of paper, and each of you will have one chance. We will tabulate the bids, and the winner will. The sealed bid auction was suggested by CCTV top management. They felt that this type of auction can reveal what the highest prices these businessmen had in mind were. They cannot be using Taihua Trading's prices as the benchmark. There might be someone who was more generous than Feng Yu. The first slot was the 15-second slot before the news. Feng Yu looked around and saw everyone scribing on a piece of paper. All of them tried to hide what they were written with their hands and body. In Feng Yu's previous life, advertisement slot auctions started in 1995. The first slot was sold for 31 million renminbi to Confucian Distillery, and their Baijiu's sales increased by more than 10 times. Feng Yu thought for a while and wrote 12.02 million renminbi. He felt that he should win with this bid. He does not mind even if he lost. If the price was any higher, it will not worth it. Confucian's boss was also writing his bid on the paper. He wanted to write 10 million, but he felt that others will also bid this amount. So, he changed the amount to 11 million. Even if he had to get a loan from the banks, he must also advertise on CCTV. Lebeixi's boss was also writing down his bid. He wrote 11.01 million. Pan Ning wrote down 11.2 million renminbi. His company, Ronshan Refrigerator Company, was the company that developed China's first two-doors refrigerators. Feng Yu had a hard time selling off his fridges in the past, was because Ronshan's products were already in the Chinese market. Their fridges were of good quality and cheap. Zhang Rumin, Li Dongxing, and other businessmen only made a high of 7 million renminbi. It was apparent that they will not be winning this slot. Feng Yu had a suspicion that this auction was rigged. If not, why the CCTV did not reveal the bids in front of everybody, and they need to go to another room to tabulate the bids. At this moment, many people were looking at their pagers. Some of them raised their head and smiled confidently, and some were disappointed. Was there someone inside giving them newest? This should not be possible. These people do not have handphones, and how can they change their bids? After waiting for a while, Cheng Baojun came out smiling and showed a bidding form. The winner of this slot is Lebeixi. The winning bid is 12.1 million. Lebeixi's boss stood up and waved to everyone proudly. Feng Yu frowned. Coincident? He won Feng Yu's bid by less than 100,000? Feng Yu looked at Cheng Baojun and noticed that he was avoiding looking at Feng Yu. Something must be going on. This was the best slot, and someone had snatched it away from him. Next will be the ad slot after the news. This slot is also 15 seconds. All of you can start writing your bids now. Feng Yu thought about the effectiveness of this slot and wrote 5.11 million. Pan Ning wrote 5.02 million, and Confucian's boss wrote 5.04 million. This time, Lebeixi chose to drop out. When Ronshan Refrigerator Company won the slot with 5.21 million renminbi, Feng Yu got pissed. Chief Cheng, why are you just waving that bidding form and not showing to us? Feng Yu shouted. Cheng Baojun's face changed and smiled. What is the problem? Don't tell me that you do not know how much you wrote on the bidding form. Which one of you dares to claim that you had made a higher bid than Ronshan? Pan Ning had a proud look on his face. Luckily, he had paid someone. If his bid was slightly lower than the highest bid, he would add 100,000 renminbi more than the highest bid to buy the slot. Feng Yu saw the smirk on Cheng Baojun's face. CCTV was too shameless to rig this auction. But Feng Yu had forgotten that CCTV had promised him the slots before and after the weather forecast. Indeed, this time Feng Yu wrote down two figures, and the winning bid was entirely different from what he had written. But he was the winner. Damn. If you tell me about this earlier, I will increase my bids for the previous two slots by 1 million or even 10 million. I want to see how you can still rig this auction. The auction was very fast. Most of the staff at CCTV were there to help. Also, the businessmen did not bid on every slot. The only person who bid on every slot was Feng Yu. Lebeixi, Ronshan, Little Swan, and the other companies had won a primetime slot each during this segment of the auction. Feng Yu had won 4 primetime slots. There was a stark difference when compared to the previous years, where he owns most of the primetime slots. Feng Yu got to change the way he advertises his products. The internet had just started, and very few people in China own PC. There was no internet advertising yet. TV advertising was still the mainstream channel. Feng Yu was very unhappy over this auction. He wants to speak to Cheng Baojun. If Cheng Baojun refused to help him, he would look for his higher-ups. He will cancel his sponsorship of the Spring Festival Gala Night and will work with other TV stations for the next New Year's Day Gala Dinner award ceremony. Cheng Baojun was trying to avoid meeting Feng Yu's eyes during the contract signing. Feng Yu signed the contract and threw the pen on the table. Chief Chung, what is going on? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? What do you mean? This auction is fair and open. Is there any problem? Really? Since there is no problem, take all the bidding forms out and show it to everyone. If not, I will look for the higher-ups and see what they have to say. I think if others know that this auction was rigged, CCTV's advertising slots will not be sold next year. Feng Yu sneered. Oh, haraha. Manager Feng, here are the slots that are not for auctions. There are a few timings which are not bad. You can pick the timings first. I will announce the rest to the others. Chung Baojun laughed and passed a list of advertising slots to Feng Yu. The prices of the slots were also stated in the list. Feng Yu nodded. This Chung Baojun knows how to please him. But when Feng Yu saw the prices of the slots on the list, he cursed. Damn, CCTV had increased the prices by 30%. Did they think that people were bidding high prices for the primetime slots, and they can raise the rates of the rest of the slots? I want all these slots. Give me a discount. Feng Yu passed the marked list back to Chung Baojun. Chung Baojun looked at the list. Feng Yu had picked 16 slots. He dared not give Feng Yu discount for some of the slots. Manager Feng, you have picked too many slots. Does your company have so many advertisements? I think half of these will do. It is a waste of money if you buy so many slots. I am able to give you a 2% discount. I have a lot of companies. These slots might not even be enough. 2% is also considered a discount. 5%. That's settled. Go and prepare the contracts. I still have to attend the final rehearsal for the New Year's Day award ceremony. Chung Baojun made a mental calculation. 5% discount was almost 1 million renminbi. But overall, these advertisement slots were sold a few million more than last year. Also, Feng Yu might go to the higher-ups if he does not give Feng Yu the discount. Although the higher-ups knew about the rigged auctions, this will put Chung Baojun in a bad light. He might as well do Feng Yu favor and give him the discount. Feng Yu signed the contract, and Chung Baojun walked Feng Yu to the door personally. Feng Yu signed the contracts, and this proves that a 30% increase in the rates was acceptable by the market. Chung Baojun had successfully increased CCTV revenues again. Feng Yu did not intend to attend this year's award ceremony. CCTV had informed the association that it was okay for the companies to put up banners, but the audiences were not allowed to shout slogans. So be it. Anyway, Feng Yu had already planned to advertise his products through product placements in the performances. This year's ceremony was also recorded. But from next year, this ceremony will be a delayed telecast. In a few years, this ceremony will become a live telecast. The TV audiences still prefer live telecast, and the live telecast was proof of the popularity of this program. Feng Yu got the rights of the program after the ceremony. He passed the recordings to Jiang Wanmeng for him to make it into VCD. This VCD will not be sold. It will be the free gift that comes along with the VCD player. After New Year, it was examinations for Feng Yu. When the exams were over, Feng Yu remained in Beijing while all his friends returned home for Lunar New Year celebrations. This year, Feng Yu might have to spend his Lunar New Year in Beijing. During the rehearsal for the awards ceremony, Feng Yu mentioned that this New Year's Day award ceremony stage was almost better than the Spring Festival Gala night. Station Chief Zhao replied that it was because they do not have enough budget. Feng Yu knew what Chief Zhao wanted. CCTV wanted some funding. This was an excellent opportunity for Feng Yu. He immediately discussed with Chief Zhao about sponsoring for the gala night. Feng Yu did not just sponsor CCTV like this. He wanted to be the director for the program, but CCTV cannot agree to this request. CCTV can only allow Feng Yu to have some say in the stage decorations and performances. This was what Feng Yu wanted. Not only he will place his company's products on the VIP tables in front of the stage if the performance's props have tables, but he will also put his superfans on it. Feng Yu still made some suggestions and changes for the scripts of some performances to include his advertisement. I am the sponsor for this special program, so it shouldn't be too much to have some close-up on my products during the telecast. 3 seconds will do. The advertising effect was more effective on this special program than the news. But this year, Baldi Chun and Zhu Simeo were not performing, and Feng Yu felt this was a pity. This duo was the most popular comedy duo in China. How come there is no performance for children during this gala night? Add in some children's songs performances. There should be at least 2 songs. One song will be, and the other will be. There should be some cartoon characters dancing along with these songs. I think Lee Haha's cartoon character is suitable for this role. During the award ceremony on New Year's Day, the most popular performance was a group of children singing, and not the comedy skits or the Hong Kong and Taiwanese singers. I have horns and a tail on my back. No one knows how many secrets I have. I am a little dragon boy, little dragon boy, little dragon boy. I have many secrets, secrets, secrets. I will not tell you, not tell you, not tell you. Feng Yu had not been watching TV for quite some time and did not know that was already aired. This cartoon was even more popular then. Even the adults like it. When the children were performing this song, men in their 30s and 40s were singing along. Feng Yu was surprised. After the awards ceremony, Feng Yu told Zhong Qingxian to quickly sign at the kid as their product spokesman. Lee Haha's AD Milk's commercial stars will be that kid. This year, this kid will be more popular than Jin Ming. If Lee Haha were to make use of him to promote Lee Haha's yogurt drinks, a lot of children would be buying Lee Haha's drinks. In the second half of 1992, Lee Haha had introduced AD Milk and green tea beverages. But the market was not responding well. These products were not as popular as Lee Haha's children's health solution. This year, Lebeshi had bought the primetime advertising slot. 1993, Lee Haha will not win the yogurt beverages market. But Lee Haha's oral solution was still number one. They do not have any competitors. If they place some advertisements for their green tea beverages, there should be some sales. Last year, Lee Haha did not advertise for this product, but they did not make any losses. This year, with the advertisements, the results should be better. This magic show performance was too boring. Oranges and apples appearing from thin air were too mainstream. If the magician made an Iwo Walkman appeared, he could give it to one of the audiences. Also, the items in the crosstalk performance, by Feng Gong and Ma Ji, should be changed to our products. Walkman, Superfan, VCD players, and even motorcycles. Their performances should be realistic. Zhang Wuli's skit can also be selling our products. After their performances, those products can be given to the performers and CCTV staffs. Chief Jia had let Feng Yu help set up the stage and plan the performances, but Feng Yu make use of this to place all his products into the performances. Old Feng, why are you lugging your luggage? Where are you going? To Beijing to watch CCTV Spring Festival Gala Night. Feng Xingtai replied with his head up high. Huh? Going to Beijing to watch the Gala Night? As a live audience? Feng Xingtai saw the other party's unbelievable eyes and got even prouder. Of course. Why would I be going to Beijing to watch it on TV? My son is working with the producers of this program. He said he can even let me meet Mao Amin face to face. Oh, Xiao Yu is really capable. Old Feng, you are so lucky. You are so rich, and your son is so capable. Look at XX District's Wang Baiwan. His son got into a fight and was arrested 2 days ago. Your son is so much better than him. Beijing University's student. Does this mean Xiao Feng will be working at CCTV in the future? Who knows? That kid has his own plans. All right, I got to go. Although Feng Xingtai was trying to be humble, he got a proud look on his face. Hurry up and start the car. Stop bullshitting with others. You had wasted 30 minutes chatting with others. Zhang Muhua scolded. I caused the delay. Who is the one who chatted with Sisterly downstairs? Feng Xingtai grumbled and started to drive towards Bing City. Hi. Chixing, call Grandpa. What Grandpa? Call Grandma and Grandma will buy you snacks. Dad, Mom, go and rest first. Li Shiqiang took the luggage from his parents-in-law. Feng Xingtai ignored Li Shiqiang and carried Li Chixing above his head, making him laugh. Is Chixing obedient? Zhang Muhua played with her grandson's hands and asked. Him? Obedient? He is too mischievous. I brought him downstairs, and he ran off once I took my eyes off him. Li Shiqiang said. What? You let Chixing run off by himself? What if he falls or got into any accidents? What kind of dad are you? Zhang Muhua scolded. We are just downstairs within the front yard. There are no cars and people around. Even so, you should not let him run about by himself. This building is so tall, and what if someone threw something down? Listen to me. After Lunar New Year, let Qixiang follow us back to the district. The air is better, and there are lesser people in cars. Chixing can run around freely. Zhang Muhua said. Mom, I am taking care of Chixing. Furthermore, my mother-in-law will be retiring this year, and she can help me. Children should not leave the parents when they are young. Chixing, don't put your fingers in your mouth. Feng Danying slapped her son's hand lightly. Why are you hitting him? Which kid does not put their fingers in their mouths? Zhang Muhua scolded. Mom, he kept putting his fingers into his mouth after touching everything. He will get sick. If we do not discipline him when he is young, he will get into trouble when he gets older. You remember that Zhang San? His parents did not care about him when he was young, and he killed someone after he grew up. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. He will have to spend his remaining life in prison. What are you saying? Our Chixing is so obedient. Oh, the both of you are not going to Beijing for the gala night. We are not going. Chixing is too young. My in-laws will be going with you. I will stay here with Shiqiang. There are still lots of things in the hospital waiting for us. We cannot leave. Feng Xingtai was unhappy when he heard the hospital. Shiqiang, your son is still so young, and how can you let Danying go and work at the hospital? Why can't you just hire someone to run the hospital? Dad, Danying will get bored staying at home alone. Furthermore, I am sending and fetching her from the hospital. At the machinery company, Chixing will stay at the childcare center. The teachers there will help to look after him. The childcare center and kindergarten elsewhere do not look after such young children. Li Shiqiang explained. Li Shiqiang noticed that Feng Danying's mood got better when she started work at the machinery company's hospital. She no longer pulls a long face when she was staying at home. What did you say? Chixing is still so young, and the both of you put him in childcare. Feng Xingtai was furious. What if Chixing got bullied by other kids at the childcare? Dad, you all might not know that Chixing is very strong. We are glad that he did not bully others. Dad, you stay here with Mom. I will help Danying in the kitchen. Li Shiqiang ran into the kitchen. In-laws, this is the first time in my life traveling on a plane, and also my first time going to Beijing. Li Shiqiang's father said. That's right. I am scared of heights. Li Shiqiang's mother sat nervously in her seat. The plane had not even taken off yet. Li Shiqiang's parents were also very excited to travel to Beijing to watch the gala night. They had boasted to their colleagues for a few days. But Li's father's leader at his unit was not happy. Since you can get the tickets to gala night, why didn't you get 2 tickets for me? Don't you have any respect for me? Li's father's leader had hinted to him that even if you can't get extra tickets, you can give me your tickets this year. You can go next year. Think about how I had treated you. You should give me the tickets as an appreciation of what I had done for you. Although the leader had made things so obvious, Li's father did not agree. This might be his only chance in life to watch the gala night as the live audience. How can he give up his tickets? Also, these tickets were not given to him by his son. It was Feng Yu who had given him the tickets. He could be so shameless to ask for extra tickets for his leader. There were only 1,000 tickets to the gala night, and many officials in the country could not even get the tickets. It should not be easy for Feng Yu to get these tickets. Furthermore, he was already a deputy chief. If he did not make any mistakes, the most he would just be transferred out. The leader could not do anything to him. Li Shiqiang's business was doing well, and even if he lost this job, it was fine. Li Shiqiang's father does not have the intention to be promoted. His position now was already good enough. He knew his own capabilities. If it wasn't for Mayor Zhang attending his son's wedding, he might not even be promoted. Of course, this was all because of the Feng family. His daughter-in-law was also a fine lady. She treated them well. Their only wish now was for his grandson to grow up healthy and well. The flight landed safely, and Li Shiqiang's parents saw Feng Yu holding up a sign waiting for them at the arrival hall. Mr. and Mrs. Li, let me help with your luggage. Dad, Mom, the car is over there. I will bring you to the hotel first. Later in the afternoon, I will bring all of you around Beijing, and after dinner, we will go and watch the gala night. Will we be visiting Tiananmen Square? Li's father asked. His greatest wish was to visit Tiananmen Square. No problem. Xiao Yu, let's go to Tiananmen Square. Feng Xingtai instructed proudly. He had visited Tiananmen Square many times. After the opening dancing, Zhao Zhongxiang, Yang Lan, and I Ping, Liang Yanling, Li Qinggan, and Zhang Yongquan walked to the center of the stage. This year's gala night was different from the previous years. This year was the first time China's gala night had collaborated with Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and other places. Some of the performances were telecast live in different areas. Also, there were 2 levels of audience stand at the venue of the gala night. The higher level was the VIP rooms. Feng Yu and his family were seated in the best room upstairs. During the opening dance, the camera had panned over to Feng Yu's VIP room. Feng Xingtai and the rest were standing by the railings, and they were waving to the camera excitedly. This was CCTV's Gala Night. The whole nation was watching this program. Feng Yu sat at the back munching on sunflower seeds. Feng Yu was not sure if the rest of the people in the VIP rooms were eating snacks. He had brought lots of snacks and fruits with him to the VIP room. CCTV staff saw it was Feng Yu and did not stop him. Maybe they also did not expect someone to treat CCTV like his home. It is New Year again. I wish everyone a prosperous New Year, Zhao Zhongxiang said. His voice was still so attractive. Feng Xingtai and the rest had just sat down, but quickly stand up again to cheer and clap. They were acting like they were watching opera at their district and forgotten that this was CCTV. Is that the singer for? Feng Xingtai patted Feng Yu on his head. Dad, I think so. Why are you so excited? Feng Yu looked at his father. Later, his father's favorite singers will perform. Feng Yu can't imagine how excited his father will be. Qin Mingxiao and Yao Jinfen went onto the stage. They were the most famous magicians in China at that time. Everyone in China knew who they were. The both of them invited an audience from the stands to participate in their performance. They dressed the audience like Granny Lu, and he had an apron on. Many things appeared from that apron. Oranges, apples, etc. were thrown to the audiences, and the audiences were all fighting over them. Feng Xingtai said scornfully, "It's just an apple. Why are they fighting over it?" He picked up an apple from the table and bite into it. Although the second floor was considered VIP rooms, it was not really rooms. The area was not enclosed, and many of the workers and their families were standing there watching the performances. They saw Feng Yu and his family at one of the booths. Why was there a table in this booth and the rest of the booth does not have? On this table, there were many snacks. Peanuts, seeds, peaches, oranges, apples, etc. All the onlookers were wondering who this family was. If they were top officials, they should be sitting at the VIP tables in front of the stage. But if they were not officials, how could they bring so many snacks in and arrange for a table to be placed in their booth? Dad, look. This is the best part. Yao Jinfen took out a handkerchief and covered her hand. Qin Mingxiao took out a wand, tapped on it, and removed the scarf. On her hand, there was a Walkman. The camera zoomed in on the logo, and it was Iwa's latest model of Walkman. All the TV audiences could see it clearly. This product placement was too obvious. Who wants this Iwa Walkman? Qin Mingxiao asked. Me. All the audience stands raised their hands and shouted in unison. If you want, buy it yourself. This is for this lucky audience who performed with us. Qin Mingxiao laughed. The audience on the stage had thought that he was being made to look embarrassed when he was called up to the stage. But now he felt really lucky. This Walkman was worth a few hundred RMB. Feng Xingtai's mouth twitched and threw the apple's core into the trash bin beside him. So what? They had only made a Walkman appear. If they are outstanding, they should make a big radio appear. Feng Yu shook his head. Dad, the magicians can't hide such a big item. The performances continued, and Feng Yu soon discovered that his father will be one of the keyboard warriors who will criticize the program in 10 years. His father was nitpicking on all the performances. Feng Yu was the one who had planned all the performances, including the Walkman magic. Yan Shunkai was holding an egg and explaining to someone, I bought this egg. I did not steal your egg. Huh? It's just an egg. You can have it. No, this is my egg. I really did not take your egg. If you don't believe me, you can count all your eggs. This performance was a classic. No matter how many times Feng Yu watched it, he would laugh. Yan Shunkai was too funny. His facial expressions and eyebrows made him comical. Feng Yu did not make any changes to this performance, but he had placed a super fan on the table used in the performance. This performance was set in summer, and there should be a fan around. Huh. Director said that this super fan was too expensive and does not fit the character? Who cares? No one will bother to notice this minor detail. Later I will give CCTV 10 super fans. Feng Yu thought that no one would be bothered about this detail, but his father who was beside him tapped on his shoulder. Isn't that Zhang San, a security guard? How can he afford to own a bladeless fan? Also, the performance before this, there is also a bladeless fan. What is the director thinking? Does he even know how much the commoners are earning? Feng Yu wanted to cry. Dad, why do you have so many questions? Feng Yu whispered to his father. Dad, that super fan is our company's product. I had spent money for them to place it there. This is advertising. Feng Xingtai's eyes opened wide and asked Feng Yu softly. Galanite can also advertise? SHHHH. They do not allow. But I had my ways. Let's just enjoy the performances and not talk about this. Feng Yu hinted that there were many people around them. Actually, Feng Yu had invested a lot of money to place his products in the performances. The amount he spent was almost the same as a primetime advertising slot. But Feng Yu does not mind. He could foster a good relationship with CCTV leaders and still advertise his products to the whole nation. He remembered in his previous life, a Baijiu company's sales increased exponentially after they had showcased their products on the Galanite. Feng Xingtai heard what Feng Yu said, and he stops his criticism of the performances. This song is so nice. Who is that singer? Zhang Muhua pointed to the singer and asked. Feng Yu was sweating. You should be glad that you are able to listen to this singer live. In a few more years, this singer will no longer perform. She will be the first lady, and her nickname was Peng Mama. Feng Yu also felt that this song was perfect, and he felt proud that he was able to listen to the future first ladies singing in person. The third item to be auctioned is the famous movie star, Lu Daqing's helmet. Everyone should know that Lu Daqing is one of the prettiest actresses in China. Niu Kun held a blue-colored helmet in his hands. On the helmet, Songjiang Motors logo could be seen clearly. Sir, do you want a lift? Feng Gong copied Lu Daqing's lines and flicked his hair. The audiences roared with laughter. All of them remembered the motorcycle commercial starring Lu Daqing and Zhu Shimao. This is a lucky helmet. Since putting on this helmet, Lu Daqing had starred in many great roles. Feng Gong interrupted Niu Kun. Wait a minute. Didn't you say the cap earlier is also lucky cap? Why is this helmet also a lucky helmet? Are you saying that all your items here are lucky items? No, all are lucky items. This hat was worn by Baldy Chun. After he had worn this hat, he became bald. Do you think this hat is lucky? So you are saying that Guyu should bid for this hat? Feng Gong asked. This year, Guyu had won the Best Actor award for his role in the TV series. In the series, Guyu was not bald yet, but he was balding. Feng Gong's question made the audiences laugh. The helmet was then sold for 2,000 renminbi. At this moment, someone rode a motorcycle onto the stage. The rider took off her helmet and flicked her hair. The crowd cheered. Lu Daqing. The rider was Lu Daqing. Ha ha. Interesting. Niu Kun and Feng Gong had just sold her helmet, and now she appeared on the stage wearing another helmet. The previous helmet was apparently a fake. The audience remembered that Lu Daqing's helmet in the commercial was red in color, and Zhu Simeo was wearing a blue helmet. Lu Daqing passed her helmet to Niu Kun. You took the wrong helmet. This is my helmet, and that is Baldy Chen's helmet. If you wear it, your hair will not grow, and your head will be shiny than before. The audience on the stage, who was wearing the blue helmet, immediately take it off, making the audience laugh. Lu Daqing got off the stage. She had left her motorcycle on the stage. This is the era of commodities. You know about celebrity effect? Have you heard of Li Ning brand of clothing? Have you heard of Tianping pigs? That is General Tianpeng. Feng Xingtai clapped. He was very impressed with Feng Yu. Even the lines of the performances were used to advertise for their companies. This skit ended, but the motorcycle was still on the stage. Ni Ping went on stage and said, This Songjiang motorcycle is Songjiang Motors' first motorcycle and is the motorcycle which Lu Daqing rode in the commercial. Bing City Machinery Company had decided to donate it. We will auction this bike here, and the proceeds will be given to the schools in the mountainous regions. The people Feng Yu arranged in the audience stand immediately raise their hands and shout. Iwa Electronics will offer 10,000 renminbi. Wind and Rain Electronics will offer 20,000 renminbi. Tianpeng Pig Farm offers 50,000 renminbi. Taihua Education Fund offers 100,000 renminbi. How can we, Taihua Education Fund, not do our part in helping those poor students in the mountainous region? Before the rest of the audiences could react, Ni Ping pointed to the representative from Taihua Education Fund and lifted the auction hammer. Deal. She banged the table with the hammer hard. The representative from Taihua Education Fund went onto the stage and shook hands with Ni Ping. The both of them signed on a contract, and the audience knew that this was for real. This was not a performance. Feng Xingtai looked at the representative from Taihua Education Fund on the stage. Isn't that Wu Jigang from Taihua Trading? Where did this Taihua Education Fund come from? But all these don't matter. This must be arranged by Feng Yu. Feng Xingtai can't wait to boast to his friends. a motorcycle, and 100,000 renminbi for an advertisement and the cheers of the audience. Feng Yu knew that Taihua Trading and Songjiang Motors had won the hearts of the viewers. CCTV station chief had agreed to let Feng Yu add in this performance in the program was because this was spreading positive vibes. Feng Yu also said that Taihua Education Fund will sponsor 50 primary schools around China. Actually, it does not cost 100,000 renminbi to build a school in the mountainous region. There were not a lot of children in those regions, and many areas were not suitable to build high-rise school buildings. A row of one-story building, a courtyard, concrete flooring, and wooden furniture will not cost more than 100,000 renminbi. Feng Yu had made his parents happy and still advertised for his company. Even the top leaders will have a good impression of Taihua Trading, machinery company and him. The skit performed by Zhang Guoli, Liu Yajing, and some other actors was supposed to be selling some medicine. But Feng Yu had changed the script to VCD players. One person was selling Wind and Rain VCD player, and the other was selling Iowa VCD player. From the start of the performance, both actors started to argue and then began to fight. Feng Yu was deeply impressed. Although the script was changed, the execution was still great. They had said what Feng Yu wanted them to say, and even able to add in some jokes. People will surely prefer our Wind and Rain VCD player. How was Sun Nan singing just now? Zhang Guoli asked the audience. Perfect, the audience replied. Sun Nana had sung earlier. Sun Nan had wanted to perform his new single, but CCTV refused. The top leaders at CCTV preferred. No, this is not right. I remembered Na Ying had received bigger applause earlier. Liu Yajing replied. Na Ying had also sung earlier. Feng Yu had brought both singers to station chief Jia and the chief director of the gala night personally. Both singers sang in front of them and got the approval to perform on the gala night. Both Sun Nan and Na Ying will become more popular after their performances on the gala night. The VCD players they endorsed will undoubtedly sell well. Furthermore, this skit had mentioned all the features of the VCD players. Zhang Ruiqiang was at home watching the gala night at home. When the magicians made an Iowa Walkman appeared in their performance, and there was even a close-up, he knew that this must be Feng Yu's doing. In the other performances, Zhang Ruiqiang noticed Wind and Rain superfans appearing as props and in all sort of places on the stage. It disregards whether if the fans will fit into the performances. The fans were also placed on the VIP tables near the stage. Also, that representative from Taihua Education Fund was Taihua Trading's Wuji Gang. Even the skit was promoting Feng Yu's products. Those two brands belonged to Feng Yu. Zhang Ruiqing was sure that Feng Yu had made use of the gala night to advertise his products. After watching the gala night, Feng Yu, his parents, and Li Shiqiang's parents toured Beijing for a couple of days before returning to Bing City by train. Li Shiqiang's mother was still afraid to travel by plane. When Feng Yu woke up, they had already arrived at Bing City. Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua stayed in Bing City for another 2 days to wait for Feng Yu to return to the district together. During Lunar New Year, Feng Yu was very busy. He needs to do lots of visiting. But this year's New Year was different. The machinery company's automobile branch factory had completed the construction of the car using the most advanced technology they had. They were waiting for Feng Yu to return and gift it to the provincial government. This car was supposed to be donated to the country, but the chief architect wanted this car to remain in Longjiang province. This car can be given to the country after the machinery company could control the cost of construction of this car to be about the same as overseas automobile manufacturers. Early in the morning on the 5th day of Lunar New Year, Li Mingda called Feng Yu to ask if he was ready. The people from the TV station was already there. The provincial governor had said that the country will not only give the subsidies to the machinery company, and the gifting of this car will be reported on CCTV. Feng Yu was overjoyed. He did not expect the governor to do this. CCTV News was the national news station and watched by millions of viewers all over China. The ratings of this news were almost equivalent to the gala night. Feng Yu had got up very early. It was not because he wanted to wake up so early. It was because his parents woke him up to eat dumplings. In the northeast region, it was their custom to eat dumplings on the 5th and 10th day of Lunar New Year. Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua were used to live as farmers. They had the habit of sleeping and waking up early. Although they do not exercise regularly, they were still very fit. Every year, Feng Yu would bring his parents to the hospital for a full body checkup. He was afraid the tragedy in his previous life would happen again. Luckily, all his parents' illnesses were discovered early and cured in this life. Now, they owned a hospital, and it was very convenient. Feng Danying was the chief nurse of Taihua Hospital. But no one in the hospital dares to offend this chief nurse. Not even CEO of the hospital dares to offend her. Taihua Hospital had the most advanced equipment in China, and there were also many professors and specialists sitting in from time to time. Although the charges were higher than other hospitals, this hospital quickly became the most famous hospital in Longjiang. People from the neighboring provinces would also travel all the way here to seek treatment. Most of the patients were government officials. Crackle, crackle, crackle. 2 strings of 10,000 firecrackers were crackling. After it had stopped, Li Mingde appeared. Feng Yu only wanted to attend the ceremony, and he let Li Mingde face the media. Li Mingde was overjoyed. Not everybody has the chance to appear on CCTV news. Manager Feng treated me really well. He was even willing to give me this great opportunity. But Li Mingde does not know that it was not because Feng Yu had given special treatment to him. It was because Feng Yu does not want to show his face publicly. He prefers to hide behind the curtains and make money. Feng Xingtai was also one of the shareholders of the machinery company. However, he had resigned from his position as the deputy general manager. I am representing the Longjiang province and the provincial government to thank Bing City Machinery Company for donating this Songjiang Motors car. Take off. Thank you, Machinery Company, for making great contributions to China's automobile industry. This car will be used to fetch our prestigious provincial guests. The governor started his speech. Feng Yu was very impressed with these leaders. Even without a script, they were able to speak for a long time, and none of the contents were repeated. Although this car was not used by the governor and deputy governor, it will still be used to fetch the provincial's guests. Li Mingde and told Feng Yu privately that this car's performance was much better than the governor's car. The governor was using Audi 200, but there was only one takeoff, and it cost more than 1 million renminbi. The governor was afraid that people might talk behind his back. Feng Yu had not thought of this, but he would never agree to give the provincial government a few more cars. Giving these people such good cars will also not increase their sales. The money could be put to better use, like donating to some schools. When the ceremony was over, it was 1 hour later. The rest of the people starts to leave. However, Feng Yu and Li Mingde remained in the governor's office. This is the reply from the State Council. The two of you can take a look and voice out if you have any problems. Li Mingde took the letter and passed to Feng Yu. Feng Yu start reading the letter carefully. The machinery company will be allowed to get talents from graduating students like the rest of the government agencies. Although the university graduates were now assigned jobs by the government, the best students were generally assigned to the central government agencies first. After the central government agencies had picked the students they wanted, the provincial governments will select from the remaining students. This will carry on down the hierarchy. The students that were left behind will then be assigned to the private enterprises. Of course, if the student had some units in mind, they can apply for it. Most of the graduating students who asked to return to their hometown will be approved. But it was difficult for them to apply for a job in the central government. Some students would give up their assigned jobs. However, the government will no longer take care of them. Under normal circumstances, the universities will persuade these students. No matter what, it was still tough for private entities to recruit university graduates. With this condition given by the government, the machinery company can compete with the rest of the government agencies for talents. Feng Yu strike off this benefit. What the hell is this benefit? Who wants these students? I can hold recruitment talks and look for talents myself. Who wants these leftovers from the state-owned enterprises? Feng Yu was not very satisfied with some benefits. Although these benefits might help the machinery company in some ways, it was not a lot of help. They make it like they were doing the machinery company a great favor. Bing City Machinery Company was no longer a state-owned enterprise, and the benefits it received in the past was way better than what was offered now. The last benefits that were given to the machinery company were specially catered for them. Export tax rebate. What was this export tax rebate? Companies will have to pay taxes to export their products overseas in China. This tax rebate meant that the government will give them rebates for their exportations. This will reduce the cost significantly and increase their competitiveness against competitors. For the machinery company, this benefit will increase their profits a lot. This was the country's way of helping the machinery company earn money from other countries. Feng Yu passed the documents back to Li Mingde and looked at the governor, Secretary Su. These are the benefits given to us. Can we refuse some of these? Ha ha, Zhang Ruiqiang was right about you. Just tell Zhang Ruiqiang which benefits you do not want, and let him write a report to cancel it. He had tried his best to get these benefits for you, and yet you are still so picky. Secretary Su laughed. Thank you, leader, for the help you have given to the machinery company. Can you do me one more favor? The last time when we delivered a batch of cars to Russia, there was a delay of a few days for loading. This had disrupted my Russian partner's business. Can you help to assign a few train carriages especially to us? Feng Yu asked. Tell this to Zhang Ruiqiang. Ask him to settle this for you. When Feng Yu walked out of the governor's office, he had an unhappy expression on his face. He might not get any benefits if he were to ask Zhang Ruiqiang for help. Secretary Su was too stingy. It's only a few train carriages, and I still got to look for Zhang Ruiqiang. Feng Yu had forgotten that there was a shortage of train carriages in China at that time. But overall, Feng Yu was still glad that he was able to get these benefits and he could finally return to the district and have a good rest. Back at the district, Feng Yu went to look for Li Na, but Li Na's father was not happy to see him. He could tell that Feng Yu was going after his daughter, but everyone around him sang praises about Feng Yu. Feng Yu's father owns a factory, and his family was wealthy. Feng Yu was also a student at the prestigious Beijing University. He was good-looking and have many good qualities. The more people praise Feng Yu, the more Li Na's father disliked him. He felt that Feng Yu was not dependable. He had heard rumors of young couples getting pregnant, and the boy asked the girl to go for abortion. These guys were mostly the second generation of government officials and businessmen. Li Na's father had heard that Feng Yu was very mischievous since young and was a lousy student. He had even fallen into an ice hole. He had also heard that his family had spent money to get Feng Yu into third high school and Beijing University. How can Li Na depend on him? His daughter was also a top student at Beijing Teaching University. She will be teaching at one of the high schools in the future. Maybe she will be working at the education ministry in the future. There was no need for her to depend on Feng Yu. Li Na's father just does not like Feng Yu. Feng Yu also did not know how he offended Li Na's father. He felt that his looks, height, studies were all doing well. Why does he still dislike him? If it wasn't for Li Na's mother, Feng Yu might not even get to enter Li Na's house. The more Li Na's father dislikes him, the more Feng Yu does not want to please him. He can wait until his status to be at a level where Li Na's father cannot oppose him and Li Na. When he returned home, Feng Yu was sulking. Zhang Muhua saw him and asked him what happened. When she knew that Li Na's father looks down on Feng Yu, she was furious. What did you say? I will look for him now. How can he look down on my son? Who is he to look down on my son? Mom, calm down. Why are you shouting? The neighbors will hear you. Feng Yu quickly stopped his mother from going out. He regrets telling his mother what happened. Did you ask him why he dislikes you? I also do not know the answer. Feng Yu replied grumpily. He had asked Li Na about this, and she also does not know. I will go and look for MDM Li. She will help me find out what happened. Which MDM Li? Feng Yu asked. She is that matchmaker who had helped Zhang San's second son find a partner. That Tian Laoyu's daughter and Zhao Laowu's nephew. Mom, why are you so anxious? Feng Yu was sweating. MDM Li was that famous matchmaker in the district. How can I not be anxious? Mom, we are still schooling. We can talk about this in the future. Maybe Li Na's father will change his mind when we graduate. Feng Yu could settle this by himself. He does not want his mother to get involved. With her temper, she will make things worse. Zhang Muhua said. It's a pity our district does not have the practice of engagement. If not, both of you can get engaged first. All right. Mom, don't worry about me. I will go and look for Dongjun now. Don't tell Dad about this. Feng Yu left, and Zhang Muhua immediately picked up the phone. Hello? Old Feng, I need to tell you something. That girl's family does not like our son. Which girl? That pretty girl from the Li family. The one studying at Beijing Teaching University. At Wen Dongjun's house, Feng Yu saw Wen Dongjun looking listlessly. Feng Yu thought that Wen Dongjun could cheer him up, but it seems that he was in a worse position than him. The both of them were not in the mood to do anything. So, they decided to play Chinese chess. Maybe playing chess can cheer them up. Sigh. Stop sighing. Hurry up and make your move. Feng Yu said in an irritated manner. Checkmate. What checkmate? That piece is a horse and not an elephant. Feng Yu was furious. Why can't he play chess properly? I am not in the mood to play chess. Wen Dongjun said in a foul mood. What's wrong with you? Feng Yu asked, when Dongjun should not be feeling so down. His father had been promoted and had done well in his work. Feng Yu heard that Uncle Wen might be promoted again next year. Feng Yu had also taught Wen Dongjun about shares trading, and last year, he had sold off all his shares before the sudden drop in prices. This year, Wen Dongjun had bought the shares again, and the prices of the stocks were rising steadily. He will make lots of money when he sells the shares in February. If Wen Dongjun's family does not have any problems, then the issue should lie with him. But Dongjun's result was still fine. He did not fail any of his subjects. What's there to be irritated about? Zhang Han's father was transferred to Beijing. He was promoted to the vice minister of the public security and Beijing city's chief of police. Feng Yu raised his brows. This was a good thing. Zhang Han's father was in his 50s and should be able to work for some years more. Maybe he will be promoted to be a ministry before he retires. Even if he was not promoted, he got more authority now. Why was Wen Dongjun unhappy? Doesn't her family know about you? You had gone to her house last year. What's wrong? Her father opposes both of you. No. But after her father was transferred to Beijing, Zhang Han got to return home during the weekends, Wen Dongjun said. Wen Dongjun had already betted Zhang Han, and he thought they would be able to spend their weekends in hotels. But now, all his weekend plans were gone. Damn, I still thought what had happened. This moron. The both of you are in the same school. Why must you wait until the weekends? Why can't you go on weekdays? Feng Yu asked. The school will check the dormitory on weekdays. Wen Dongjun replied. They will be strict with the first year. Will the teachers still be so strict to the year 2 students? Furthermore, what's wrong with spending the night outside of the dormitory? Sell off your shares before you go back. You will have enough money to buy 2 apartments near to your school. You can tell your teachers that your house is just outside the school. Will the teachers still forbid you to stay out of the dormitory at night? If they still disagree, just give them some gifts. Feng Yu looked at Wen Dongjun and wondered why his best friend was so stupid. He was not a good student in the first place. Why should he bother with the teachers checking the dormitory at night? Wen Dongjun brightens up. That's right. We can go out on weekdays. Why I did not think of this earlier? Come, let's play chess. Feng Yu, carry on with the game. Why are you not making your move? Is it my turn? Checkmate. Check your head. I do not want to play anymore. Feng Yu was furious. Damn, now your mood is better, and shouldn't you be asking about me? You also seem to be a bad mood. Feng Yu felt better. This moron finally noticed that he was in a bad mood. Your mood will be better if you play some chess. You are the one who said this. Hurry up and continue. Checkmate. It's your turn. Feng Yu. What? The leader is here? Good. I will reach in the evenings. Feng Yu had stayed at home for 2 days, and he finally received a call from Ho Haitao. The military leader was finally here. This leader was supposed to visit Bing City Aviation before the new year and at the same time inspect Ho Haitao's work. But the leader had something on and postponed his trip. Feng Yu had been waiting for him. Now, the leader was finally here. Feng Yu immediately returned to Bing City. If he could get the military to order his cars, then Songjiang Motors will have no more worries. General Gan. This is Feng Yu, General Manager of Bing City's machinery company. Manager Feng. This is General Gan from Xinyang Army. Although General Gan had heard of Feng Yu, he was still surprised to see Feng Yu. This was the person who was praised by the chief architect? Manager Feng, I heard that you wanted to meet me. Feng Yu was looking down at this person. Ho Haitao did not tell you why I wanted to meet you, but Feng Yu looked at General Gan's shoulders. Lieutenant General? His position was not low. Can he make the decisions? General Gan, I am wondering if the army needs vehicles. Our Songjiang Motors had won a national-level award, and even the chief architect had praised our cars. Also, our cars are also exported to Russia. Director Ho also knows about this. One of the reasons why General Gan came to Bing City's aviation factory was to look at Songjiang Motors vehicles. The military does have intentions to procure a batch of new military vehicles. The army had been using Jeep. The performance of Jeep was only mediocre and often breakdowns. The higher-ups had decided to purchase a batch of good military-use vehicles. These vehicles will be used by the leaders. They had contacted Japan and U.S. automobile manufacturers, but the prices were too high. One vehicle cost over 300,000 renminbi. In one of Ho Haitao's report, he mentioned that Bing City's machinery company had developed their own off-road vehicles. Not only the exterior was well designed, but the performance was also great. The prices were also not high. However, the higher-ups do not want to buy the Songjiang brand. They had the impression that China domestic cars were not good. The best off-road vehicle in China was still Jeep's J 2020 model. Jeep was an established brand and specialized in this category of vehicles. The military could not afford to buy vehicles from Japan and the US. When they were about to go to Beijing's Jeep company to talk about their purchase, the chief architect went to Longjiang province and had visited Bing City's machinery company. The chief architect had praised Songjiang Motors' vehicles. The military remembered that Ho Haitao had recommended this company's vehicles to them before. Since China's top leader had praised this brand of cars, they should also show their support. The military leaders asked around in the market and found that Songjiang Motors off-road was much better than Jeep J 2020. They were satisfied with the vehicle's performance, but the prices were too high. One Songjiang Motors off-road was equivalent to 2 to 3 Jeep cars. The leaders had to rethink if they should purchase the Songjiang brand. The leaders had different opinions, and the officer in charge of procurement had to report to the higher-ups for them to make the decision. Discussions were made by the higher-ups, and this caused delays. This was why General Gan got to postpone his trip to Bing City. General Gan, who was representing the logistic department, was here to negotiate with Feng Yu to see if the military could get discounts. The military knew that Songjiang Motors were exporting their vehicles to Russia. This shows that there were no problems with Songjiang Motors vehicles. Now, Feng Yu had brought up this matter first, and General Gan had the upper hand. He could make use of this to suppress the price of the vehicles. Manager Feng, I cannot really help you about this. Old Ho had told us about your cars. But your cars are too expensive. Look at Beijing's Jeep. Their latest model's retail price is less than 80,000 renminbi, and their cheapest model is selling for 60,000 renminbi. If we make a bulk purchase, we will still get discounts. Your cars really cannot compete with them. General Gan said this purposely. You get what you pay? General Gan can get experts to test the quality of our cars. Also, our cars have bigger space than Jeep. It is a 7-seater, and it can even fit 10 people. Our off-road also have more power and is more stable. It is also more fuel efficient. There are too many features that win Jeep. But I can buy at least 2 Jeep with the amount of 1 Songjiang off-road. It is too expensive. General Gan shook his head. General Gan, I had bought a Jeep before. There are too many problems. It breaks down often. Our army needs efficiency, and our soldiers need to be at a specific place within a specific time to complete their missions. If they were mobilized and their vehicles break down halfway, their mission would fail. There will not be such problems with our vehicles. Furthermore, if the leaders were to travel by Jeep, their bones will break from the suspension. How could they still give instructions to the soldiers? Our suspension is much better, and our cars come in military green and camouflage colors. It is very suitable for military use. Feng Yu continued with the features. Feng Yu also made eye signals to Ho Haitao. I had given you 2 million. Why are you not helping me? Ho Haitao was also helpless. He should have gone to make tea. He was still under the military, and General Gan was his supervisor. General Gan, I heard that the Russian army had also purchased Songjiang off-roads for military use. Really? But Russia is rich. We do not have so much budget. If Russia really has money, the Soviet Union will not be disintegrated so fast. Although Russia had taken over most of the wealth, they also took over some of its debts. Also, rubles had been depreciating, and the value of Russia's assets was shrinking. Now, even Feng Yu and Kirilenko no longer use rubles to trade. No USD? We accept pounds, franc, yen, or whatever currency you have, except for rubles. Kirilenko had made 2 orders with Taihua Trading. One was for 300 Songjiang Olympic, and the other was for 200 Songjiang off-roads. Feng Yu was also not sure if the off-roads were for the Russian army, but Bing City claims that those were sold to the Russian military. Feng Yu could tell that General Gan had the intentions of purchasing his cars, but could not accept the pricing. Fine. As long as the military was willing to buy his vehicles, Feng Yu was ready to earn lesser. In Feng Yu's previous life, Beijing Jeep was able to survive because of China's army. Beijing Jeep was even China's top vehicle sales for 1 year. Their annual production had crossed the 50,000 units mark 2 years ago. Jeep was the leader of China's automobile industry. If Songjiang Motors could get a deal with China's army, they will also be like Beijing Jeep. The Chinese will trust their brand more. This was the reason why Feng Yu wanted this deal badly. Then General Gan, how much do you want for one vehicle? If we are able to keep our cost, we can try to work a deal out. We will just treat this as supporting our military. Feng Yu said after pausing for a while. General Gan was overjoyed. He was waiting for Feng Yu to say this. 150,000 renminbi per unit. General Gan, are you joking? We did not even sell our cars to Bing city government at this price. We would make losses if we were to sell you at this price. Feng Yu was not lying. Songjiang Motors Off-Road's cost was about 160,000 renminbi for both the diesel and petrol models. This was because the machinery company's technologies were not good enough to lower the cost. But if Beijing Jeep were to use these technologies to build the off-road vehicles, their cost would be at least 200,000 renminbi. General Gan saw Feng Yu's attitude and knew that the price he wanted was too low. Although Hao Haitao does not know how much the cost was, his aviation factory estimated the value of one vehicle to be about 150,000 to 170,000 renminbi. He had told General Gan about his estimation, and he would not get involved with the pricing negotiations. Then how much does Manager Feng want for one vehicle? General Gan asked. Feng Yu suddenly turned and looked at Hao Haitao without saying a word. Hao Haitao looked at himself and then asked, Manager Feng, why are you looking at me? Director Ho, is the aviation factory going to purchase our Songjiang Motors vehicles? No, we are also manufacturing vehicles. Why should we purchase yours? Then why are you still here? Feng Yu looked at Hao Haitao surprised. Hao Haitao opened his mouth and looked at Feng Yu. Damn, what's the meaning of this? This is Bing City's aviation factory, and this is my office. Why am I being treated like an outsider? General Gan did not say anything. This meant that General Gan also agreed to speak with Feng Yu privately. Hao Haitao left his office sulking. At the door, his secretary saw him and stood up. Director, are you looking for me? Follow me to the workshops. Damn, I am being chased out of my own office by two outsiders. Fine, I will not get involved in this deal. Don't blame me if this deal fails. Hao Haitao's secretary looked at Hao Haitao's office. How come Director Ho came out alone? Feng Yu and General Gan were still inside the office? General Gan, is the army only going to purchase Songjiang off-roads? It will depend on the situation. General Gan gave a vague answer. Feng Yu understood when he heard General Gan's reply. These leaders also wanted other models, but the higher-ups might not approve. Those off-roads can be used for military training, but they can't use the same excuse for the other models. Who will use the other models during wars? General Gan, I suggest purchasing our Songjiang off-roads diesel engine. It has more torque and suits many types of road conditions. Also, at the back of the vehicle, you can choose to put passenger seats to increase the capacity or remove the seats to transport logistics. I will sell you this model at a wholesale price of 200,000 renminbi per unit. China's diesel quality was not good, and diesel engines need to be maintained regularly. But this was not a problem. The Jeep J 2020, which the Army was using now, requires repairs on a weekly basis. The mechanics in the Army were well trained because of this reason. 200,000 renminbi? It is too expensive. Your cost is also not that high. I had also heard that the vehicles you sold to CCTV were also not so expensive. General Gan shook his head. CCTV had bought the petrol model, and CCTV also gave me some benefits for our advertisements. In reality, CCTV had paid more than 200,000 renminbi. But this is also too expensive. The number of vehicles we needed is a lot. With this price, the higher-ups will not approve. General Gan, calm down. I still have not finished. To show our support for the military, we had decided to give one Olympic model, Prestige Edition, to the Army for every 10 Songjiang off-roads you purchase. This Songjiang Olympic luxury version cost more than 200,000 renminbi. If you purchase 1,000 off-roads, we will add in 100 Olympic cars. Feng Yu said and showed his index finger. What? Free Olympic model? Buy 10 free one. General Gan looked at Feng Yu. This kid knows what he wanted. All the leaders in the army had wanted to change cars. Most of the leaders in the military were still using the old red flag vehicles. There were only a few Audi 100 in the army. Needless to say, there were no Audi 200. Now, the higher-ups had approved the budget to purchase new vehicles. But if they were to buy luxury cars, they will not be able to answer to the higher-ups. Feng Yu's proposal would solve this problem. The leaders will get new cars, and they will still be able to explain to the higher-ups. Feng Yu lifted his tea and slowly drank it. This method was not thought up by him. He got this idea from the military leaders from his previous life. Fengyu had thought this was a joke, but it seems that this joke was really useful. Only Songjiang Motors Olympic model? General Gan asked. Fengyu raised his eyebrows. General Gan was interested. I can give you other models, including Songjiang Motors Red Star. But it will not be one car for every 10 vehicles purchased. We can discuss the details. Fengyu smiled. I cannot make the decision now, but we will consider your proposal. I will report to my leaders and will give you a reply once they decided. General Gan thought for a while and replied. General Gan had not thought of this method. Now, Fengyu had made this proposal, and he needs to revisit their procurement plans. They might increase the numbers of vehicles because of this proposal. They had plans to purchase more Jeeps later this year. Now, it was confirmed that they will not take Japanese and Americans' cars into consideration. Then I will wait for your good news. After your confirmation, I will let my factories to increase our production. We will prepare the military orders first. Fengyu stood up and shook hands with General Gan. Ho Haitao had gone to the workshops to make supervisory rounds. He thought the negotiations between both of them will break down. Without him around, one side would try to suppress the price, and the other would try to increase the amount. How can the both of them work out a deal? But Ho Haitao saw the both of them walked out of his office full of smiles. General Gan had even walked Fengyu out to the door. Ho Haitao's eyes opened wide. What the hell was happening? The both of them had worked out a deal? Impossible. There was a significant difference between the prices in their minds. Their negotiations will also not go on so smoothly even if the talks did not break down. How did they work things out? Director Ho, I will make a move first. I still need to return to the machinery company to ask them to increase the production. Fengyu waved to Ho Haitao and left. Ho Haitao looked at Fengyu's back view and then turned to General Gan in a daze. Old Ho. General Gan waved his hand in front of Ho Haitao. Oh, the both of you had worked out a deal? Ho Haitao asked. This was unbelievable. We still have not finalized the details, but we do work out some things. I still need to report to the leaders before we can confirm this deal. What's wrong? You seem to be unhappy to hear that we had worked out a deal. General Gan looked at Ho Haitao. You are the one who introduced Fengyu to me. Furthermore, your aviation factory only manufactures vans. Your vehicles are not suitable for military use. No, how can I be unhappy? We will be meeting Deputy Commander Wang from the Provincial Army later in the afternoon. Happy? What's there to be pleased about? How come they could work out a deal in such a short time? I need to make a call to the leaders to report about Fengyu's proposal. Old Ho, lend me your office phone. Banged. Ho Haitao was speechless. Damn, I am locked out of my own office again. Whose office is this? Fengyu returned to the machinery company and chatted with Li Mingda for a while. After the new year, Songjiang Motors vehicles started airing their advertisements on CCTV. At the same time, printed advertisements were published in many provinces' newspaper. As Songjiang Motors had appeared on CCTV and Bing City had made a bulk purchase, people started to take note of Songjiang Motor vehicles. But the sales did not increase. The machinery company was still stocking up on the cars. Fengyu and the rest were prepared for this. Their vehicles were expensive and regular families could not afford. Also, Songjiang brand was not well known. Even with the aggressive marketing efforts, their sales could not increase immediately. Luckily, Kirilenko had bought their cars. Fengyu believed that his warehouse would not be packed with unsold cars by winter this year. He could still recover part of his investments. Fengyu looked at the sales figures and noticed that the Olympic model was the best-selling model. Red Star and off-roads were not selling well. Fengyu was wondering if the Red Star model was introduced into the market too early. Do the people now do not like this type of business cars? Business cars' exterior design was not as rugged as the off-roads and not as beautiful as the smaller saloon cars. But this model was efficient and comfortable. Fu Guangjing had also conducted a market survey about this model in the southern region. He felt that there should be a market for this model. When the branch factory in Guangdong was ready, this model should be manufactured there. Southeast provinces were the first to become prosperous. There were many wealthy businessmen there. The sales of this model should be better there. The other branch factory should manufacture Songjiang off-roads. They should focus on producing the diesel engine model more. The petrol engine off-road model could still not win J2020. Jeep J2020 was too cheap. Li Mingda also agreed. They should manufacture more of the better-selling models. The machinery company was also short of funds. Those unsold vehicles had locked up most of their funds. Feng Yu still insists on not lessening the R&D investments. Although the machinery company's production had increased, their profits had decreased. The profits from vehicles were much lesser than agriculture machines and motorcycles. Also, the city had given the machinery company tax exemption. Feng Yu could not let Taihua Trading be the primary distributor or use the funds from Taihua Trading. The city had only given the machinery company tax exemption, but not Taihua Trading. 3 days later, Feng Yu received a call from Hao Haitao asking him to go to the aviation factory to talk about the military deal. If it weren't because General Gan was a higher rank than Hao Haitao, he would never make this call. Why can't the talks be at the machinery company? Why must they pick the aviation factory? This time, Hao Haitao will never allow the negotiations to be in his office. If both of you wants to talk, go to the meeting room. Feng Yu and Li Mingda arrived at the aviation factory's meeting room. When they entered the room, they were almost blinded by the shiny metals. Damn, this was only the talks about the details of the contract. Was there a need to mobilize 6 generals? Other than General Gan, the other 5 were all Major General. Hao Haitao greeted the generals and left. He was not interested in being present at this meeting. Good morning, Manager Feng. A Major General stretched out his hand towards Li Mingda. Li Mingda looked at Feng Yu embarrassed and turned towards the Major General. I am Li Mingda. This is our machinery company's main shareholder, Feng Yu, Manager Feng. That Major General looked at Feng Yu and then General Gan. He saw General Gan nodded to him. This young man was the major shareholder of the machinery company? Feng Yu asked loudly. General Gan, have you all decided? Are we signing the contract today? Feng Yu pretended not to see that Major General's outstretched hand. I am a petty person, what can you do? Cough. Manager Feng, we can't sign the contract immediately. We still have not decided whether to buy your cars. General Gan replied and stared at that Major General. Huh? You received better offers than us? Feng Yu asked. Since the military had sent so many generals here for the talks, they will definitely buy Songjiang Motors vehicles. They only want to press the prices down and get better conditions. Feng Yu does not care about all these people. Although he was not a good negotiator, and Li Mingda was also not much better, but he was confident that he was better than these people from the military. In his previous life, the military had made several purchases at higher prices. This was because these generals do not know how to negotiate. Of course, Beijing Jeep. We had bought their Jeeps more than once. Their vehicles were really well built. It was still that Major General who replied. Feng Yu glanced at him. There were 5 Major General and 1 Lieutenant General in this room. Why was this guy so talkative? Feng Yu does not know that this procurement of vehicles had been handled by this Major General. He had been buying Beijing Jeep for the military. The boss of Beijing Jeep and he were relatives. Oh, then why didn't you continue to buy from Beijing Jeep? I don't want to flaunt, but our vehicle can still be driven after banging in a 5 Beijing Jeep J 2020. Feng Yu said proudly. The military generals were dumbfounded. This was the first time they heard of such comparisons. Manager Feng, we shall not speak about other things. Your Songjiang off-road specifications are outstanding. We are interested in purchasing your cars. But the prices are too high. General Gan said. Is it costly? I shall still say the same thing. You get what you paid. The Russian army had placed orders with us. This shows that our vehicles are of good quality. Also, the prices for the Russians are much higher than what I offered to you. I had already offered you a free car for every 10 vehicles you purchase. Can Beijing Jeep give you such an attractive offer? The amount used to buy 10 cars from you is enough to buy more than 20 Jeeps. Is there still a need for free gifts? It was the same Major General. Then why don't you go to Beijing Jeep? Feng Yu asked him back. Manager Feng, we are very sincere to work with you. Also, we are representing the military, the country. Feng Yu glanced at General Gan. The country can take advantage of us commoners? If it weren't for the sake of the military protecting our country, I would not even offer you buy 10 free 1. General Gan almost vomit blood. Who wants to take advantage of you? We want to buy things from you, and shouldn't we haggle on the prices? He had wanted to make use of the country and military to press the prices down. But Feng Yu used the same reason to prevent them from doing so. From our estimation, your cost per unit is not more than 170,000 renminbi. Yet you want to sell us at 200,000 renminbi per unit? This rate is not considered high. A bespectacled Major General said. Feng Yu lifted one finger and asked, Where did you get this 170,000 renminbi? Do you know our machinery company's workers are getting at least 20% more wages than other factories? Do you know our workers are getting month rewards every month? Do you know how much we spend on the production lines and factories? Do you know how much we invested in those technologies? You do not know about these, and how can you determine our cost? Did you estimate the cost of our vehicles by weight? Cost. You are not the who determine how much cost per vehicle. We are the ones who decide the value of the car. Your military personnel can come and check our machinery company's accounts. Even Bing city government will not agree to you checking on our accounts. We shall see who will win from this negotiation. After Feng Yu finished, he looked at Li Mingde. Li Mingde immediately got the hint. He did give the other party had a chance to speak. The cars we sold to Russia were much more expensive than what we offered you. Also, we are able to make some profits because of the export tax exemptions. Now, our machinery company is not making money, and we might even make losses. We are also not a wholly private company. Other than Manager Feng and Manager Fu, Bing city government is only a shareholder of the company. We also represent China. The other party wanted to say something, but Feng Yu continued. Our Bing city machinery company have employed a few thousand workers. If we include the retired workers and the workers' families, it will be tens of thousands of people, depending on our company. If based on what you wanted, we should sell you the vehicles at a loss, then how are we going to pay the workers' salaries? How will our workers' families survive? Manager Feng, listen to me. We have never said that you should sell us the cars at a loss. We only hope that you will lower the prices. After all, we are spending the government's money. Feng Yu really wanted to tell him that they are spending our taxpayers' money. Then how much do you want? 190,000 renminbi, and it will still be one free vehicle for every 10 cars purchased. Also, every 100 vehicles, you have to give us one more luxury edition Olympic model. Damn, this price was almost the machinery company's cost of production. Before Feng Yu could answer, Li Mingde declined this proposal. Sorry. 190,000 renminbi and an additional condition of buy 100 free one vehicle are not acceptable. We refuse to accept this. We had made it very clear. Our company also need to feed a lot of people. We would rather not sell our vehicles than to sell our cars at a loss. Furthermore, it is not like our cars could not find buyers. Other than the Russians, we had received 2 orders from other cities. Their prices were much higher than what we offered to you. 200,000 renminbi per vehicle and one free vehicle for every 10 purchases. This is our best offer. Manager Feng, didn't you say that you will support China's military and will give us a good offer? How come you are singing a different tune now? Feng Yu pretended to be troubled and looked at Li Mingde. Old Li, why not we give the army a few more luxury editions of the Olympic model? We should take up their additional condition of one free vehicle for every 100 purchases. We will just accept this loss. Li Mingde saw Feng Yu's hand gestures below the table and said righteously, Manager Feng, you are not the one who called the shots at the machinery company. I am the general manager, and I should be in charge of running the company. How can I answer to the workers if we are going to sell it at such low prices? Old Li, how can you say this? I am the main shareholder of the company, and this is settled. I call the shots in the company. General Gan, let's sign the contract now. General Gan and the rest were stunned. What contract? Did we even agree to your terms? But the generals saw Feng Yu and Li Mingde started to argue. If they continued to press the prices down further, the talks would break down. The higher-ups had told them that the top officials like Songjiang Motors vehicles. They had even praised these vehicles publicly. How can they not purchase a batch of these vehicles? In the meeting room, the major generals who did not even get an opportunity to speak were frustrated. It seems like they no longer had the chance to talk in this meeting. Li Mingde saw the generals did not agree immediately. He continued with his act. Manager Feng, you cannot sign this contract. I am the general manager, and I need to be responsible for the company. Manager Fu also had not agreed to this deal. We had agreed that I am the one in charge of sales. Even if Manager Fu is here, he also has to listen to me. Feng Yu said in an unpleasant tone. General Gan turned to the one beside him. The two of you should have a chat with Manager Li. 2 major generals stood up and dragged Li Mingde out of the meeting. On the way out, Li Mingde starts to curse and swear at Feng Yu. Feng Yu was speechless. This Li Mingde was putting up a performance, or he was taking this opportunity to curse him. Manager Feng, those unimportant people had left. Can we continue with the minor details of the contract? General Gan smiled. What minor details do we need to discuss? Feng Yu frowned. This old man still want to haggle? The terms will remain the same. Our purchases are tax-free. General Gan had said this confidently. This was his final card up his sleeves. Tax-free. You should lower your rates further. General Gan did not want to mention this term, but he knew that Feng Yu would never lower the price if he did not add in this offer into the deal. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows. Waive off the tax. If this offer was offered to him 2 years later, it would be very attractive. But this year, the machinery company's automobile arm does not need to pay any taxes. I'm sorry. Our automobile factories do not need to pay tax this year. Feng Yu replied calmly. General Gan was in a daze. What? They do not need to pay taxes? He turned to the other major generals and saw that they were also in shock. Manager Feng, if we are going to purchase more vehicles, can you give us a better price? General Gan was no longer confident. Feng Yu tapped on the table. All of you should know what the actual rate is. I am quoting you. It is less than 170,000 renminbi. This amount is the same as your estimations of our cost. All of you had seen how Oldly reacted just now. I had only agreed to give you the luxury version of the Olympic model, and he wants to complain to the Hong Kong shareholder. If I were to lower the price further, how will the workers view me? Feng Yu knew clearly that the military could afford to spend money in this era. China had been generous with their military spending. The rates he offered to the military was lower than what he provided to CCTV. If he were to lower the prices further, he would really make a loss. It was just like what Li Mingda said just now. He would rather not sell than to sell these vehicles at a loss. Despite getting some additional advantages from this deal, General Gan was still not satisfied. His higher-ups were willing to accept this price, but it will also reflect the fact that he was not able to bargain it lower. Manager Feng, the machinery company also make motorcycles, right? The military also needs motorcycles. Why not you give us a few motorcycles as free gifts? General Gan suddenly thought of this idea. Feng Yu replied with a painful expression, fine. For every 100 vehicles, I will give you a motorcycle. Manager Feng, your business is so successful. Don't be so stingy. For every 100 vehicles, give us 10 Songjiang 125 cubic centimeters motorcycles. Impossible. 2 Songjiang 125 cubic centimeters motorcycles are my limit. Feng Yu replied. Add in 2 more Songjiang 100 cubic centimeters motorcycles. The army will not forget your contributions. We will give your machinery company a plaque. General Gan waved his hand and said, Damn, it's only a plaque. You think the machinery company is a state-owned enterprise and need these plaques to get projects? Unless the army is willing to help us advertise. Feng Yu threw what he wanted at General Gan. Huh? We help you advertise? No. How can the army help your company advertise? General Gan was going crazy. How could this manager Feng make such suggestions? I do not need you to say anything. I just need the permission to publish some photographs. For example, soldiers standing beside our vehicles. The vehicles do not need military registration plates and will not state which unit the vehicles are from. Is this not allowed? Fine. Then for every 100 vehicles, give us 1 more Songjiang 125 cubic centimeters. I cannot give you 1 more Songjiang 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle. I can only give you 1 more Songjiang 100 cubic centimeters motorcycle for every 100 vehicles. Deal. Li Mingda was furious when he was leaving the aviation factory. Ho Haitao also tried to help persuade and calm him down. But after he boarded the car, his facial expression changed back to normal. He asked excitedly, Manager Feng, how was it? Is the contract signed? Show it to me now. Feng Yu threw the contract at Li Mingda. He was still sore from the cursing and swearing from Li Mingda earlier. Li Mingda smiled. Manager Feng, you are the one who asked me to act. How was my acting? Very good. Especially the part where you point at me and start scolding me. It was spectacular. I thought you were scolding me for real. Feng Yu rolled his eyes. Li Mingda must be waiting for this chance to scold me. It is all an act. I'm sorry. Let me see the contract. Let's look at the contract first. Li Mingda does not know how to continue with the conversation, so he chose to keep quiet. Li Mingda flipped the contract, and the total number of vehicles was 3,000. Li Mingda's eyes opened wide. This was a huge order. He had discussed with Feng Yu and thought that the most the military would order was 1,000 vehicles. This was perfect. 3,000 cars. For every 10 vehicles purchased, One Olympic model, Prestige Edition, will be given to them for free. Every 100 vehicles purchase, the machinery company give them one Songjiang Olympic Luxury Edition vehicle plus 2 Songjiang 125 cubic centimeters motorcycles plus 3 Songjiang 100 cubic centimeters motorcycles. Although the profits from this deal was not a lot, it was better than none. Li Mingde made a mental calculation. The profits were about 6,000 to 7,000 renminbi per vehicle. 3,000 vehicles mean the gains will be almost 20 million. That's great. Manager Foam, with this order, it will help with our marketing. Huh, wait a minute. This is the military's order, and we are not allowed to publicize this. Li Mingde asked. Who says we cannot publicize this? Contact Longjiang newspaper, the evening newspapers, and also our dealers in the other provinces immediately. We will publish an article on the papers about this deal. Not only we shall talk about this deal, but we must also show that we are not making money from this deal. We are doing this to contribute to the nation. Most importantly, get a few soldiers in full uniform to stand beside our camouflage paint off-roads. Take a series of pictures and publish it on the papers. Cannot publicize? If I cannot publicize this deal, why would I lower the rates for them? Earning only 6,000 to 7,000 renminbi from a 200,000 renminbi vehicle. The profits were not even 5%. What did you say? It is an offense to impersonate soldiers. Li Mingde was shocked. Had Manager Feng gone crazy? This will offend the military. They had agreed. Get those that just retired from the army. They do not need to put on their ranks and medals. It would be better if we are able to get newly retired soldiers from the Army, Navy, and Air Force. If they agree to be our models, I can give them a motorcycle each. Feng Yu said, what's there to be afraid of? Who wants to impersonate soldiers? Why can't retired soldiers take pictures in their old uniforms? The following 2 days, pictures of all sort of soldiers in their uniforms appeared in every newspaper in every province. If it was not February now, people might have thought it was nearing to People's Liberation Army Day. Other than the pictures on the newspaper, there were similar articles across all papers. Our army had purchased XX number of Songjiang off-roads vehicles. Our military had increased their combat power. The articles did not mention the exact figures for the number of vehicles bought and also how much stronger the military became. But coupled with the pictures, the readers all believed what was stated in the articles. Many people also took note of the majestic-looking Songjiang off-road vehicles in the pictures. No matter whether if they could afford this vehicle, all of them remembered this brand. Those distributors in the different provinces also used this military's order to speak to their local government. In this era, the road conditions were not as good as the future years. Many of the roads leading to the counties were not cemented. Those distributors took the opportunity to promote Songjiang off-roads vehicles. The body was high and have a powerful engine. The suspensions were also very good, and the interior was very spacious. In the end, Songjiang off-roads were selling better than Songjiang Olympic models. At the office of First Automobile Works Director, the head of departments had gathered together. The office was filled with smoke. Think of a solution and come up with a plan. If this carries on, our Audi 100 sales will not reach our target. Look at how Songjiang Motors sells their vehicles. Who was the one who said that we can ignore Songjiang Motors, and they are not a threat to us? Director Zhao knocked on the table and asked. No one dares to say a word. Director Zhao had also agreed to that statement previous. Now, he turns around and starts to blame others. Songjiang Motors is only a stone throw away from us in Bing City. Yesterday, the counties around Jilin City had ordered Songjiang Motors. Don't all of you feel embarrassed? Director Zhao was furious. His First Automobile Works had not started to suppress Songjiang Motors, but Songjiang Motors had already climbed onto their head. This was a disgrace. Director Zhao, we had looked into Songjiang Motors cars. Their performance is better than our vehicles. However, they had put in protection measures in their engines. We are not confident that we could dismantle the engine without damaging the core components. One of the leaders said softly, think of a way. What are the engineers and mechanics doing? How can we lose to a factory that makes tractors? Director Zhao became more furious. Okay, Director Zhao, I will lead them to look into Songjiang Motors technologies. That leader said and left the room. The rest of the leaders were cursing him in their hearts. You left the room, and we still have to bear the brunt of Director Zhao. The director of Beijing Benz Automotive Company was also furious. Songjiang Motors was detestable. They had snatched the military orders from them. If the army had used the same amount to purchase their Jeeps J2020, it would be almost a 10,000 vehicles order. That means they would exceed 100,000 vehicles sales this year. Sales department and technology department. Go back and reflect on yourselves. Find out where is the difference between our vehicles and theirs. Why they are able to snatch away the order from us. 10,000 vehicles were a significant impact on them. The profit was at least tens of millions. They could do a lot with this amount. Not only Songjiang Motors had snatched the military orders from Beijing Benz Automotive. Even their retail shops were affected. Many of their customers had said that their Jeeps were not as powerful as Songjiang off-roads after they test drive their Jeeps. This further lowers their sales. What nonsense are they talking about? Our J2020 is only selling for how much, and how much is Songjiang off-road selling for? At Shanghai Automotive Industry Corporation, the director was also frustrated. They had confidently bought the Santana's production line and thought that they could occupy the mid-low range automobile market segment. They wanted to be China's top automobile manufacturer. But the Songjiang Motors, who they looked down upon, suddenly entered this market segment. Not only they developed a better car than them, but the retail prices were almost the same as them. Also, Songjiang Motors was able to sell their vehicles all over China within a short time. Their Santana sales had dropped drastically. Although they have an established brand, a long history, and acceptable sales figures, Songjiang Motors under the tagline of developed and made in China will overtake them sooner or later. All the major automobile manufacturers in China felt threatened by Songjiang Motors. But the chief architect had praised this company, and they can't suppress this company openly. You claim to have advanced technologies? We shall compete with technologies. I do not believe that after building cars for so many years, our techs will lose to a tractor factory. All the state-owned enterprises started to develop newer technologies, and Fengyu returned back to Beijing. Beijing Benz Automotive. The first thing Fengyu did was not to go back to class, gathering with friends, or look for his teachers. He went straight to Beijing Teaching University to fetch Lina. The both of them had returned back to their schools early. They spent their days watching movies, shopping, and visit amusement parks. Of course, sleeping together. Nana, if we are unable to meet for some time, will you miss me? Fengyu hugged Lina and asked. Lina sat up and asked nervously. What do you mean? Are you still worried about my father? Fengyu laughed. What are you thinking? I am not talking about your father. I am saying that I might be going to Hong Kong as an exchange student. I will not be able to visit you every weekend, but I will try to fly back every month. Exchange student? What is that? Lina asked puzzledly. She had never heard of this term and was not sure what does it mean. I will be switching places with a student from Hong Kong University. I will attend Hong Kong University for a year, and that student will come to Beijing University for a year. I will return in year 4. Fengyu explained. Oh, that's good. You can visit Hong Kong. Lina said enviously. Fengyu knocked his head. I will talk to Hong Kong University and help you get a place as an exchange student. Lina shook her head. I cannot speak Cantonese, and my English is not good. I think I should not go. Furthermore, it should be quite troublesome to get a place. This is only a small matter. I will just donate 1 million to that university, and they will arrange for you. Fengyu said. Huh? Need 1 million? I do not want to go anymore. 1 million? How many sacks of rice can you buy with 1 million? Lina was shocked. Fengyu rubbed Lina's nose. I know you like to eat rice, but you shouldn't use sacks of rice as comparison. 1 million to us is really nothing. I can earn it within minutes. Fengyu was not bragging when he said this. He was confident of his trading skills, and he knew his skills were better than 99% of all the traders in this era. The analytic techniques Fengyu learned in his previous life was not even developed yet. Also, he still has his memories from his previous life. For instance, he knew that the US market was having a bull run now, and this will last for a few more years. Unless one is really unlucky, almost everybody who bought shares will make money. If he invested 100 million and the shares increase by 1%, it will be 1 million in profits. To Fengyu, it was really a matter of a few minutes. For the past year plus, Fengyu had instructed Wind and Rain Consulting Company to acquire Microsoft shares. This was the only shares he bought, and the number of shares he owns was increasing. Fengyu did not lose any money from his investments in Microsoft. No matter what price he bought the shares, the share prices will increase after a while. But buying Microsoft shares had slowly used up Wind and Rain Consulting's funds. Now, the company only have about 10 million US dollars left. Feng Yu let the traders in his company use this amount to trade. He did not tell them what to invest and make them polish up their trading skills. Feng Yu was very satisfied with their performance. These traders had followed Feng Yu's instructions to make risk-averse investments and practice hedging. Although the returns were low, they did not make any losses. During 1997, these people will be useful to Feng Yu. Feng Yu will let those greedy Wall Street capitalists know who is the king of the financial world. In the end, Li Na did not agree to go to Hong Kong. But Feng Yu told Li Na to visit him in Hong Kong during the October holidays. He will bring her around, and she agreed excitedly. Li Na hugged Feng Yu around his waist and buried her head in his chest. She felt that she was the luckiest woman on earth. But after hugging a while, Li Na felt Feng Yu's hand roaming about on her body. She playfully slapped his hand, and Feng Yu said, "You cannot blame me. Who asked your body to be so tempting, and you are not covering it up? I cannot resist your temptations. It is still early now. How about we have another round?" "Early? It is almost midnight." "Oh." The next morning, when Feng Yu opened his eyes, Li Na had already prepared breakfast. Feng Yu looked at his watch beside him. It was only 6 a.m. Seemed like he should not let her rest last night. She still has the energy to make breakfast so early. After breakfast, Feng Yu sent Li Na to school first before returning back to his university. His school reopens today. After the lesson ended, the 6 dorm mates gathered in their dormitory. They had secretly brought liquor into their room, and each of them had brought snacks from their hometowns. Although these snacks were not expensive, and some were even not hygienic, Feng Yu really enjoyed it. Lao Si, number 4, they had numbered themselves based on their age. Feng Yu was the 4th oldest. "I heard that our school had started a student exchange program with Hong Kong University," Tian Lei suddenly said. Feng Yu's eyes twitched. "Do these news travel so fast in this era?" "I know about this." "What's wrong?" "Nothing much. I just want to congratulate you. I heard that you were selected for this program." Tian Lei raised his glass. Feng Yu laughed. "My friend had helped me." Feng Yu does not want to explain. He does not want to say that he had used money and connections to be an exchange student to hide away from the higher-ups in Hong Kong. The youngest asked curiously, "What is this student exchange program? How useful is it?" "The exchange student will study in another school for some time. The student will get the chance to experience the culture of another place. But the student still has to pay school fees. I heard that Hong Kong University's school fees are much more expensive than our university." Feng Yu explained and told them the cons of being an exchange student to prevent others from wanting to be one. In the room, other than Feng Yu and Tian Lei, the rest could not afford. But Feng Yu did not tell them that exchange students can also apply for scholarships. Hong Kong University's scholarship amount was much more than Beijing University. "Huh? Then what's the difference from spending money to study abroad? You will be spending money, and you still cannot get an overseas certificate." "I will not go." The youngest finished his wine in his glass in one gulp. Tian Lei laughed and said, "You should work hard and get a spot as a research student overseas. I heard that the scholarships for research students overseas are a lot. You do not have to worry about your expenses, and you can even remit some of your money home. This exchange program is not very important. Only some people who think that Hong Kong is a better place would want to go." "You do not want to go?" Feng Yu asked. Tian Lei shook his head. "I have not even considered being an exchange student. I will be gone for 1 year. Who will take care of Qingqing when I am gone?" Damn. This guy was not willing to be an exchange student because he was afraid that his girlfriend would run off with other guys. "We are not interested, but I heard that many people in our school are interested in getting a spot in this program. Especially your spot," Tian Lei said. Feng Yu frowned. Indeed, this exchange student's spot was too attractive to many students. "I do not care what connections or background you have. If you dare to touch my spot, don't blame me for being ruthless. If I really get pissed, I will stop this exchange program, and everyone has to remain here." "Director Lee, these 2 bottles of Mao Tai is from my father. It is directly from the factory. You can't get it outside." A Chinese Literature Year 2 student, Xiao Sun, placed his gift on the coffee table. "Xiao Sun, why are you doing this?" Director Lee said, but his eyes were fixated on those 2 bottles of Mao Tai. "Oh, it was exclusive brewed. This Xiao Sun's family was not simple." "Director Lee, I heard that our school have an exchange program with Hong Kong University next semester. Can I participate? Xiao Sun looked at Professor Li. Director Li was the director of the Chinese literature faculty, and there were rumors that the student from Hong Kong University was a Chinese literature student. Director Li will have a say in this exchange program. Of course, Xiao Sun had not only gave Director Li gifts. He had given gifts to all the leaders. He had specially picked the gifts for each leader. He knows that Director Li likes to drink, and he especially got these bottles of Maotai for him. Xiao Sun, this exchange program is not under my charge. Although the students from Hong Kong will be coming over to our Chinese literature faculty, our students do not need to be from the same faculty. Director Li was troubled. He wanted to accept this gift, but he felt that he could not help much. Director Li, when the higher-ups ask you for recommendations, please recommend me. You don't need to worry about anything else. If that's the case, it should not be a problem. Director Li knew that Xiao Sun had already spoken to the other leaders. Thank you, Director Li. I will revisit you. Before Xiao Sun left, he hinted that he will be giving more gifts if he became one of the exchange students. Xiao Sun, take these with you. Director Li pretended to be angry. Director Li, I am staying in the dormitory. I cannot bring alcohol back. I am going back to practice my English. Principal Chu, about my son becoming one of the exchange students? Chief Zhao, I will help you settle this. There are 4 exchange students' places. I will leave one spot for him. If he studied in Hong Kong for 1 year, he will get some overseas experience and will definitely enter the ministries and committees when he graduates. He will have a bright future. Then I shall thank you in advance. Oh, there are some manpower movements in my department, and a divisional chief position is vacant. Your son had been a deputy divisional chief for almost 2 years. I think he is suitable to move up the ranks. In the future, his workload will increase. Don't blame me for giving him too much work. Chief Zhao joked. No, young men should work harder. Principal Chu smiled. The both of them had completed their exchange of benefits. Secretary Lin, my girl's results are the best in her faculty every semester. Don't you think she should be one of the exchange students? MDM Lu, your daughter's results are outstanding. But Hong Kong University does not have her course. If she were to go over as an exchange student, she would have to switch her major. If her results in Hong Kong is not good, it will affect her job postings in the future. Secretary Lin, you don't need to say so much. I am sick of all these nonsenses. I heard that one of the students in the management faculty had got a place in the exchange student program. Hong Kong University also does not have management courses. Why is that student allowed to go and not my daughter? MDM Lu was furious. That student is a bit special. Special? What's so special about him? Because his family does business? For someone from Longjiang province, what background does he have? What's wrong? You are not giving my husband face. MDM Lu said with a black face. MDM Lu, please calm down. I am not the one who has the final say in this. We still need to discuss. I will help you submit your daughter's name. But whether if she will be selected, it will depend on our discussion. Uncle, this exchange student will be sent to Hong Kong University? You must help me get a place. I have not even left Beijing my whole life. I want to study overseas and have a beautiful resume. What overseas? Hong Kong is part of China. Director of Student Affairs, Director Niu, said. Yes, but Hong Kong is still under British rule now. Uncle, with this experience, I will not have to worry about jobs after I graduate. I promise I will not disgrace you when I am in Hong Kong. Don't even think about this. Those people who had pulled strings have strong connections and backgrounds. I have a headache on who to recommend during the meeting. Uncle, you are not the one who has the final say. You can just point out some flaws of the nominees. Go out first. If things are this simple, I would have nominated you. Study hard. If you make any mistakes within these 2 months, you will not have any chances. Currently, you still have some hope. Thank you. When school reopens, news of the student exchange program with Hong Kong University spread like wildfire. Those students with some connections and backgrounds tried all ways and means to be one of the exchange students. There were 4 places, and all these students were vying for them. But since this exchange program was only selecting from Year 2 students, they stand higher chances. These few days, all the leaders in the school had received phone calls, dinner invitations, and gifts. If it wasn't for this program, the leaders still do not know so many students have strong backgrounds. In comparison, bureau chiefs were considered low ranks. There were many students whose connections were ministries level. The school leaders were troubled. The school leaders had a meeting to select the candidates for this exchange program. I think that these 4 students are very suitable. These are their files. Please take a look. Director Nyo passed the information to the rest of the leaders in the meeting. In the files, the students' basic information and even their family members' information were stated. Family's information was the most crucial part of this selection process. These 4 students had greeted the leaders, and their backgrounds were deep. Someone from their family was at least a deputy ministerial level. One student was even the granddaughter of a minister. But that minister had retired to the back end. 4? Why is it 4? Didn't I ask you to submit only 3 names? The principal frowned. Although there were 4 places, one was reserved for Feng Yu. Director Nyo was also aware of this. Principal, I can't decide which of these students are better. I think if we can change the program slightly. Since Hong Kong University allows the duration of the exchange program to be 1 year, why not we change it into semesters? This way, we can have 8 places and more students can participate in this program. Director Nyo asked. The rest of the leaders' faces brighten up. That's right. Why didn't they think of this? 8 places can be given to more students. This way, they will not offend those officials and still got their favors. Do we need to speak to Feng Yu first? After all, Feng Yu was the one who set up this exchange program. The vice principal, who was the closest to Feng Yu, asked. Feng Yu had called him and told him straight that he had set up this exchange program for himself. If he cannot go, then this program will cease. Director Nyo patted his chest. Leave this to me. I will speak to Feng Yu. Director Nyo, are you looking for me? Feng Yu, please take a seat. Tea. Young men should prefer green tea. I will help you brew a cup. Feng Yu was confused. This Director Nyo was the director of student affairs in the university. Why was he so polite? He must be up to something. Director Nyo, I am not thirsty. What do you want to say? The school needs my help. Feng Yu thought that this should be about money. The school should need some money. I can donate some money to the school, but it is not so easy to get my donation. I must see the rewards first. Feng Yu, you are the one who set up this exchange program with Hong Kong University? Director Nyo asked. Feng Yu's face changed. He was after my spot as an exchange student. I had warned the vice principal. You want to ignore my warnings? Yes, I am the one. What's wrong? Hearing Feng Yu's change of tone, Director Nyo immediately explained. Feng Yu, don't be mistaken. I only wanted to ask if this exchange program's duration can be changed from 1 academic year to 1 semester. This way we can send more students to Hong Kong, and we can improve the relationship between mainland China and Hong Kong. There are also other benefits. Director Nyo said all sort of reasons, and Feng Yu looked at him. Are you done? Director Nyo was embarrassed. Feng Yu, if you help the school will not forget you. When you graduate, we will reserve a place for you as a research student. Not interested. How about we let you continue your studies until you reach PhD? You can choose to take whatever major you want. Director Nyo said. Director Nyo, what is the purpose of studying in university? Learn a new skill? If you want to put it nicely, this is called contributing for the nation. But the basics are still learning a skill to survive in the workplace, or you can call it survival skills. Feng Yu paused and pointed to himself. Do you think I need these? Director Nyo smiled. Although he does not know Feng Yu well, he knew that Feng Yu's family was very wealthy. If not, how could Feng Yu donate so much money to repair and build the school's stadium and library? Feng Yu had also provided the research funds for a lot of professors and research students. He had spent more than what the government spends on this university. This type of household does not need to further their studies. Feng Yu must be studying management to take over his family business in the future. Also, Feng Yu did not take on any positions in the school. This means he was not interested in going into the government sector after he graduates. Director Nyo does not know what could make Feng Yu change his mind. But Director Nyo really needs more slots in this exchange program. If he could get 6 places, then his nephew could enter this program. It would be better if there were 7 spots. Feng Yu, the university had been taking care of you. You had been taking leave, and the school had never penalized you, right? Feng Yu glanced at Director Nyo. I had donated a few million to the school last year. The school also did not fail you when you skipped the exams for 2 elective modules. Feng Yu, I had donated a few million to the school last year. You do not return to your dormitory frequently and even drove to school. The school also did not do anything to you, right? Feng Yu, I had donated a few million to the school last year. Director Nyo was at a loss of words. Stop telling me that you had donated money to the school. Feng Yu, we will not touch your spot. We only request you to change the duration for the rest of the students from 1 year into semesters. If not, other people will not find trouble with you. Director Nyo continued to persuade Feng Yu. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows. Without me, there will be no exchange program. Feng Yu, it is essential to maintain a good relationship with your fellow schoolmates. Many of the leaders' children want to take part in this program. If you help them, they will not forget your help. That's why I left 3 places with the school. The school can use these 3 places to win favors with those leaders. But if you dare to touch my place, then I will stop this exchange program. I am able to set up this exchange program. I am also able to cancel it. Feng Yu sneered. Since the day Director Nyo became the Director of Student Affairs, he had never been so frustrated. Since when he had to bow down to a student. Even those leaders' children speak to him with respect. It was because his words would affect the students' future in their workplaces. But this Feng Yu is different. He will not be interested in the school's job posting. Those students from affluent families will not be interested in working in the government sector. Director Nyo had contacted Hong Kong University, and the other side refused to change the duration into semesters and increase the number of students. This was the reason why Director Nyo came to look for Feng Yu. If not, he would never want to speak to him. Feng Yu, if you help the school this time, other than the core modules, you do not need to attend the rest of your lessons. You will still graduate with honors. Honor graduate is a prestigious title, and I believe your parents will be glad, right? This offer hits the spot. Feng Yu rubbed his chin and felt that his parents will be elated if they found out he graduate with honors. Also, he does not need to attend lessons so often. For a lazy person like him, this offer was very attractive. Fine. I will ask my friend to speak to Hong Kong University. I will not promise you anything. Actually, the school can also contact the universities in Taiwan and Macau. With Hong Kong University as precedents, those universities might be willing to partner with our school. We have contacted them, but no students are willing to go there. Taiwan does not have a good relationship with us, and Macau is a gambling city. The parents do not agree to send their children over to these places. Feng Yu's lips twitched. It must be no students from the other universities were interested in coming over. 3 days later, Feng Yu received a call from Fu Guangjing. It's settled. Why are you so troublesome? At first, you wanted the duration to be 1 year. Then you want to change it into semesters. But you still do not want to change all the spots into semesters. Your own place remained as 1 year duration, and the rest of the spots had to change into semesters. Didn't you said that you have lots of connections in Beijing University? How do I know there are so many government official students in my school? If I do not help them, they will bear grudges against me, and our businesses might be affected. This way, they will owe me a favor, and maybe we might need their help in the future. That's right. Feng Yu had asked Director Nyo to tell those students that he was the one who helped them get a place in the program. Feng Yu was not the kind who wants to remain anonymous after helping others. The students' parents were senior officials with the government, and Feng Yu remembered that one of them will be promoted to one of the top officials in China. After the places of this exchange program was settled, the school started a short course to teach Cantonese and Hong Kong's culture. Feng Yu had also attended this course to let those students know who they should thank. Feng Yu had helped them, and he must make sure these students and their families were grateful to him. After the course, all the students went out for dinner. Feng Yu was treating them. When making payments, a photo dropped out of Feng Yu's wallet accidentally. All the students' face changed. It was the photograph of Feng Yu and the chief architect. Because of their family backgrounds, these students were arrogant and prideful. But at that moment, all of their attitudes changed. Even if these students do not become close friends like Master Lu and Feng Yu, they will never choose to offend Feng Yu in any ways. Feng Yu thought that after this exchange program problem was settled, he would be able to relax for a while. But his VCD players got into trouble again. What did you say? There is a third VCD brand in the market. Feng Yu frowned. Could it be that someone had developed better technologies to replace VCD? This should not be possible. No one should be able to go around the video compressing technology. This must be an imitation. This new VCD brand had infringed his copyright. Feng Yu owns all the patents about this VCD. But if these people were able to break the code and replicate this technology, it means they were skillful. Feng Yu felt that he should pouch these people over. Feng Yu drove to the mall and walked to the VCD counter. There was indeed a third VCD player brand, Feng Hua brand, meaning wind and China, a combination of wind and rain and Iowa. Even the name was copying my company's. This was apparently an imitation. Hi, can I take a look at that Feng Hua brand VCD player? Feng Yu pointed to a VCD player and asked. The counter staff looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu was very young, but she saw the watch Feng Yu was wearing. Also, Feng Yu was carrying a men's handbag. This person must be very wealthy. Okay, this is the latest model of VCD player this year. Overseas celebrity had advertised for this brand, and it is very cheap. It only cost 2,900 renminbi. It is cheaper than wind and rain and Iowa brands by a few hundred. Latest model? Overseas celebrity endorsement? Feng Yu looked at the pictures on the box of VCD player. Damn, the celebrity printed on the packaging looks like Madonna. Fine. She was indeed a famous international celebrity. But this VCD player was an imitation. How can they pay Madonna? This celebrity endorsement should also be fake. But Madonna had never been to China and will not know her face and name was used to endorse an imitation product. She won't be suing this company for damages. In Feng Yu's previous life, many companies had used this trick to market their products. Can I test it? Of course. The salesgirl connected the VD player and placed this year's Gala Night VCD into the player. Feng Yu had bought the exclusive rights of this program from CCTV for 1 million renminbi. This VCD was given out free for every purchase of wind and rain and Iowa VCD players. Now, this salesgirl was using his VCDs to test this Feng Hua VCD player. The image quality was excellent. There were not choppy images, and the sound quality was clear. Feng Yu was shocked. This imitation was well made. Feng Yu took out a 100 RMB note and passed it to the salesgirl. Actually, I am not buying this VCD player. Can you give me the contact details of the manufacturer? Feng Yu had looked at the packaging, and there was no contact information and manufacturing permit stated. The salesgirl looked around and took out a name card from below the counter. She passed the name card to Feng Yu secretly. Don't let the manager see this. Oh, how long has your store been selling this Feng Hua VCD player? We started selling since Lunar New Year. This brand is cheaper and sells better than wind and rain and Iowa brands. You cannot find this in other malls. Feng Yu frowned. This had been going on for quite some time, and Wu Ji Gang had only just found out about this. This problem should lie with the distributors. They were the ones who order the stocks, and how could they not aware of this? Hello, is this Manager O? Feng Yu called the number on the name card. The name on the card was O de Bayo, and his title was General Manager. Speaking. Who is this? I am from Dahua Shopping Mall. I heard from my friend that you have cheaper VCD players for sale. I am thinking of getting some from you. Cash. Good. I will go over to look for you now. After hanging up, Feng Yu called Master Lu to borrow some men. He will not let this O de Bayo escape. From afar, Feng Yu saw the person sitting by the window. He does not look like those typical and scrupulous businessmen. This bespectacled skinny man with messy hair looks more like a technician. Are you Feng Hua Company's O de Bayo? I am. Manager Feng. O de Bayo stood up and extended a hand to Feng Yu. Feng Yu shook O de Bayo's hand and smiled. I am from Iowa Company. You really have the guts to turn up. Two muscular men standing by the door saw Feng Yu's signal and came rushing in. They pinned O de Bayo down. The restaurant owner came running over. Stop fighting. I will call the police. One of the men took out an identification card. We are the police and is here to arrest a suspect. You want to interfere? The restaurant owner moved 2 steps back. No. Do you need help? I can get my men from the kitchen to help you. What are you all doing? What crimes did I commit? O de Bayo was shocked. He started to struggle and shout. Shut up. You do not know what crimes you had committed. O de Bayo was escorted into Feng Yu's car and brought to a police station. The 2 policemen borrowed an interview room. What are you all doing to me? O de Bayo was scared and could burst out in tears any time. Just answer our questions. Feng Yu walked in front of O de Bayo and asked, Are you O de Bayo? General Manager of Feng Hua VCD Company, O de Bayo. That's right. What's the problem? Did you develop this Feng Hua VCD players yourself, or you get it from someone else? Someone sold it to me. O de Bayo's eyes were avoiding Feng Yu's glaze. Lies. You want to be beaten up. One of the policemen threatened. I'm not the only one who developed it. We are a group. and we have developed this by ourselves. Develop? By dismantling other people's VCD players and then reverse engineered the technology? Do you know that you are manufacturing counterfeit products? This is illegal. Illegal? How is this illegal? We developed this technology ourselves and have our own brand. How can you say we are manufacturing counterfeit products? Have you used our VCD players before? Our VCD players have sharper image and audio than Wind and Rain and Iowa brands. How can you say we are imitating them? Odebayo shouted. Feng Yu suddenly asked. Then can your products remove mosaic? Damn, did these people develop Super VCD? Wind and Rain Electronics still have not developed this technology yet. No. Feng Yu was relieved. He thought he had wasted his money on those engineers at Wind and Rain Electronics. This was a false alarm. Even if you have made some improvements, but you are making improvements on Wind and Rain and Iowa products. Do you know that VCD is also a brand? This is my brand. You had used VCD in naming your products. This is an infringement of copyrights. There was little awareness of intellectual property rights in this era. In the early 90s, China was listed on U.S. priority watch list and was restricted from accessing technology. This was because there was no IP protection. Feng Yu knew that the U.S. government was suppressing China enterprises after other companies had sued Wind and Rain for monopolizing the humidifier and bladeless fans market. The U.S. wanted to use this as one of their chips when negotiating with China. Within these few years, China's awareness of IP protection will increase. Last September, the copyrights law was amended to cover up the loopholes. This was even reported on the news. How can this person not know? I really don't know about this. We are the ones who developed this technology. Feng Yu shook his head. There was no point reasoning with this ignorant person. When the Trade Bureau and the police shut down your company, you will know that you have committed an offense. If you are free, go and read up on the copyrights law. I am not scaring you. If I were to sue you, you would be bankrupted. Feng Yu was only scaring him. In current China, the punishment was not that severe. We are only manufacturing our own VCD players. Why is this not allowed? Odebayo mumbled to himself. How many VCD players have you manufactured? About 100. We had assembled everything ourselves, and it is sold only in a few malls. I really do not know that this is against the law. Can you let me go? I will not do this again. Only 100 units? Feng Yu nodded. No wonder the distributors were not aware of this. Seems like it was those malls that were hiding this VCD player from the distributors. The profits for this Fenghua VCD players might be higher than Wind and Rain brand. These people can still be considered skillful. They should be working at Wind and Rain Electronics. This is your factory? Feng Yu looked at the surroundings. This was a junkyard. A rundown building with a courtyard full of trash. That noisy place is the workshop? If this was Feng Yu's previous life, even a junkyard had better conditions than this place. That rundown seems like it was about to collapse any time. These people were not worried that this build will fall on their head. We do not have money to rent a workshop. This place is an abandoned factory's warehouse. We are just using this place temporarily. Odebayo said embarrassedly. Feng Yu became more interested. He thought that these people would at least have a workshop, but it turns out that they were so poor. What did all of you work as in the past? Video cassette players. Video cassette players? Although the sales of video cassette players were dipping, it should not be so severe. Video cassette players were still making profits in the past few years. The profits were higher than television. Although the total sales were not as good, these people should not be so poor. Feng Yu asked, what is the brand of your video cassette players? Songshang. Songshang. Damn, this guy was also manufacturing imitation products in the past. Songshang was the leading brand of video cassette players in the market. Then why did you stop? Feng Yu asked curiously. My factory was shut down by the authorities. Goddamn, this guy was feigning ignorance all this while. Their factory had been shut down and should know what they had done was illegal. Why did he still ask what crimes he had committed just now? He looked honest, but everything about him was fake. Now, Feng Yu had doubts about recruiting these people. They might have the skills, but they do not follow the rules. What if Zhang Wanming and the rest were led astray by these people? Feng Yu sneered at Odebayo. You think that using other people's brand and technologies will be prosecuted and no one will do anything to you if you use our technologies? We also have no choice. We have no money, and we cannot even pay the medical bills of our family members. If we have money, will we still remain in this place? Odebayo pointed to the rundown factory. Feng Yu paused for a while. All right. Ask everyone to come out. I had made things clear to you in the car. If all of you pass my test, I will provide jobs for all of you. The salary will not be less than 200 renminbi every month. Later, you are not allowed to say anything. In Beijing, the average annual salary was less than 2,000 renminbi. Feng Yu offered 200 renminbi monthly was considered very high. Of course, if these people were grade 7 or 8 workers, then their salaries will be higher. But from the way they look, they should not be some high-grade workers in the past. Old Yao, ask them to stop for a while. There is a big boss visiting. Odebayo shouted. The noise stopped, and 6 people walked out of the building. Every one of them was dirty and skinny. They looked malnutrition. Old O, which boss are you talking about? Wind and Rain's boss, or Iwa's boss? One of them asked excitedly. Feng Yu was curious as for why these people knew it was the boss of either Iwa or Wind and Rain visiting. I am the big boss. How do you know my company manufactures VCD players? Feng Yu asked that man. Hi, I am Yao Jinbo. We manufactured this VCD player is to meet you. Are you the leader of Wind and Rain or Iwa? You better call your boss here. We only want to speak to the boss. Damn, he thought I am only a small fry in the company. But this Yao Jinbo was interesting. He just wants to speak with the boss? What does he want? The boss is my father, and I am running the company on his behalf. You can speak to me. Feng Yu used his father as a shield. We have discovered the way to improve the VCD imaging compression. If we are successful, the pictures will be clearer and will even be better than Laserdisc. This will let your company's products outshine your rivals. Yao Jinbo stopped. He was waiting for Feng Yu to ask questions. Feng Yu only smiled at him. I refuse to answer you anything. I shall see if you want to carry on or not. Oh, Yao Jinbo was stunned. Oh, what's the meaning of oh? He thought that no matter which company's boss heard what he said would be excited. This was because the technology they developed will let one company's products beat their rivals and might even monopolize the market. This was an important technology. The other party should be interested. This person's reply was only oh? What is the meaning of oh? He knows this was different from what Yao Jinbo had imagined. How can he carry on this conversation? Brother Huang, Brother Su, these are the people who manufactured imitations. They are repeat offenders. Arrest them. Yao Jinbo and the rest were shocked. The rest of them looked at Yao Jinbo. You said that if we manufactured these things and sell them under Fenghua brand, we will be about to attract the boss of Wind and Rain or Iwa. Then we can sell this technology to him or even work for him. But now, we had suffered for a few months and had not earned a single cent. Now, we are going to be arrested. Mr. Policeman, please wait. Sir, I think you did not hear what I said earlier. I said we have the technology to make the image clearer. You should know how important this technology is to your company. Yao Jinbo said anxiously. Feng Yu glanced at Yao Jinbo. We are the ones who had invented this VCD player. You really think we do not know how to increase the quality of the images? We have the technologies to do what you just said and will even be better than what your technology. I am not interested in what you said. Huh. Yao Jinbo was in a daze. He had devised this plan and hoped to be able to attract one of the bosses over. But in the end, the other party was not interested in their technologies. Old Yao, what should we do now? You are the one who came up with this idea. Say something. That's right. Old Yao, we had said we do not want to do this. But you made us do it. We have just been released, and now we are going back to jail. These people were arrested last year for manufacturing counterfeit Songshang video cassette players. They were thrown to jail and were released earlier this year. They were workers from Beijing Television Factory in the past. They wanted to start their own business to earn some money. Even if they fail, they could still return to the factory to work. But after they were arrested, they were fired by the factory. Although all of them had the skills, even if they set up a TV repair shop, no one dares to let them repair their TV. The customers said that they will surely replace the parts of their TV. The smartest of these people came up with a plan. He led the rest to research on VCD technologies, thinking they would be making profits or be invited to work in the VCD factories. But now, they do not have this chance and might even be jailed again. If they were charged in courts again, they would be totally finished. Sir, we are able to develop this technology under such harsh conditions. This proved that we are skillful. Can we work for you for 150 renminbi a month? Odebayo was trying his best to make eye signals to him. He does not dare to say a word. This boss had said that if they passed his test, he would give them 200 renminbi a month to work for him. Now you are asking for 150 renminbi. If this boss agrees, all of us will lose 50 renminbi per month. Are you all willing to work in other provinces? Feng Yu asked suddenly. These people were really interesting. This was actually a plot to lure Feng Yu to meet them. Feng Yu also wanted to give these people a chance. No problem. As long as we have enough to feed our families, we will do it. Before Yao Jinbo could answer, the rest shouted. Fine. There will be someone here to interview all of you 3 days later. If all of you pass his interview, then I will use you. The monthly salary will not be less than 200 renminbi. Our engineers' salaries are at least 980 renminbi a month. If you perform well, all of you can also be getting that much. If he says, your skills are not to par, then. When Feng Yu turned and was about to leave, he heard Yao Jinbo shouting, Sir, we will definitely pass the test. 3 days later, Jiang Wanming personally brought a few of his men to interview these people. Feng Yu had told him that these people were talented, and the result of the interviews proved that these people were indeed genius. With such simple facilities, they had achieved amazing progress with their VCD technologies. Jiang Wanming was wondering what was Feng Yu thinking by asking him to interview these people. Could Feng Yu feel that they had spent a lot of funds, but their progress was too slow? He must monitor the R&D department closely and must lead them personally. He must use the least money to get the results Feng Yu wanted. Feng Yu does not know about this. This episode had made Jiang Wanming help the company to save lots of research funds. But Jiang Wanming had become a stingy person. Feng Yu told Jiang Wanming that these people had manufactured counterfeit video cassette players in the past, and their factory was shut down by the authorities. He asked Jiang Wanming to pay special attention to them and not let these people return to their old ways. Of course, if these people do their work seriously and produced results, their salaries can be increased. Feng Yu also informed Beijing's distributor about those malls who were selling Feng Hua VCD players. That Beijing distributor was furious as counterfeits had appeared in his district. The Beijing distributors made use of all his connections and sued those malls. Those malls were fined, and he gave part of the compensations he gotten from the malls to Taihua Trading. This was according to his contract with Taihua Trading. This incident let the rest of the shopping malls know the severity of selling counterfeit products. Master Lu, how is it? Can you help to hurry them? Master Lu blew out rings of smoke. I can help to hurry them, but you all should still go to the government personally. It is not easy to get approvals for private companies. This sector is still not opened up. Feng Yu was frustrated. Su Anhua and the rest had successfully developed pagers before the new year. During Lunar New Year, the production lines were also installed. By right, the production and sales should have started. Feng Yu was about to get people to film the commercial. All the paperworks were ready, but Feng Yu realized that pagers were the same as mobile phones. It needed network access license. Without this license, he was not allowed to sell. Feng Yu does not know how Ningbo managed to get the approval in his previous life. Maybe it was a state-owned enterprise and had the government support. Now, the local government was not helping him. Feng Yu thought that Master Lu would be able to help him. It's just a network access license after all. At most, Feng Yu could just make some donations or give some gifts. This pager was different from VCD players. It was the mainstream product now. In China, there was still no local brands of pagers. The pagers in the market were manufactured by China factories contracted with those overseas companies, and some were joint ventures. Wave Pagers, the first to successfully develop Chinese characters pagers, was in partnership with Motorola. All the pagers produced were under the Motorola brand. Master Lu, this pager is locally developed and produced. Shouldn't the country support us? I am sure the higher-ups do not want everyone to use pagers under foreign brands. Master Lu glanced at Feng Yu. Aren't you also using Motorola pagers? That's why I want to manufacture our own Chinese pagers. I will go to my provincial government, and you help me ask on your side? If your side needs any money, just let me know. I will not hesitate to pay. Master Lu waved his hand. If you are able to ask Zhejiang Province Governor to help you, then this matter will be at least 50% done. Didn't you say that you had met the chief architect, and you still show me your photograph with him? You can go to him directly. Only one phone call from him. You will get your approval on the spot. Feng Yu, if I am really close to that old man, this approval will not be taking so long. Thanks for helping. Oh, how is our car? The car you are driving is a limited edition. I do not even have it myself. Feng Yu knocked glass with Master Lu and took a sip. He only wet his lips with the liquor. Wow, this car is really powerful. I can never imagine our locally manufactured cars can be so powerful. Of course, this car is built using Songjiang Motors' most advanced technologies. The standards can be comparable with overseas cars. There are only 2 limited edition cars in this world. One is with Longjiang provincial government, used for hosting guests. The other is yours. The exterior design is the same as Songjiang Olympic models and is not attention-grabbing. No one will know your car is worth more than 1 million renminbi. Feng Yu did not want to give Master Lu this car. He had asked the machinery company to build this car for himself. The cost of this car is about 1 million renminbi. But on the day the car was delivered to him, it was Master Lu's birthday. Master Lu invited Feng Yu to his celebration. At Master Lu's birthday party, there was a lot of official second generations. Feng Yu met them at the party and knew some of them will be promoted to senior officials in the future. There were some which he had not heard of before. These people were all his connections. In the future, they could help Feng Yu with his business. Feng Yu got drunk at the party from drinking beer. He saw the others giving Master Lu gold watches, sunglasses, the newest model of mobile phones, etc. Feng Yu had forgotten to prepare Master Lu's birthday gift. He only has a car key in his pocket. After a while, Feng Yu blacked out. The next day, when he woke up, those second generations greeted him warmly. Feng Yu was still in a daze. But he soon found out from the others what happened yesterday. Feng Yu had given Master Lu a car worth more than 1 million renminbi. Feng Yu saw his Land Rover parked outside. Damn, the car he gave to Master Lu was that limited edition Songjiang concept car. Feng Yu was crying in his heart. But when he saw Master Lu, he did not ask him for his car back. This was too shameful, and he could not do it. It will also be a slap to Master Lu's face. Feng Yu could only say that car was specially prepared for Master Lu. Today, Feng Yu remembered this incident and reminded Master Lu that he had given such an expensive birthday present. And how could he not help him? The earlier the pagers enter the market, the earlier Feng Yu could recover his investment. The amount recovered will be used to develop mobile phones. Furthermore, it was the best timing for pagers now. The market was already established, and if Feng Yu's product entered the market, he does not need to worry about the sales. The cost of this Iowa pagers was less than 1,000 renminbi, and the Chinese characters pagers in the market cost at least 4,000 renminbi. How much will be Feng Yu's profits? After 2 years, the pager prices will decline. If Feng Yu got the license then, it would be too late. The golden era of pagers will be missed. All his investments will be down the drain. Master Lu was reminded by Feng Yu and felt obligated to help. He had earned a lot from Feng Yu. The amount he made was more than helping others getting government approvals and was more stable. Most importantly, the amount he received from Feng Yu would not affect his career. If Master Lu did not help Feng Yu, he would be seen as ungrateful. In his circle of friends, he was known to be loyal to his friends. If his friends knew that he did not help Feng Yu, his reputation would be gone. Brother Feng, if you are able to get Ningbo's top official to help, I will settle this for you. Master Lu said. All right, thank you. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Feng Yu raised his glass and then wet his lips. Sun Lijie received a call from Feng Yu, asking him to go to Ningbo's city government to pass a message to the mayor. If the mayor was able to speak to the provincial committee, this license would most likely be approved. Once Iowa pagers entered the market, Feng Yu will provide Ningbo City lots of taxes, and he promised that he will never move this company out of the city. If there was such a company in their city, the mayor of Ningbo City was overjoyed. He also did not know that a network access license was required for this pager. Although Ningbo City was a provincial-level city, the mayor was also the deputy provincial governor-level official. But he does not know anyone from the telecommunications ministry. Now, this manager Feng had already used his connections to contact the higher-ups and told him that once he speaks to the committee, his application will not be rejected. Once this license was approved, it was a political achievement for the mayor. China's first domestically developed pager company will be in Ningbo. His chances to be promoted will be higher. The Ningbo city mayor immediately put aside his work and went to Beijing with his secretary to visit the relevant departments. He must get this approval. At the Ministry of Telecommunications, the mayor spoke to the person in charge, and the process went on smoothly. The planning committee had just issued an internal order stating that the government should encourage private enterprises to develop the telecommunication industry. The level of entry should be lowered to encourage private companies to be more innovative and support this industry. This will help China's telecommunication industry to develop. The Ministry of Telecommunications was still thinking of how to encourage private enterprises to enter this industry, and someone came knocking at their doors. They were overjoyed. If they were able to make this company a success, the planning committee would take note of their achievements. All of them might even be promoted. As such, this application went on smoothly. All the documents were in place, and the approval process took only 3 days. 3 days later, Ningbo's mayor received the approval papers. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was too easy. If he knew that this was so easy, he would have made this trip earlier, and Iowa pagers will already be sold in the market. Feng Yu knew that Master Lu had helped him to get his application approved within 3 days. He immediately called Master Lu to thank him. Master Lu said he was only helping his friend, and there was no need to thank him. In the future, if I need help, will you help me? Feng Yu was thinking in his heart. I will surely help you settle your problem in 2 years. He had developed this friendship with Master Lu when he was still a low-ranking official. He must not let Master Lu get into any trouble when he becomes one of the top officials. The network access license was approved, and Feng Yu immediately instructed the factory to start production at full capacity. He also asked Wu Jigang to contact all the distributors and asked them to come over to Beijing to discuss the pager contracts. From 2 years ago, pagers and mobile phones were no longer sold only at the post office. Many state-owned companies and some private companies started to sell them. It included many shopping malls. The shops only require a sales permit, and they can sell them. Luckily, it was like this now, and Feng Yu would be able to sell his pagers everywhere and make high profits. Manager Feng, it's been a while, and you look more handsome now. A distributor smiled and greeted Feng Yu. Feng Yu rolled his eyes. Do I still need you to remind me? This distributor has good foresight. Later, I must ask Wu Jigang to take care of him. In the future, give him more benefits during the festive promotions. That distributor did not say anything and sat on his chair. All the distributors knew Feng Yu's character by now. The rest of the distributors were sulking. Damn, this old Zhao had curry favor with Manager Feng first again. Manager Feng, Manager Wu, what product are you introducing this time? What? Old Huang, you are selling Tai Hua Trading's products, and you still want to pick? If you do not want to sell, I can take over your province. One of the distributors joked. These distributors had become close over the years. They remained in contact with each other and often joked with each other. Get lost. You are targeting my market? I am still waiting for you to retire and take over your province. Mr. Huang scolded him in a joking manner. Feng Yu turned to Sun Lijia and nodded. Sun Lijia stood up beside Feng Yu and cleared his throat. Today, I will introduce this product to everyone here. Old Sun, stop joking. Hurry and come sit here. Later, Manager Feng and Manager Wu will get angry. Someone shouted. That's right. Hurry and come back here. Stop currying favor. Manager Feng is not that kind of person. Old Zhao shouted. The rest of the distributors rolled their eyes at Old Zhao. He was the one who carries favor the most. Everyone be quiet and listen to him. Feng Yu frowned and said. Once Feng Yu opened his mouth, the distributors shut up immediately and looked at Sun Lijia. This Sun Lijia had become so close to Manager Feng. The product we will be selling is Iowa pagers. All the distributors were surprised. Iowa pagers. From the name, they knew this was Iowa's product. But isn't Iowa a Walkman company? Although it introduced VCD players later, it was entirely different from pagers. Can this pager's features compete with those pagers from overseas? This time, it will be the same as the super fans. All of you will buy the pagers in cash. We guarantee that all of you will be the exclusive distributor for your province. You will be in charge of your downstream. This Iowa Chinese pager's wholesale price is 2,800 renminbi. The retail price will be set at 3,600 renminbi. There will be 800 renminbi profit per pager. It will be up to each of you to spill this profits with your retailers. The company will not get involved. But the rules remain. There can only be fluctuations of 5% for the retail price. Sun Lijia said. Old Sun, you also agree to this condition? Sun Lijia nodded. Yes. I agreed. Manager Feng, this wholesale price is too high. We will have to lock in a lot of our capital. The deposit for your motorcycles and cars are also very high. We still have to place deposits for your VCD players, super fans, humidifiers, etc. Our profits will be lowered. Someone said. The Chinese characters pagers in the market is selling above 4,000 renminbi. Our product's retail price is lower and of good quality. It is also under a reputable brand. These pagers will surely sell well. All of you will be able to get profits from this product. Wu Jigang said. Manager Wu, this product is different. In the past, we have been selling exclusive products. From the humidifiers to the bladeless fans, then the VCD players. We are selling these products and do not have other competitors. But this pager is different. We are the latecomers into this market. Also, Aiwa's reputation is in Walkman and VCD players. Who would believe that Aiwa will manufacture pagers? Feng Yu waved his hand to stop Wu Jigang from arguing with this distributor. He smiled and said, I am asking you if you want to sell or not. That distributor became quiet. Although Feng Yu was smiling, he was apparently threatening him. This pager will definitely be profitable. But the distributors wanted higher profits. If they make Feng Yu angry, Feng Yu might break the contract between them, pay them compensation, and remove them from the distributor list. They will no longer be able to sell super fans, VCD players, motorcycles, etc. Their losses will be high. All of you are willing to sell this pager? Let me ask another question. Which one of my products is not profitable? Which one of you had made losses from selling my products? What was your net worth when we started working together, and how much are your total assets now? Which of my products is not launched with marketing? When did Taihua Trading's commercials disappoint you? The selling feature of this pager is this a pager that is manufactured and developed locally. Now, those who are willing to accept my condition can remain. Those who do not accept can leave. All the distributors remained in their seats. After waiting for 1 minute, Feng Yu nodded and looked at Wu Jigang. Did you see that? You must be firm with these people. It is useless if you talk nicely to them. If they want to make money with us, they have to listen to us. All the distributors signed the contracts obediently. But soon, they realized that Sun Lijie did not sign the contract. Old Sun, you signed the contract. Someone asked. All of them felt that Sun Lijie's contract might be different from theirs. I do not need to sign the contract with Taihua Trading. I will sign it directly with Aiwa Electronics. Sun Lijie replied. Sun Lijie was too excited. He had only invested 100,000 renminbi. Those people had really developed the pager technology. After some tests, the pager's quality, signal, etc. were on par with Motorola's latest model of pager. This means that there will be huge profits. Although he took a bank loan to invest more money in setting up a factory, it was nothing compared to the vast benefits. The initial investment had given him 10% of shares. This 10% shares will provide him with an estimated 10 million renminbi returns this year. The estimated number of pagers produced was about 300,000 units. This was also because there were some problems with the factory's production lines. If not, at least 1 million pagers will be produced this year. Although there was still a considerable difference from Motorola's last year's sales of 1 million units, Sun Lijie believed that Aiwa pagers become the market leader next year. Sun Lijie would be able to multiply his investment within 6 months. He was very grateful that those people were from his hometown, Ningbo. He was fortunate that he had helped Feng Yu a lot and was granted with this opportunity. In the future, even if he closes down his company, he can still become a multimillionaire or even a billionaire with these shares. His decision to invest was right. Sun Lijie swore that in the future, all the tasks given to him by manager Feng will take priority over all other jobs. His wish of fetching his parents to live with him would come true this year. All the distributors felt that Old Sun was very lucky. He was the closest to the pager factory and got to sign the contract first. But all of them did not know that Sun Lijie was one of the shareholders of this pager company. In the past, all of them felt that Taihua Trading was pushing them to hit high sales target. But this time was different. All the distributors felt that the supply was too low. Now, each distributor could only get 1,000 pagers monthly. Feng Yu told them that the number of pager users in China will reach more than 2 million. But the supply was too low to meet this demand. Feng Yu also have no choice. Although the construction of the factory started last year, it was hard to find experienced workers. Also, the production lines were semi-automatic. It was still not as advanced as the future years. It was also tough to install a production line. But Aiwa Electronics had taken a bank loan to set up a second factory. The address was still in Ningbo, but it was not located in Fenghua District. The leader at Fenghua District was not happy with this arrangement, but the higher-ups wanted the second factory to be located elsewhere. Ningbo government policies were very attractive, good traffic conditions, and lower taxes. Fengyu had no reason to set up the factory in other provinces. But if there were any changes to the policies in the future, Fengyu will set up his new factories in other places. Fenghua District's leaders were unhappy that the shares of this small company they sold had successfully developed the pager. If they knew the pager could be developed so quickly, they would never agree to sell the shares. Although the shares were sold for 500,000 renminbi, and compared to their 100,000 renminbi investment, it was 4 times more. However, if the pagers were manufactured and sold in the market, there will be at least tens of millions of profits. The Daqiao village's leader was scolded. The leader that had praised him in the past turned around and put all the blame on him. He almost strangled Daqiao village's leader. Are all of you idiots? You have sold the shares of such a potential company for only 500,000 renminbi? But all of them could only resign to their fates. At least this company will still be paying taxes to the district. Fenghua District also has a factory. If the boss of this company gets pissed, he might shift the factory and all the workers away. The losses will be more severed. Su Lihua and the rest had asked Fengyu, why didn't he set up a bigger factory? They felt that pagers were the main form of telecommunication device in the world and the profits were high. With the low labor cost, their pagers can be competitive with the other big brands. They could also work with other countries to develop products with the local languages. They were able to produce English version of pagers now. But Fengyu told them a fact. Other than China, no other countries in the world will recognize their patents. Their technology was too similar to the other companies. In China, the licenses of those pager companies were also not accepted. If they were to export their pagers, they would need to pay Motorola to use this technology, and there will not be any profits left. There were patents for this pager's exterior design, material, features, internal structures, parts, etc. Although some of these patents had passed the protection period, there were some that were still protected by the patents. If they had misapplying for the usage of one of those patents, they would be sued, and Aiwa's reputation will be affected. Fengyu had decided to change AIWA Company's name to Aiwa Company. The author had used AIWA in English characters and Aiwa as Chinese characters. Aiwa's Chinese characters means love China and had the same pronunciation. Fengyu will keep both AIWA and Aiwa brands, and now, Aiwa's brand awareness was increasing. He cannot afford any incident to tarnish his brand image. As such, this Aiwa pager can only be sold in China. They should grow slowly and not rush into it. Fengyu also told Su Lihua and the rest to look into mobile phone technologies. This was to prepare them to enter into the mobile phone market in the future. When they developed any new technologies, even a small improvement, they must apply for patents immediately. Everything was ready, and Fengyu called CCTV to replace 2 superfans advertisements to Aiwa pager commercials. The advertising campaign will start at CCTV. A pager beeped twice and a man pressed a button on the pager. The LCD display a message, Managerly, please call back immediately. Number 345678. Then it was a close-up of Aiwa's logo, and there was a voiceover of the slogan at the same time. It was a simple slogan, Aiwa Pagers, China's own pagers. There was no celebrity endorsement, and the actor did not show his face. The whole commercial only showed the pager and a person's hand. But there was also a big name in this commercial. Fengyu had invited Zhao Zhongxiang to do the voiceover. His voice was easily recognized in China. Fengyu had only paid Zhao Zhongxiang 100,000 renminbi for a 5-year contract, and he only needs to read this short slogan. Zhao Zhongxiang was also very pleased with this contract. He had asked for only 50,000 renminbi, but Fengyu increased it to 100,000 renminbi. Fengyu was overjoyed. This was too cheap. He thought he would need to spend at least 300,000 renminbi. Fengyu firmly believed that this commercial and those distributors' sales networks will allow his pager to enter the market in a short time. After all, the demand for pagers had outweighed supply greatly in China now. Many viewers were confused when they saw the commercials. Aiwa Pagers. Aiwa was the company that makes Walkman? Oh, they also sell VCD players. But both Walkman and VCD players were somehow related. These were considered audio electronics products. But pagers? The pager was a telecommunication product. This was a completely different sector, but it was as what Fengyu had forecasted. Aiwa brand still has some influence in China. Many people in China were curious about Aiwa pagers. How good were these pagers? At first, most of the people had a wait-and-see attitude. Fengyu had also planned for this. If it was him, a company that makes Walkmans suddenly produce pagers, he will also hesitate. But Fengyu believed that the selling price of Aiwa pagers will be able to attract some customers. After all, his pagers were much cheaper than Motorola. The other two brands, Panasonic and NEC, were not selling well in China because they were Japanese brands. Although the boycott of Japanese products had ended in China, Japanese brands were significantly affected and made hefty losses in China. The Japanese government had raised this issue to the Chinese government, but the reply from the Chinese government was that they had advised the consumers to spend wisely. They cannot force the Chinese to use Japanese products. If Japanese products were of good quality and cheap, why would the consumers not buy them? Japan's government suspects that this was a plot by the Chinese government to protect their own industries. This was like South Korea. This was against the trade treaty signed between both nations. But Japan has no evidence to prove this and can only accept it. They were not willing to forego the Chinese market. This was a vast market, and once this market matured, it will bring lots of profits to the Japanese companies. This was very important to Japan as their recession was not over yet. They desperately need the Chinese market. If they were to terminate the trade agreement, then the US and Europe will sign all forms of treaties with China and kick Japan out of the picture. Their losses will be much higher. What can they do now? Nothing. They can no longer export inferior goods to China. They can only export second-tier Japanese products to China. Those inferior goods can only be sold to the other Southeast Asia countries. But those countries' market was not established, and the cost of the products exported to China had increased. This resulted in the decline of profits of the Japanese companies. Coupled with the declining sales in China, many of these companies were struggling to stay afloat. Panasonic was still doing well. They were still producing TV and video cassette players, and there were still lots of profits with these products. NEC only have pagers in the Chinese market. In the pager market, Motorola owns about 80% of the market share, and NEC and Panasonic own the remaining 20%. But they still have some profits. Panasonic and NEC do not dare to withdraw from China like Sony. It will be tough to re-enter the Chinese market once they leave. At least now, they will continue to promote their brand, and they still have a chance when they have new products. But just when they were thinking of how to increase their sales and profits in China, Aiwa Pager, which claimed to be developed in China, appeared, and they suffered another blow. Aiwa Pager's retail price was cheaper than their products by a few hundred RMB. Also, they do not understand how this Aiwa Pager was able to sell all over China in a short time. This was apparently a private company and had the support of the Chinese government. How can Panasonic and NEC compete with them in China? Now, in all the post offices, shopping malls, and shops that specialized in telecommunication products were selling Aiwa Pagers. At a certain mall, a middle-aged man was standing in front of the pager sales counter. He could not decide which to buy. "Sir, are you getting a pager? Do you prefer the Chinese characters pagers or only the numeric pagers? If you are looking for Chinese characters pager, I would recommend you our locally manufactured Aiwa pagers. The commercials are showing on CCTV, and the price is also lower. The money you saved is enough to pay your one-year pager bills. Is this Aiwa pager good? Of course. My brother had bought this too. If this pager is not good, will I ask my brother to buy it?" The sales staff continued. "All right, give me one of this and help me activate it." Within a week, many people remembered Aiwa pagers. It was not known if the advertisements were effective or people recognized it due to its low prices. At the same time, Motorola was still able to maintain their sales because of its brand. But Panasonic and NEC Chinese characters pager sales start to decline. As more people became aware of Aiwa pagers, there were praises of Aiwa pagers' designs. The pager companies could tell that Aiwa was using their aggressive marketing and affordable prices to compete with them. They also want to lower their selling prices, but they could not do that. First, they were the same as Motorola. They need to purchase the patent rights of the Chinese characters, and their pagers were produced in Japan. They need to pay taxes to the Chinese government to bring in their pagers. Motorola was different. Motorola had a factory in China, and their cost and taxes were much lower than the Japanese companies. The Japanese pager companies could not afford to engage in price wars with Iowa pagers. Iowa pagers made use of low labor cost, and they enjoyed tax subsidies. When their production increases, their cost will be lowered further. If they were to engage in price wars with Iowa, NEC and Panasonic would suffer heavy losses. If the heavy losses could exchange for a more significant market share, it was fine. But the problem was that even if they lower their prices, they could not get a more substantial market share. Motorola was still around. Motorola had also noticed Iowa pagers, but they were not worried. Iowa pagers might be marketing their pagers aggressively, but they could not jeopardize Motorola's position in China. It does not matter if you are cheaper than us. Our brand, Motorola, is worth increasing more than 1,000 renminbi per pager. If it wasn't they were afraid of getting sued for monopolizing the market, Motorola can also use the price war strategy to kill off all their competitors and capture the whole Chinese market. Feng Yu hanged up the phone. Li Shiqiang had just reported the sales figures to him. Feng Yu was not satisfied with this result. The telecommunication market was already developed, and the demand was increasing every day. How come some pagers were sold for the past 2 weeks? The commercials were not sufficient? Seems like Feng Yu needs to use some of his connections to get some government policies to support. For instance, getting all the post offices to promote Iowa pagers. This way, the sales will increase. In a few more months, the new production line will be installed and the new factory will be in operation. The production of Iowa pagers will increase, and if the sales do not improve, how can he occupy the market share? His target was to be the leader of China's pager market. The distributors also discovered that products might also not sell well even when there were enough product awareness and advertisements. This was what they were worried about. The pagers were not an exclusive product, and they were the latecomers to the industry. At first, the distributors were worried that they might not have enough goods to meet the demand. Taihua Trading had supplied too little goods to them. Now, they realized that no matter how they speak to the shopping malls, they would never win Motorola. They can only compete with Panasonic and NEC. If the sales carry on like this, and there will be an increase in the supply of pagers in a few months, their unsold pagers will be piling up in their warehouse. The distributors' money will be locked up in those pagers, and they will have cash flow problems. Because of the automobile dealership, almost all the distributors had taken bank loans or owe some other boss's money. If these pagers could not get profits, then their retailers will not continue to order from them, and they would still have to place more than 2 million renminbi deposit every month with Taihua Trading. Their company will be in danger. Feng Yu had put in lots of efforts in building these sales channels. Could he let these sales channels disappear? Feng Yu still have a card up his sleeves. If Feng Yu this trump card, he was confident that the sales will pick up immediately. Feng Yu assured the distributors that if the sales did not pick up by the end of the month, the minimum target would be lowered. The distributors regained their confidence in Feng Yu. All of them knew Feng Yu was good in sales. Now they were only in trouble temporary, and all of them knew that they would beat Panasonic and NEC if they could last 1 year. The only worry they had was that they could not last 1 year. Even if they had 500,000 renminbi worth of unsold goods a month, it would be 2 million renminbi in 4 months. All of their liquid cash will be used up, and their company will be under considerable financial stress. Master Lu, can this be done? It is only treating someone to dinner. What's so difficult? Don't worry and wait for my call. If I cannot ask him out tonight, it will be tomorrow. Master Lu replied confidently. Feng Yu had asked Master Lu for help to invite a high-ranking officer from the telecommunication ministry. This director was in charge of the finance in the Ministry of Telecommunication. Feng Yu wants to speak to him about the sales issues of Iowa pagers. Master Lu was very efficient. Maybe it was because of his family background and that director accepted his invitation to the dinner. Director Fan, this is the boss of Iowa Electronics, Feng Yu. Manager Feng, this is the one you had wanted to meet, Director Fan. I had to help you invited him to dinner today. Master Lu introduced both parties. Director Fan, it's an honor to dine with you. You are the boss of Iowa Electronics? You are really young and capable. Your Iowa Electronics had done well for developing the pager technology. The minister had praised you. Director Fan smiled and replied. Director Fan was very curious why Feng Yu wanted to meet him. He was in charge of finance, and if Feng Yu wanted some government policies, he should be looking for the planning director or the regulations director. Why was Feng Yu looking for him? Director Fan, Can I ask what the source of income for our Ministry of Telecommunications is? How are your subsidiaries doing, and does the research facilities have enough research funds? Feng Yu asked. Director Fan looked at Feng Yu weirdly, and then turned to Master Lu. Was there something wrong with this manager Feng? Why was he asking about our ministry's finances? Master Lu looked at Feng Yu puzzledly. He also does not know what Feng Yu was thinking. He thought Feng Yu only wants to know Director Fan in person or wants to make use of Director Fan's connections. Feng Yu's questions were too weird. Why are you asking this? Director Fan, do you want to help your ministry increase the revenue? Feng Yu asked with a smile. In this era, the government does not have enough funds to spend, and all the ministries had a shortage of funds. Feng Yu was able to spark Director Fan's interest with a solution to increase their department's funds. Increase revenue? How do you increase the revenue? Director Fan was tempted. Although he was in charge of the ministry finances, and it looks like it was a good position, but his job was not simple. All the departments need money, but the ministry does not have enough for all the departments. He had to pick who to release the funds to, and it was easy to offend others. It was the hardest for someone in his position to be promoted. Director Fan was not able to be promoted because of this reason. Director Fan should know that our Aiwa Electronics is selling pagers. We are the only Chinese company in China that develop and manufacture pagers. Also, all the shareholders of this company are Chinese. Our success represented China's advances in the telecommunications sector and will stop those foreign enterprises from monopolizing all the profits. Director Fan frowned. Why was this manager Feng kept praising himself nonstop? I also know what you are talking about, and what's there to do with increasing the ministry's revenue. That's why I hope we can collaborate together and add in a sentence in our commercials. Product recommended by the Ministry of Telecommunications. We can pay you. Can this be done? Huh. Ministry of Telecommunications recommended product? How can this be done? What was this manager Feng thinking? No matter how much he pays, this cannot be allowed. If it weren't for Master Lu, Director Fan would have stood up and scolded Feng Yu. Manager Feng, the ministry will not allow you to add in that sentence in your commercials. Not only me, but even the minister also will not agree to your request. We will not earn your money. Master Lu, if there is nothing else, I will leave. I will treat you to a drink next time. Director Fan stood up and wanted to leave. Director Fan, wait a minute. I still have something to tell you. After I have finished, I will not stop you if you still want to leave. Feng Yu calmly said. What else do you want to say? Director Fan frowned. I do not even care about Master Lu now. Who else can you bring out? Our Ministry of Telecommunications has lots of cooperation with the postage services, right? Then can you issue a memo to ask all the post office to promote Aiwa pagers at their sales counter? For every Aiwa pager sold at the post offices, I will pay 10 renminbi to the ministry. Only 10 renminbi for pager, and this manager Feng wants my support? But this was indeed a revenue source. Although Director Fan was in charge of finance in the Ministry of Telecommunication, he also understands about the pager industry well. How many pagers can your factory produce in a year? When Director Fan asked this question, Feng Yu knew that his proposal had captured Director Fan's attention. Our production will reach about 300,000 pagers this year. Next year, we will exceed 3 million. Even if half of these pagers were sold at the post offices, the ministry would get about 1.5 million renminbi this year, and next year, it will be more than 15 million. Feng Yu said with particular emphasis on the 15 million. Director Fan's eyes widened. This Aiwa Electronics factory's production could be so high. If he could increase the ministry's revenue by 15 million, then he will be next in line after that vice minister retires. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.